24. Runners, man-eaters, dog-men. Elani Menehune, younger son of Luanuyu, K had 2 sons, the older of whom, called a Halaholo, runner, is said to have been renowned for his swiftness. Legends tell of famous runners, kukini, employed by chiefs to act as messengers and especially to bring fresh fish from distant fish ponds. Trained thieves too were employed to steal from an enemy, and for them swiftness of foot was an essential qualification. Chiefs looked doubtfully upon the first horses introduced upon the islands. Their runners were swift of foot and could easily run down goats on the mountain. There is a well-attested incident told of a native Hawaiian in early days who staked his own speed on the race course against the competing horse and won the race. The names of famous runners and their deeds have passed into legend and sometimes into myth. Uluanui, a famous runner of Oahu, could carry a fish from Kailpulu Pond in Kailua around by way of Waialua and bring it in at Waikiki alive and wriggling. Makoa, or Makoko, the swift runner of Kau, when Kamehameha had his awa preparing, at Kailua, was sent to Hilo to fetch mullet from the pond of Waiakea adjoining Puna, a journey which today would take a man 4 days. And returned with the fish still quivering. A similar story is told of Kana Kaehu in the same period, who used to run back and forth between Kailua and Hilo by a steep and precipitous trail. Starting when the preparations began for the feast and returning by the time the meal was cooked and ready. Other famous runners mentioned in the stories are Kalionui, sent by Kakuhiwa to intercept Lonoai Kamakahiki's kahuna on his way from Hawaii to help his master, who circled the island twice without finding the kahuna. Kaihuikiawakea, the best runner of Aikanaka on Kauai, Kalamia, the swift runner of Maui in Lonoa Paiaia's service who could go around Maui in a day. Paki, special attendant of Haumea at Kailua, who could circle Oahu 6 times in a day, see Pupuhuluana, Kuhelemoana and Kikialani, the swift runners of Kakuhihewa, who could compass Oahu 12 times in a day. Kama, or Kane, Ekamikioe Kama, or Kane, Akealuohia, sons of Hauyalu of Niihau, so fleet of foot that they could make 10 circuits of Kauai in a day, and run on land or ocean, from earth to sky. Dwarfs, Kupaliai, are mentioned in traditions of early migrations as noted for their swiftness as runners. It was said of the Menehune, to indicate their stature, that they were below the knees of Nepualahu, a Kauai dwarf about 3 feet in height. Kamakau says of the forefathers that they often speak of the land of the dwarfs, Ka'aina o Kukapaliai, a land of people so small that it would take 10 of them to equal one ordinary man. One of these little men was brought to Punaluu in Kau district on Hawaii and lived above Kopu and Mola and was called an ili, which is the name given to a small parcel of land, and a paliqua, back-clinger, and Wahanui brought some to Kauai. Legends of famous runners. Keliai Malolo is born at Hana and noted as the fastest runner of Maui in the time of Kahekili. He joins a canoe trip to Kapakai in Kohala, Hawaii, and after a little run of about 90 miles to Kaualoa and back finds the canoes not yet covered or the baggage removed. His friends challenge the truth of his story, contending that it would take 2 days to go and return from such a distance. His account of the places along the way however tallies with the facts, and at the end of the run he has been careful to leave 2 joints of sugar cane set up as proof of his story. Kauhele, noted runner of Molokai, is pursued in vain by Kahekili's men when they come to make war on Molokai. They station relays, but he outdistances them all, hence the saying, combine the speed to catch Keohil, e kuai ka mama iloa o Keohil. At one time chiefs and people are crowded at a famous cliff for the sport of leaping into the bathing pool below, and Keohil, finding himself headed for this cliff and closely pursued, leaps across to the opposite bank. A distance of 36 feet. Kauhele is runner and protector for 4 chiefs who live at the heiau of Kahokano on Molokai and have a fish pond mountain ward. He is killed by a sling stone in a battle with men from Hawaii but his chiefs escape. Manini Halokuaua, named by Rice as head fisherman of the Menehune at Hina on Kauai, is known as a noted thief of Molokai, so strong he can carry away a whole canoe on his back and so swift he can escape all pursuit. His Moo grandmother, Kalamuula, lives in a cave in the uplands which opens and shuts at command, and it is his custom to run with his booty to this cave and hide it away there. When Kuli'imololo, the fleet runner of Oahu, comes to Molokai on a visit and in contempt of warnings leaves his canoe unguarded while he goes in for a bath. Manini lays claim to it and carries it away with all it contains to his cave in the uplands, into which he disappears before its owner can overtake him. Kuli'imololo engages the help of the two supernatural sons of Hauilu, Kamakaemikioi and Kamakaeluohia, and sails with them to Molokai. Manini, in contempt of his grandmother's warning, seizes their canoe also, but is overtaken by one of the men, who overhears his command and orders the cave to shut just as he is entering so that he is caught and crushed within its jaws. Within the cave are found innumerable possessions. At the time of the discovery of the Polynesian islands, cannibalism was practiced by Maori, Rarotongans, Pomochuans, and Marquesans. It was introduced late among the Tongans from Fiji and, although rare, was practiced on Tongatapu more than in other Tongan islands. In Rarotonga, cannibalism began as a means of revenge after a war. It was against the law of the Ali'i to practice it in time of peace. Among the Maori, the story is told of Wenaku who practiced cannibalism in revenge for the death of his children. Among one tribe it was said to have been introduced by Kai. Churchill finds the practice noted by Friederisi among the Sasano of eating the bodies of dead relatives. Brewster describes the Fiji method of preparing a cannibal feast. Despite the fact that man-eating is ascribed to legendary figures and that a class called Olo are sometimes spoken of as cannibals, there is no proof that cannibalism was ever practiced in the Hawaiian group. Manslaying, however, was common, and the lua or bone-breaking art was practiced by highwaymen. In North Tahiti, whence early Hawaiian migrations seem to have come, Mehaitai is spoken of in chants as a famous place for manslayers. The most celebrated of Hawaiian man-eating legends, the story of Aikanaka of Oahu, corresponds closely with one recorded from Tahiti, as follows. Ellis version. Cannibals lived on the island of Tepuemanu between Aimeo and Huahine. Men who went near the island were found to be missing. At length the man-eater's wife discovered that her own brother Teburo was to be killed and eaten. She exposed her husband's habit, and two men lay in wait for him and stoned him to death. In Wahiawa on Oahu, near the place called Kukaniloko, once sacred to the birth of chiefs, is a narrow ridge of land forming a curving pathway between two steep gulches along which men used to travel to reach the mountain timber. At this defile, tradition says, the last cannibals of Oahu took their stand and seized upon victims for their cannibal feasts. Aikanaka, man-eater, was the name of their chief, called in legend Kaloaikanaka, Koaliae Aikanaka, the chief who eats men, Kokoa, or merely Kalo. The band lived beyond the defile at a place called Halemanu, House of Birds, or Halemano. There the foundation of a heiau used to be pointed out, and the large flat rock called the ipekai, platter, where their victims were laid, and the hollow where the oven was dug in which such victims were baked. The story is circumstantially related as follows. A. Kaloaikanaka, Lo the man-eater, is chief of a band of strangers who land first on Kauai and are given lands near the foot of the mountain back of Waimea. Darker than the Hawaiians, with a different speech and no tapu laws, they have religious feasts at which human flesh is eaten. The chief himself is tattooed with figures of birds, sharks, and other fishes. Kalo's daughter is very beautiful with hair to her ankles, bright eyes, sparkling teeth, set off by pearl necklaces and anklets. Married to a Kauai chief, she is put to death for breaking the tapu. The band retaliate by a cannibal feast and are obliged to flee to Oahu. Landing first at Hawaiiloa and then going on to Waialua, they proceed upland and establish themselves 8 miles east of Haleiwa in the mountains of Haupu. The chief's servant Kanakiwa, or Kiwi, also called Lotu, builds his house across the pass at a place called Kanewai, and pushes travelers over the cliff. Lotu's wife Kahalihua sees even her own brothers sacrificed to satisfy the chief's hunger when other victims fail, until the youngest, named Napopo, escapes to Kauai, learns the art of wrestling. And in a final struggle with Lotu falls with him over the cliff and both are killed together. The chief is then obliged to sail with his people to other lands. B. Westervelt version, dated 1848. The man-eater lives at Halemano. Koali'aei Kanaka is described as either a foreigner or a Hawaiian. Little by little his band of warriors are killed in forays until he alone remains. Ho'ohanau, the brother of one of his victims, learns boxing and wrestling in Waialua, covers his body with oil, and in a struggle to the death, hurls the cannibal chief over the edge of the gulch. Connected with a somewhat similar Kanaka legend is the stone called Oahu Nui, which is said to have the shape of the island of Oahu and which lies in the gulch between Ava and Waialua. Those who would go entirely around Oahu used to visit this stone. Loai Kanaka is the name given to a family of South Sea chiefs who are driven from the plains of Mokulea into the hills to a place called Halemano, where they are received by the chief Oahu Nui east of that locality, and the two chiefs exchange courtesies. Oahu Nui develops a passion for human flesh, and finally the two chubby sons of his sister Kilakali'ila, wife of Lehua Nui, are sacrificed to his appetite during the absence of their father. Warned by a vision, the father returns, puts to death the chief and his sister, and abandons the place with his men. A curse hangs over the place. The headless body of Oahu Nui became petrified where it lay. His sister also turned to stone where she fell on the opposite hillside, and all who had partaken of the feast were turned to stone. None has ever dared to live there since. In romantic fiction, Ai Kanaka is represented as the ruling chief on Oahu in the time of Halemano. He lives at a luku at Waikiki. Hearing of the beauty of Halemano's wife, he summons her to him, and when she refuses to come he sends men to kill Halemano, and the two are obliged to hide in the uplands of Wahiawa until they can escape to another island. Dibble says that with Kahanunuialewalani, who came from foreign lands to Oahu by way of Kauai, came also his younger brother Kaweloi Kanaka, both sons of Neva and both man-eaters, together with the followers who came with them. It would be interesting to know whether this Kawelo bears any relation to the legendary Ai Kanaka, who is dispossessed by his relative of a younger branch from Oahu in the Kauai legend of Kawelo. Or whether he may be connected with Lono Kaehu and his man-eating dog Kualioloa. Or whether the followers who came with the two sons of Neva have anything to do with the Menehune whom Kahano brought from Kahiki to serve the chiefess, or Chief Kahanai, on Oahu. Among the peoples said to have appeared during the 5th period of the Kumalipo, when the Hogman was building up his family line, are the Dog people, Hanau Kahuelo Mewe, P. Ewe Kona, born were the Wagging Tails. They had no fixed line of descent, says the chant. This seems to mean that they intermarried without regard to class distinction and hence built up no inherited chief class. The reference is to the Hae people, according to David Malo Kapahi, the hairless Olo people first discovered on Maui on the plains in Kula called Omaomo. He says, in the story of Alapainui on Hawaii it is said that messengers to Maui landed on the Hana side and found these Hae people and were afraid, so they went on to Oahu and Kauai. Both on Kauai and on Maui, dogs were taken out to fight Alapainui, and they were still there in Kahekili's time. Some were in his army. They lived in the sand hills and they had mystical power of the demigods, Kupua, in the form of big war dogs. These dog people still appear on Maui in the procession of spirits known as Marchers of the Night. They look like other human beings but have tails like a dog. A Hawaiian will not touch a dog of the hairless variety, it represents an Olo. About Pearl Harbor on Ava Beach, supposed to be the place at which human beings first landed on Oahu, many caves of the Olo, Kalu'olo, are to be seen. In Honolulu there used to be a pit called Hole of the Olo near where Palm Drive enters King Street, into which an Olo disappeared who was being pursued. These Olo were human beings, they were born in the day. Olo, or Hae people, were hence a well-recognized class in old days, skilled in wrestling and bone-breaking, lua, and with hairless bodies. It is said that they used to pull out their hair and smear their bodies with oil in order to give no hold to an antagonist. Legend represents them as professional robbers or even with man-eating habits, who used to station themselves at a narrow pass along the highway and kill and rob travelers. Many such robber stations are pointed out today. Mekua, one of the most western valleys in Waianae, is a traditional haunt on Oahu. Here Moikeha-La met two robber women who were professional bone breakers. Similar Olo legends occur on Maui and Hawaii. Legends of Olo. Kapukahana, after killing the Kupua Kalai Hina who has terrorized the island of Maui, goes on to Oahu to challenge the hairless cannibal, Olo, of Hanakapiai. Finding himself unable to overcome the Olo in wrestling, he pretends friendship and gathers men to burn him while asleep in his grass house. The Olo overhears the plot and, making a hole in the top of the house, crawls into a tree, then begins eating the men until he comes to Kapukahana, who grapples with him and eventually kills him and sets up his bones to hang gourds upon. Kapwayuhi, an Olo of Olae, uses his two strong daughters to decoy travelers to his cave, where he has a stone, or, as most say, a beam, which he causes to fall and kill the traveler as he enters. Finally, two cousins of a plundered man are successful in setting upon and killing the daughters, then the old man himself, whom they leave in the cave. Some say that he lies there yet, but since the death of the Olo no one has been able to raise the stone, or beam. On the shore road toward Kaiu district just out of Kalapana is a spot where the lava rock is contorted as if by a great struggle. A famous robber used to live in a cave above this road with his two daughters. He hides himself along the road and the daughters watch from the cave. If many people are coming together along the road they signal, high tide. But when a single traveler comes along they give the sign for, low tide, and the Olo drops a great tree upon the man, thus disabling him, and then kills and robs him. Uma, a dwarf skilled in the art of bone breaking, lives at Pueweu in Kohala in the days of Kamehameha I. On a journey through the country, which is at that time infested by robbers, he repels every attack by his swiftness and skill. Similar conditions seem to have prevailed among the Maori. Moko is a robber chief who establishes himself in a cave beside the highway traveled by those who trade up and down the coast. Finally he kills the brother of the chief Tutiiwai mate and the chief goes with a body of men to avenge the dead, but Moko takes advantage of his chivalrous warning to give an unexpected thrust which kills the avenger. Among dogmen represented as overthrowing the chief of a district and terrorizing the country. The most famous is the cannibal dogman Cope who overthrew the government of Kahanaiakuakua, reared by the gods, and ruled the land from Nuuanu to the sea. Cope lives at Lihu on Oahu. He never attacks a high chief but eats some of the people both of Oahu and Maui. At last he crosses over to Hawaii and brings back a chief's son to sacrifice in the heiau at Lihu. The father follows to Oahu and consults Kahelona, the great kahuna at the heiau of Kahiki just below the hill called today Pacific Heights, which was built by the Menehune and which becomes under Kahelona the center for the Moo Kahuna class of priests. That is, for Kilo Kilo who read the signs of earth and sky and sea. This kahuna teaches the chief from Hawaii the prayer to recover his son, which runs. O Ku. O Lono. O Kanaloa. By the power of the gods, by the strength of this prayer. Save us too, save us too. The prayer unfastens the boy's fetters and father and son flee and hide under a rock at Mauna Loa while Cope goes on to look for them on Hawaii. The father learns the prayer for killing an enemy, and overcomes Cope on Hawaii. The story resembles one told locally of the heiau of Wahala in Puna district on Hawaii. The smoke from the altar at Wahaula is regarded as the shadow cast by the god of the heiau and hence to cross through the smoke is sacrilege. A young chief, forgetful of the tapu, allows himself to be touched by the smoke and is accordingly seized and sacrificed and his bones thrown into the bone pit. His spirit comes in dream to his father, who is the high chief of Kaiu, and the father sets out at once to recover his son's bones. After first encountering and killing the Olo who slays travelers along the sea road out of Kalapana, he arrives at the heiau. As the spirits dance at night, he recognizes and seizes the spirit of his son, who points out to him where the bones are to be found. Some say that the father restores his son to life, others that he merely gives the bones a proper burial. As a ghost god resting in the clouds stretched over the mountaintops of the Ko'olau range on Oahu, Cope's spirit body is today confused with legends of a dog-like creature called Poki, spotted or brindled in color and very long in body, who guards a certain section outside Honolulu, although he may appear at other places. Some say it is the spirit of the old chief Baki who in 1829 filled 2 ships for the sandalwood trade and sailed away and never came back, but the legend is doubtless much older. Travelers report having seen the creature and having made a long detour to avoid it. It sometimes appears as a form in the clouds, either resting or in motion. A foreigner reports seeing, as he was entering Monolua Valley from Honolulu just as the moon was rising, a shapeless white form, a mist, convulsed with movement, which passed over the treetops from the Ko'olau range. Preceded as it came by, the wailing of dogs, and followed as it passed by, a death-like stillness. Both the shape-shifting hogman Kamapuae and the dogman Kuilioloa, together with the spirit forms of Cope and Poki, are in some way connected with those signs in the sky called oila which the Hawaiians worshipped. Believing that the animal shapes in such clouds could be used to foretell the movements of chiefs descended from their Kupua ancestors because denoting the presence of their Aumakua protectors in the heavens. Kamikau says of the dogman Kuilioloa, Ku Long Dog, that Lono Kaehu came to Oahu from Kahiki with his great dog Kuilioloa to seek his brother. He pierced the hill Kaneho'olani at Kualoa, cleft Kahuku and Kahipa apart, and broke Kapaliho'okuai at Kailua. He found his brother in the heiau at Pala near Kwon at Waialua and took him back to Kahiki. The heiau named is the ancient heiau Kapukapuakea said to have been built by Menehune out of kaula wood. The heiau of Lonoakuahu, Lono Kaehu, at Kihu is said to have worked with that of Kapukapuakea, and at Kainilio at the lighthouse point stood the heiau of Kuilioloa. Kulong Dog is described as a dog with a human body and supernatural power, a great soldier and famous warrior, who terrorizes Kahiki. His wives betray him to Kamapuae and the hogman conquers him by stuffing his own supernatural plant bodies between the gaping jaws of the dog and eating his inwards. That is, by performing the common folktale trick of allowing himself to be swallowed by a monster and then cutting his way out. The contest follows directly that with Lono Kaiicho, elsewhere described as the dog's master. In the Kaulu legend the fight with Lono Kaiicho, the stone god, is similarly followed by an attack upon a dangerous kupua of Kualoa who waylays and kills travelers at the narrow pass about Kaoio Point. Kaulu lifts the kupua and dashes him down, breaking his body into bits, one of which forms the rock islet Moikeha-La just off Kualoa. The kupua is evidently not a rat as the story says, but the great dog of Lono, and the islet Moikeha-La, little moo, by adding elided sounds and transposing, becomes Mak, Elio, Dog Island. The part played by the kupua as a waylayer of travelers classing him unquestionably with the dogmen or olo of other stories. Kuilioloa passes into legend as the man-eating dog of Hina, whom travelers fear, in the Wahanui legend, and in that of Kaulu as the monster whom Kaulu tears into bits with his hands, hence dogs are small today. Although these encounters take place on an ocean voyage, it may be significant that Kane and Kanaloa, whom Wahanui voyages to tread upon, are represented in Hawaiian tradition as gods dwelling at Waolani on Oahu, the same island upon which is localized the Lono Kaehu legend. Kuilioloa, as the great dog of Hina, is also connected with the Pele cycle of romances. The foster parents of Kuahiwela, Hot Fire, send Kuilioloa in the shape of a dog to the rolling island to save the girl from the wrath of her older sister, and he loses both ears and tail in the fight and goes to live on Kauai. Namako Kahai, the analogous figure in the Akalenwieku legend to the chiefess of the rolling island, has a guardian dog Moila who is reduced to ashes when he touches Aukele. In the Laikawai romance, Iwohikupua, a chief of Kauai, brings his kupua dog Kalahumoku to fight against the Moo guardian of Paliuli named Kihanuilulumoku, and the dog runs home stripped, like Ahiwela's pet, of both ears and tail finally. Kuili o Loa, a girl of fire, is the fifth child born to Kanehunamoku and his wife in Kwaihalani. A somewhat similar story to that of Kuilioloa is told in Tonga among the adventures of Muni of the Tornai. Muni comes to Fiji and finds the people harassed by a being part man and part god, and wrestles with him in the cave where he lives until both fall dead. In another version, a man-eating dog lives in a cave and terrorizes the people into giving up a man daily. The king's daughter is about to be sacrificed when Muni appears, takes her place, and slays the monster, this last evidently a foreign turn to the story. See also Kailat's version where Maui kills the great cannibal dog of Fiji. In Samoa, one of Maui Tiiti's feats is the slaying of a big red dog. The Maori are said to know two varieties of native dogs, one, generally regarded as sacred, with soft white hair and traced to the Pomeranian breed found on the shores of the Baltic, the other larger with coarse short hair and very strong. Of Asiatic pariah breed. The legendary dog Mohorengi is left to guard the steep rock island of Wango Kino when Tarawada made it sacred for his reptiles. Panyuiohine goes with her father to help kindle fire in order to remove the tapu on this island but forgets to veil her eyes and is hence turned to stone. Women today fear to go near this island and strangers veil their eyes lest they see the dog Mohorengi. In a Dobu story, a monster dog acts as the savior of the land by slaying an ogre and his wife who have devastated the country. A woman digs the dog out of a heap of rubbish and the inhabitants return and give him a wife to tame him down. He is believed still to roam the country. Another famous dog kupua of Hawaiian story is Pupulanalina, a great thief and runner of Waipio Valley who can take the shape of a yellow dog and thus provide his master with all possible good things. He is finally engaged to steal for the chief the famous conch shell called Kihapiu, or Puana, which has been stolen from its place in a heiau on Oahu by the spirits of the valley. The place is still shown along the road leading down into Waipio where the spirit, Ipa, beings lived who disturbed the chief's repose with their eerie sounding of the sacred conch. And a shell called Kihapiu has been handed down by Kamehameha kings and is now preserved in the Bishop Museum, a small piece broken from it serving to motivate an incident which has since been incorporated into the legend. A. Westervelt version. Kupuni is brought up in the heiau of Pakalana in Waipio. Two gods, Kakao and Kauhualu, look down into the valley and see him practicing the art of leaping, and they cut off a part of his body to make him lighter, teach him to fly, and take him with them overseas to Kauai. There they hear the sound of the Kihapiu at Waolani, the voice of Kihapiu calls Kauai, is the saying. Flying across from Kauai to Oahu, Kupuni waits until the guards are asleep, then flies into the heiau and steals the Kihapiu and hides it under the waves until he can reach the heiau on Hawaii where live the Ipa beings to whom it is entrusted. The bones of Kupuni are worshipped as a god at Kaualoa. Kihalulumoku has set a tapu, which is broken by the continual blowing of the conch by the gods on the plateau above. In the meantime the dogman Pupulanalina has joined a new master who is a great awa drinker, and is sent to steal awa from the chief's tapu crop. The dog is traced and the chief agrees to pardon both man and master if the dog is cunning enough to steal the conch Kihapiu from its new owners. B. Fornander version. The dog Pupulanalina is a clever thief living at Puako on Hawaii. When his new master goes fishing he finds the dog eating the fish as fast as he pulls them up. The master promises him pardon if he will bring him awa from the chief Hakau's tapu crop. This the dog achieves, until he is followed and both master and dog brought before the chief. Hakau promises them their lives if the dog will bring him the puana, trumpet, which the spirits living above Waipio blow every night, disturbing the chief's sleep. See, Kalakaua version. The Kihapiu is owned by Kihalulumoku in Waipio Valley and if properly blown can control the hosts of the gods. Its sound is like weird music and if blown during battle it repeats the cries and groans of conflict. It was Lono, as god of sound, who gave it this power by blowing into it. The Kihapiu is stolen by a band of spirit beings under their leader Ika, Iku, and carried away to Waimea on Kauai and thence to Oahu to a place in the neighborhood of Waolani. A rival places a magic mark upon the shell in the shape of a cross, PEA, which takes away its power of sound. A kahuna tells Ika that the shell will not sound again except on Hawaii. On the way thither the shell is chipped by the waves and the sign lost. Above Waolani the spirit band blow the shell once more and Kiha engages the dog Papulanalina to steal it back from Ika. D. Emerson version. Kane and his companions revel all night above Waipio and blow blasts upon their conch shells which prevent the proper observance of religious ceremonies. Until the chief Liloa sends the clever thief Papulanalina to steal the Kiha away from Kane, and this puts an end to the reveling. Emerson prints a hula on the subject, part of which reads: Meha na pali o Waipio. A kukani mau o Kiha. E ono ol ka awa a kueliai. I kukani mau o Kiha. Mo ol kona po o ka holo. Uluhua, a uluhua. I ka mea nana I huli aloa. I kila kupua ino I ka pali. Olali la, a olali. Wearisome the cliffs of Waipio. With the constant sounding of the Kiha. Ineffective is the chief's awa. With the constant sounding of the Kiha. The chief cannot sleep all winter. Vexed and worried. With the search for someone who will find that cursed kupua on the cliff. Where it gleams there. 25. The Moikeha-La migration. From Ulu and Nanaulu, sons of Kiai, 12th in succession from Wakea and Papa, all high chief families count descent. Haikapaloa, as well as the Wahanui and Kaikipania families of early legend, belong to the Nanala line. The important Moike family is, according to Kamikau, the first of that line from whom men today trace ancestry. Their contemporaries are the Paumakua of Oahu, the Kuhialani of Hawaii, Puna of Kauai, Hua of Maui, and the Kamawawa of Molokai. To the Ulu line belongs the late migration of chiefs introduced by Paao to the island of Hawaii, from whom most families of that island trace descent. Both legends, that of Paao and that of Moike, are believed to have bearing upon early colonization of the Hawaiian group from North Tahiti. The coming of Moike and his sons to the Hawaiian group is dated sometime between the 11th and 12th centuries. Their descendants are supposed to have occupied the whole of Oahu and spread to the islands of Kauai, Maui, and Molokai, and hence, some say, the differences in speech and custom between these islands and Hawaii. Of the three sons of Moike, Mulialialiai who inherited his father's lands on the south side of the island of Oahu, Konui who settled the western end of the island, and Kalahenui who took the north side. It is the children of the first about whom legends are told today. Of the three sons of Mulialialiai, Kumuhonua, Moika, and Alapana, it is the firstborn, Kumuhonua, who succeeds to his father's lands. Kamikau asserts that the two younger brothers, Moika and Alapana, make a sea attack upon him and are defeated and taken captive, together with Lae. However this may be, the Kumuhonua line of Oahu ruling chiefs ends with Haka. With Melekakahi, who succeeds Haka, the Moika branch is established as the ruling line. Legend of Moika-Alapana. Alapana settles in Waipio on Hawaii and Luyukia, granddaughter of Haikapaloa of Kohala, becomes his wife. They are driven out by a flood and retire to Kahiki where some say Moika is living, others that he was with Alapana in Waipio. Moika becomes infatuated with Luyukia and Alapana raises no objections. But a rival suitor, Mua, who cannot win her favor, pretends to her that Moika is defaming her publicly, and she will have nothing more to do with Moika. The chief therefore leaves his lands under the care of Alapana and paddles away in a canoe manned by companions whose names, as recorded, are perpetuated as place names on the Hawaiian group. His canoes beach on the island of Kauai, at Waimahanauua, in Kapaa in Wailua. The pretty daughters of the chief Puna are out surfing. They take Moika for their husband and he succeeds at Puna's death to his father-in-law's lands. Moika's son Ho'okamaliai settles at Ava on Oahu, Halanuiaikia remains on Kauai, Kila goes to Hilo, Hawaii. Other sons named are Umalahu, Kaelia, Kukaihoyu, Laukapalala. His two wives are Ho'opoekamalani and Hina, but both names may belong to a single woman, and sweetheart in the trade wind may be a chant name for the Hina who appears on the Nanaulu genealogy as wife of Moika and mother of Ho'okamalai, who succeeds his father. On the journey from the south, the party touches first at the easternmost point of Hawaii, and the younger brothers of Moika, Kumukahi and Haihai, remain at Puna. The Kahunas Mo'okini and Kaluawilina make their home at Kohala. Honuaula lands in Hana on Maui, the sisters Makapu'u and Makaawa land on Oahu, where Kila visits them when he sails after Lae, and Hayaka claims Makupu'u as relative in ghost form on her journey about Oahu. The rest of the party go on to Kauai. These include the paddlers Kapahi and Moana Ikaiu, the sailing master Kipunui Iakamau, with his mate, especially skilled in maneuvering a canoe by backing water. The spy Kakakamunolia, with his mate, who goes later as pilot with Kila to Kahiki, and the foster son of Moika, the chanter Kamawalio, child of the flying spray. Between Lanai and Molokai, Moika has joined to his company a kupua called Kakaku Hanui, strong-chested Kakaka, who has such long legs he can steady a canoe as he stands in the water and can stay underwater for a long time without breathing. It is he who, on the return voyage with Kila, wins a match in a diving contest with the tide Kupua Kuomiki in Kuoka by staying underwater 10 nights and 2 to their 10 nights. The fine chant calling upon Moika to make his home in Hawaii is supposed to have been composed by Kamawalio as the canoe first sighted land, some say at South Cape in Kau District, others off the Hilo coast. Eia Hawaii, Himoku, Hikanaka. Hikanaka Hawaii. Hikanaka Hawaii. Hikama na Kahiki. Hipua Alii Mai Kapahu. Mai Mo'olunuia Kea Kanaloa. Himupuna na Kahiko, Laua o Kapulanakau. Here is Hawaii, an island, a man. Hawaii is a man indeed. Hawaii is a man. A child of Tahiti. A royal offspring from Kapahu. From Mo'olunuia Kea of Kanaloa. A grandchild of Kahiko and Kapulanakau. It was Papa who bore him. The daughter of Kukalani'ehu and Kahakiue Koko. The island offspring from a single group. Set evenly from east to west. As if spread out in a row. And joined onto Hulani. Kaelia the seer journeyed about the land. Separated Nuuawa, landed on Palapala. Kahiko is the rootstock of the land. He divided up and separated the islands. The fishline of Kahai is broken, cut by Kukanaloa. The lands are divided into sections, into districts. Divided by the sacred bamboo knife of Kanaloa. Haumea is the bird sailing to Kahiki. Moika is the chief who dwells there. My chief dwells in Hawaii. He lives. He lives. The chief lives and the kahuna. The soothsayer lives and the slave. He dwells on Hawaii and is at rest. He grows to old age on Kauai. Kauai is the island. Moika is the chief. Legend of Kila and Eleamei Kahiki. Moika wishes to summon from Kahiki a certain Lae, sacred one, of peculiarly high rank, either a son or adopted son, left behind at the time of the migration to Hawaii. The object seems to be to ensure the transportation of his bones back to Kahiki at his death. He tests his sons to see which will have endurance for the voyage to Kahiki. Kila's toy boat made out of a ti leaf passes directly between the father's legs, the other boys' boats miss the mark. The boys are jealous and try to trap Kila away to a dart-throwing contest in order to make away with him, but the father will not allow it. Before the expedition starts, Kila proposes to take a god along with him to protect him from his brothers, and the brothers are afraid to accompany him. On the journey to Kahiki, Kila first visits the members of Moika's company who have settled on other islands, and at each stop there ensues a repetitive dialogue. Who are you? Kila of the uplands, Kila of the lowlands, Kila born of the woman of the trade winds, the child of Moika. Is Moika then alive? He is alive. What kind of life is he living? Dwelling at ease on Kauai where the sun rises and sets. Where the surf of Makaiwa curves and bends, by the changing blossoms of the kukui of Puna, by the broad waters of Waialua. He will live on Kauai and die on Kauai. What is the journey of the chief for? A journey to seek a chief. What chief? Laima Kahiki. Kila goes on to Kahiki, stopping first at a place called Mo'ulanuia Ke'aiki to get a food supply from his uncle Kupohihai the Rat Man, then greeting his aunt Luyukia, and finally ascending to Lani Keha at Mo'ulanuia Kea to find Lae. Kamawalil advises his consulting the aged priestess Kuhele Palani. She tells him that when he hears the beating of Moika's drum Hawaiiloa from the mountains of Kapahu where Lae is in hiding under Tapu, he must sacrifice a man on the altar of Lani Keha. Then go up with her to the heiau and hide himself inside while she, as a woman, remains outside, and when his brother comes to strike the drum and the priests line up and begin chanting, then he must address Lae and give Moika's message. Kila obeys these instructions and Lae obeys the message. By the sound of the drum beating off Kauai, Moika is made aware of Lae's coming. Moika tests his 3 sons to see which one is ablest for a journey to Kahiki. Kila's toy boat strikes his father's navel and by this sign Moika knows that he will excel the others. Moika later fits out a canoe and sends Kila to avenge him upon his enemies in Kahiki. On the journey the long-breathed man Kakakuhanui saves him from the tide Kupua who would drag the canoe to the bottom. At a neighboring island to Kahiki lives Kane Pohihai, a rat woman who is Moika's aunt. Kila finds her blind and roasting bananas, makes himself known, and is told that the chiefs are all dead, Kawawakai being the last of them, but Kila knows that Lae is still there, guarded by Hui and Meal. He is in need of food and his aunt in rat form nibbles the rope which releases the food that Makalii has drawn up in a net out of reach. At the Tapu harbor of the main island, Mua, the lover of Luyukia who caused Moika's withdrawal, comes down to meet the canoe and, finding in Kila a man handsome enough to beguile Luyukia, whom he still hopes to win, determines to use him as a lure. For Luyukia, although her husband Alapana has dropsy and cannot enjoy her favors himself, has refused all lovers since Moika left her. Kila pretends to accept the plot but has Mua killed. His warriors then defeat those of Makalii, although half their size. He himself gives their leader such a blow that Makalii lies stunned long enough to cook an oven of food, then picks himself up and returns, up above, where he remains until his death and never shows himself on earth again. Kila ascends, greeted by the wailings of the former people of the land, until he comes to Moika's ancient house, built with posts of kaula wood and battens of birds' bones, but now empty and overgrown with weeds. One by one the guards come to life as he enters. He goes to sleep on Moika's couch. Luyukia enters and, seeing his resemblance to Moika, embraces him, allows him to untie the cord with which she has been bound against the approach of men, and the two become lovers. The mission to Lae is omitted in this romantic version. Kila is named in memory of Luyukia and is more beloved by Moika than any of his brothers. Moika hence instructs Kila in the art of navigation and the knowledge of the stars and makes him leader of an expedition to Kahiki after Lae. His place is on the high platform between the canoes while the 2 older brothers manage the canoes. The canoe calls at Waianae to acquaint Moika's former companion of the life the chief is living. At Kahiki, Alapana is high chief and Luyukia chiefess. Lae is the heir. The land is rich and people are living at ease. Alapana refuses to let Lae go until after he himself is dead, then he may go to Moika. On the return of the expedition, Kila settles at Hilo, Ho'okamaliai at Ava on Oahu, Halanayakia on Kauai, and from all 3 descend chiefs and commoners of these islands. Legend of Kila and his jealous brothers. Laemaikahiki returns to Kahiki after Moika's death and Kila becomes ruling chief of Kauai. The brothers are jealous and entice him away on an expedition to Waipio after their father's bones, which have been left hidden in the cliff of Hina. They abandon him there and tell their mother at home that the canoe was upset, Kila seized by a shark, and the bones lost. He passes in Waipio as a slave, but often when he climbs Pohuku after firewood a rainbow accompanies him and the priest of the temple of Pakalana suspects his rank. When he is accused of eating tapu food, he flees to this temple. The ruling chief adopts him under the name of Lina and makes him land agent. It is he who devises the system of working a certain number of days for the chief. He is beloved for his industry. In the time of Hua there is a famine. His brother Kaelia comes from Kauai after food. Kila has him thrown into prison until he will confess the whole truth, but saves him from death. The mothers and brothers are summoned. When the mothers learn the truth they say the brothers must die. Kila intercedes and all are reconciled. The mothers are given the rule over Kauai and Kila remains in Waipio. Later he goes to Kahiki with Laemai Kahiki to deposit Moika's bones. Legend of Laemai Kahiki's triplet sons. Lae is received on Kauai by Moika and his kahuna Paloa Hilani. He settles at Kahiki Nui on Maui but, finding it too windy, removes to the west coast of Kaholawe, whence he sails back to Kahiki. His principal place of residence is at Kualoa on Oahu. Here he has 3 wives, daughters of 3 chiefs of this region, all of whom give birth on the same night. Hoakanui Kapuahilu, daughter of Lonokaehu, chief of Kualoa, is the mother of Lalialae, Walina from Kaalaia, of Ahukini, Mano from Kaneohe, of Kokona. Mano's child came last, but when she heard that the other wives had given birth she used energetic means to hasten her child's arrival and hence her name of Mano who slapped her abdomen, Manoopupai Pai. A chant, from Kamehameha's day, records the incident. Ahukai, the father, Lae, the son. Lae, Lae, Laemai Kahiki the chief. Ahukini son of Lae. Kokona son of Lae. Lali son of Lae. The triple canoe, triplets, of Laemakahiki. The sacred firstborn sons of Lae. Who were born on the same day. Tradition of Laemai Kahiki and the hula drum. A. It is Laemai Kahiki who introduces image worship in the shape of the figure Lonoai Kawaliai and the coconut fiber rope called Lanalanawae. He is most famous as the bringer of the keek drum and the hula dance to Hawaii. When the people hear the noise of the drum and the nose flute as his canoe passes the coast of Hawaii they say, it is the canoe of the god Kupulupulu, Laka, and bring offerings. B. Lae sails with a company consisting of his kahuna Kukaikupulo, his astronomer Kukio Ho'omehameha, his diviner, Luhau Kapua, his seer Maula, his drummer Kupa, and 40 men to handle the canoes. They pass to the left of Hawaii and sail north past Maui and Molokai sounding the drum over the sea. A certain man named Haikumalama hears the strange sound from the Oahu coast at Hanauma Bay and follows the canoe along the shore, beating out the notes on his breast to get the rhythm, and repeating the drummer's chant. When the canoe beaches at Kawahokamano in Waihakalua, he pretends, in order to get a good look at it, that the drum is well known on Oahu, and then makes an exact copy of his own. The names of Alapana and Luyukia in the Moikeha-La legend for relatives of Moika left behind in Kahiki make it probable that the Moika family migrated from the northwestern of the 3 land divisions into which Old Tahiti was divided. That is, from the Oropae, Alapana, division dominated by the powerful Oropae family. Punaoi'a is the chief district, through which runs the Great Valley of Punariu, a name found also on Hawaii. Maueulanuia Kea as the former name for the land division on the north now called Taharae suggests the Mo'ulanuia Kea of the Kila story. Taputapuadia is a great Mary temple at Opoa on Areaiadia. The Oropae were a rugged family of warriors whose name appears far up the line of descent of the Pomer family. Later they retreated into the mountains before invading peoples. Lizards, Moo, were their family gods and lowering clouds lying with fringed edges on the horizon are called after the fork-tailed lizard. Tipa, whose shadow on earth was a species of lizard, was the healing god of sickness and disease of the Oropae chiefs. In myth there is an Oropae, god of ocean, son of Tumanui in Papraharaha. The man-of-war bird is his shadow, the whale his messenger. In chant it is said that he lies with head upwards when the breezes come. The white foaming breakers are his jaws. He swallows whole persons and fleets of people. He does not spare princes. Luyukia is not mentioned in Tahitian genealogies, but in Maori tradition Tutii Korapanga and Rukusha his wife, Alapana and Luyukia in Hawaiian, appear on the royal genealogy relating to the period of occupation of the Society Islands. The names of Korapanga and Rukusha occur in Tongareva as two adjacent islands on the north side of the lagoon. Rukusha introduces culture elements. Be ye girded with the mat of Rukusha, says a Maori chant, and again, be ye tattooed after the manner of Rukusha. Irapanga is said by the Maori to have migrated with his children and subtribes to Oahu, and hence originated the people of Hawaii, Maui, and other islands. To reach it they sail northeast from Taviti Nui. They name the big island Hawaii-Karangi, and this is the old name for the Hawaiian group. From here they migrate to Rangiatia, Araiatia, and Rarotonga. The Maori call Lanai, Maui Pe, Molokai, Maui Taka. In Hawaii the introduction of the bark cloth skirt of 5 thicknesses commonly worn by women is ascribed to Luyukia, as well as the network cover used for water gourds and for the lashings of the outrigger of a canoe. Supposed to be wrought after the pattern of the protection with which her thighs were bound against the approach of lovers after her quarrel with Moika. So sacred is such a form of canoe lashing that death is the penalty for intruding while the work is being done. According to one story, the house of separation set up between Kauahi and Waimea while she and Alapana were living at Waipio, to which she retired during her monthly periods, was a novelty in Hawaii. Waiawea, a man of prominence in Waimea who followed her there, had never heard of the tapu for women at this time. A cave is pointed out in Hina district on Maui where Luyukia is said to have taught tapa beating to the women of Hina. The cave goes by the name of Hano Luyukia, work of Luyukia, the longa representing a profession carried on, rather than incidental labor. Hawaiian legend links Luyukia with the Haikapaloa family of Kohala on Hawaii, but some say she belongs to Tahiti and not to the Hawaiian group. In the Hinakalo romance she is a relative of Hinakalo belonging to Waipio or to Hamakua district, who adopts Hinakalo's child, brings him up as a waif, and later makes him her husband. In the Ualekahau romance she is daughter of Alapana at Wailua on Kauai and takes as husband her cousin, who comes to her from Hawaii in the form of a fish but with the marks of a chief. An incomplete story from a school composition makes her the daughter of Hamau and Hulia of Puako, South Kohala, and wife of Kamoahu on Oahu. When her young brother Makahi comes to visit her and wins a betting contest in spear throwing with Kaiai of Oahu, Luyukia's husband takes him for a former lover of his wife and insults him. All these stories agree in making Luyukia the heroine of a love affair with a young husband, which makes trouble with her first husband or an older relative. About the name of Alapana also certain traditions persist in Hawaii. He is said to have been afflicted with dropsy. After Moika's departure one version has it that as ruler of Molonuiakea he makes himself so beloved that Moika's uncle sends him away and he emigrates to the Hawaiian group. He is said to have brought there the style of tattooing and to have enforced the tapu system. Some say there are 3 different Alapana chiefs mixed up in Hawaiian story, one belonging to Tahiti, another to the legend of Moika, a third to the Kamapua'a legend. In one romance, that of Uelekeka, Alapana is the older brother of Ku and Hina at Wailua, Kauai. Alapana and Ku quarrel and Ku, followed by his sister Hina, settles at Paihonua, Hilo, Hawaii. In the romance of Kueomelemele, when Ku has an affair within one of the large islands of the heavens, his wife Hina is taken by Alapana and their child is adopted by Ku and Hailei. Here again the woman seems to be the wife of 2 brothers. 26. Hawaiiloa and Paao migrations. The story of Hawaiiloa, called also Kukauai Hawaii, belongs to the Kumuhonua legend and recounts the peopling of the group from the south under 4 brothers, sons of Aniani Kalani, named Ki, Kanaloa, La Kapu, and Hawaiiloa. Ki peoples Tahiti, Bora Bora, Huahain, Tahia, Araiatia, and Emoria. Kanaloa peoples Nukuhiwa, Wapu, Tawata, Hiweoa, and the rest of the Marquesas. His wife comes from the man-eating Tiohi, and hence come the man-eaters of Nuuiʻaua, Fiji, Farapra, Pomotu, and the islands west. Hawaiiloa peoples the Hawaiian group, of which there were at that time but the two islands, Hawaii and Maui, but later the other islands rose out of the sea. A. Fornander version. Hawaiiloa is born on the east coast of Kainakaimelemelea, land of the Yellow Sea of Cane. He makes long fishing excursions, sometimes of months at a time, with his chief navigator Maikaʻi, Eyes of the Chief, who is an expert in star lore, Kilohoku. And on one of these they steer east and find a fertile land where coconuts and awa grow. Some time after their return he migrates to this land with his family and a great following, but as he alone takes his wife and children, the whole Hawaiian race is descended from the one stock. From time to time he voyages south to bring back mates for his children out of his brother Ki's family. He brings Ki's oldest son Tunuiaiatuatua as husband for his favorite daughter Oahu, and their son Tunuiatia is born at Keauhou on Hawaii and the district of Puna named for the father's district, Punauia, in Tahiti. He brings Teariaitanoroa, double-bodied, from Tahiti to become a wife for Tunuiatia. Koaliamewalani, Kauai, is their son, from whom the Kona people are descended. The son and grandson of Tunuiatia, Kuliaialia and Kumilie, are born in Tahiti, but the great-grandson Eliluolani or Kuliaiku is born on Hawaii. Kaupaliai is his wife. From a child of Eliluolani and a chief brought from Tahiti named Teariaiapa, perhaps Up, are said to spring the Kohala people. Hawaiiloa's wife Hualalai bears her last child Hamakua and is buried on the mountain of Hawaii that bears her name. Hawaiiloa discovers on one of his visits south that his brother Ki has abandoned the family gods Ku, Kane, and Lono and taken the man-eating god Kuahailo as his god. He therefore passes a law called Papa Nina that communication shall be shut off with the islands to the south. He sails northwest with Iao as his guiding star and lands in the country of the people with slanting eyes, travels west and north over the land, and brings back some white men and marries them to native women. He voyages to Kapakapa'a to teach his son Kunuiakea navigation and brings back two men whom he places under his young son Kauai as land stewards over the two rock islets of Lehua and Nihoa off Kauai, called after their names. From Hawaiiloa's son Kunuiakea spring the high chiefs with the strict tapu, Weloalii, from Maikaʻi spring the commoners, Welo Kanaka. The kahunas belong to the chief class. In the time of Kunuiakea comes Tahiti Nui, a grandchild of Ki, from Tahiti, lands at the southwest point of Kahoolawe, Kalai Kahiki, and settles East Maui, hence the name Kahiki Nui for a district of Maui. Thus the descendants of Ki and Hawaiiloa people the whole group. B. Kepalino version. Hawaii Nui is a fisherman from lands adjoining Kahiki Honuakele. He knows the sea called Sea where the fish run, O Kaihaloakai, which used to lie where these islands now lie. He sailed from Kahiki Honuakele and discovered these islands, first Kauai, then Oahu, then the Maui group, then Hawaii, which he named after himself. The other islands he named after his children, and various land divisions after his 8 navigators who sailed with him, of whom Maikaʻi was chief. To return to Kahiki they sailed west guided by the star Hokuloa. See, Thrum version. After the chief's first visit to the Hawaiian group he returns to seek his brothers, whom he has left in the south, and finding his brother Ki in Kahiki he brings Ki's firstborn son Tunuiaiatiatua to be a husband for his favorite daughter Oahu. Their child Kunuiakea is born at Keauhou in Puna on the island of Hawaii, a place named after Tunui's birthplace in Punauia in Tahiti. This child becomes a chief of the highest rank and from his line are descended the high chiefs, Hoalii, of these islands. Another grandchild of Ki called Tahiti Nui settles upon East Maui, from whom the district of Kahiki Nui is named. This Tunuiaiatiatua is probably to be equated with Kahanaiakuakua, the adopted of the gods, of Oahu story, who is brought up in Waolani by Kane and Kanaloa, marries on Hawaii, and becomes ruling chief over the island of Oahu with the Mu, Wa, and Menehune people as his servants. The names of certain families of chiefs survive out of this early period of intercourse with the South Seas, before migration legends to Hawaii begin to take on the color of actual history. The Wahanui family of Oahu is one of these. The Kamauaua family of Molokai is another. The Pele migration and the coming of the gods, Kane and Kana Loa, perhaps belong rather to myth than legend, nevertheless they have their migration story and belong to the early period. Haikapaloa of Hawaii has a definite place in early tradition. The Kikipaenea family of Kauai is represented by a riddling chief of early fame whose legend has been written out at length by a Hawaiian compiler under the name of Kalani Aliailoa, the great heavenly chief. Place names, chants, and ritual allusions, as well as family genealogies, unite to give these names traditional significance in spite of the fabulous nature of the legends to which they are attached. Of Makalii, the chief navigator of Hawaiiloa in the Kumuhonua legend of the settling of the group, from whom are said to have descended the class of commoners, Welo Kanaka, as distinguished from the chiefs, Welo Alii, represented by the family of Hawaiiloa, no connected legend is told. In the mythical story of Kaulu, Makalii is represented as the seer of Kane and Kanaloa, to whose place in the heavens messengers resort in order to make use of his powers of divination, and who is completely bullied into submission by the terrible Kaulu. In the Aukele legend he is connected with the Pele family as uncle of Namako Kahai and is again worsted by the young hero, who flies up to the heavens to make the acquaintance of his wife's relatives without waiting for her to give them warning of his coming. The story includes a glowing description of the wife of Makalii. Her skin was as red as fire. On coming out of the house, her beauty would overshadow the rays of the sun, so that darkness would cover the land. The red rain would be seen approaching. The fog also, and after these things, then the fine rain, then the red water would flow and the lightning play in the heavens. After this, the form of Malanaikawahia would be seen coming along over the tips of the fingers of her servants, in all her beauty. The sun shone at her back and the rainbow was as though it were her footstool. As a settler on Hawaiian soil, Makalii is rather consistently connected with the island of Kauai. He is called a chief of Waimea on the Moike line, and Nekapulani, wife of the chief Manokalanipa, after whom the name Kauaio Manokalanipa was given to the island, is called his child, a Makalii. Kukalaniehu, Ku the heavenly blonde, the parent of Wakea's wife Papa, is said to be sixth in descent from Makalii. In the Kahui legend, Kinakwapuyu sails from Kauai with two fishermen whose names are constantly connected with Makalii, as in the string figure chant which runs. There are Iea and Paaplu, the fishermen of Makalii. They are whipping the long fish cord. In the legend of Kamapuae, Makalii appears as ruling chief over the island of Kauai, who is driven into the uplands by his invading nephew, just as, in the Moikeha-La legend, he is defeated and banished by his nephew Kila. His name is given to the month on the Hawaiian calendar, in which the food, plant, bears leaf, corresponding to our December or January when the sun turns north again. A season marked by the withering of the tender shoots of the ilima flower and the blossoming of the medicinal ko'olau. At this season the legendary Makalii prepared his land for planting, and because of his fame as an agriculturist the month was named in his honor. It was in the month of Makalii, says the chant, on a night when lightning flashed, that the chief Kauai was born. The chief from whom the island ruled over by Makalii is said to have taken its new name. According to the Hawaiiloa legend, the name of Makalii refers to his post as navigator, eyes of the chief. In the Kila story the name is derived from the pattern called little eyes of the net in which the plant foods of kahiki were drawn up out of reach of Kila's expedition. It is during the seasonal festival of the Makahiki that the symbolic scattering of edible plants from the net of Makalii takes place in order to decide the chances of the food supply for the coming year. Now the rat leaves the plains for the uplands and begins to nibble at the edible fern stalks, while the owl, thus deprived of its natural food, feeds upon berries, remarks Kepolino of the Makalii season. Something of this calendar meaning must enter into the legend of Maikale'i as mythical navigator and seer of the early settlers of the northwestern island of Kauai who, through his knowledge of the stars, regulated for them the planting season and foretold success in agriculture. Hawaiians call stars useful in such observations after the famous navigator. Not only is Aldebaran, traditional steering star for Hawaiiloa, named Maikale'i, but the Pleiades also are called the cluster of Maikale'i, Na Huehue Maikale'i, or nets of Maikale'i, Na Koko Maikale'i. Maikalei's rainbow-colored gourd net hangs above, Hui Koko a Maikale'i Kaua Luna, is the saying. Other stars are named the Bailers of Maikale'i, Na Ka o Maikale'i, the Wives of Maikale'i, Na Wahine o Maikale'i. The tradition of Maikale'i as the regulator of food plants may come from Tahiti, where the Pleiades are also called Matare'i. When these first sparkle in the horizon toward Orion's belt, Mir, in the twilight of evening, November 20th, the season of plenty begins, and it lasts until these stars descend below the horizon in the twilight of evening. In Mangaia, the appearance of Matariki about the middle of December above the eastern horizon at sunset marks the new year. The story says, the Pleiades were originally one star, and so brilliant that Tain was angry. He got Sirius and Aldebaran to help him, and pursued Matariki, who fled behind a stream. Sirius drained the waters dry and Tain flung Aldebaran and broke Matariki into 6 little pieces. In Samoa, Maika-Le'i is the descendant of Lu the Wanderer, or Circumciser, Si Luaniu, son of Luitiu, who weds the daughter of the Lord of Atafu north of Samoa. Le'i is swallowed by a fish and deified under the name of the Pleiades. Hence Atana, Loa, is half spirit, half man. In the legend of the settling of Manue, for children are offered to the sun, Le'i is swallowed by a fish and deified as the Pleiades, the other 3 reach and settle Manue, the sister as wife of its chief and mother of Luatongaloa, who became the first chief of Upolu. In Tonga, Mataliki probably refers to the Pleiades, says Kalakot. Rakahanga people worship the Pleiades. Mataliki is the principal god of Pukapuka. Pukapuka myth of Mataliki. When Maui fished up Tonga, some gods who lived undersea wandered in the air. One traveled to a rock which had emerged from the water at the place where Pukapuka now is, and saw a godlike man come from it, so he swam away and did not return. This man was Mataliki. To him therefore the island belonged, and he was a god. He found a wife at an island called Tongalaliva and they had 2 children, Timulivaka and Timatakaiate. Tongaloa gods were invited to build up the island but, fearing union with Samoa, the Pukapuka people asked them to stop building reefs. The western division of the channel which the sun made by stamping his foot, which marks the line of the taro beds, is called Timuliwenua, the back of the earth, the eastern division is Timatawenua, the front of the earth. Haikapaloa has a place in legend as traditional ruler of Kohala district on Hawaii corresponding to that of Maikale'i on Kauai. As an epithet attached to the names of Kane, Ku, and Lono it represents them as a joint godhead before heaven and earth were created, an event which, so far as Hawaiian legendary history is concerned, seems to have taken place on Oahu and may be ascribed to the introduction of Kane worship and the setting up of a kahuna class. The phrase Koali'i Haikapaloa is said to be equivalent to Almighty God. Taken by Haikapaloa, Le Maku la Haikapaloa, occurs in a chant of Kamehameha's day as a phrase for death. The place in Kohala where the Makahiki god was kept, on the way up from the present heiau of Emookini, is called Haikapaloa. It is to this earlier period of colonization and the spread of new ruling families with their rival gods that, according to some interpreters, such an allusion as this from the 4th era of the Kumalipo refers with its indication of a new line of chiefs and the establishment of a family which becomes a determining factor in Hawaiian genealogical history. Heap up the fire of Lae there. The ape plant from over the ocean. Those of the sea take to the land. Creep this way and that. The family of creepers multiply. The ancient line and the new intermingle. The new line becomes the genealogy of the chiefs. Their offspring become the best of the land. Fathomless, a deep darkness their rank. Cain of the night of deep darkness is born. Tradition ascribes to Paao the introduction of human sacrifice into the temple ritual, the walled heiau, and the red feather girdle as a sign of rank, all typical, says Handy, of late Tahitian culture and not found in Samoa. Other institutions ascribed to him are the Pulayuloyu tapu sign, the prostrating tapu, tapu mo or o, and the feather god Kaili. Some would call Paao rather than Laemaikahiki the introducer of image worship. Most of these things characterized the Areaiadia ritual. That Paao took his ideas from Tahiti is further indicated by reference to Vavavo and Upolu as places where he owned land, probably old districts so named in northern Tahiti in the Aharoa division of that island. And the name Ahaula, later called Wahaula, for the first heiau erected by his party on Hawaii suggests such a connection. Paao is said to have brought the Puhala, Pandanus, to Kohala. He brought soil from the hills and planted trees about the heiau, still standing, of Wahala, some of which seem to have survived to Fornander's day. Stones near the heiau of Emookini are pointed out today as Pao's canoe, his paddles, and fishhook, and the fields he cultivated are called the weeds of Paao, Namo o Paao, and left untouched for fear of storm. To him are ascribed those severities of religious observance which built up the power of chief and priest during this later period of migration from the south. The land was revolutionized and all the old kahunas were put to death during Pao's time, says Kepolino. Paao Migration Legend. A. Emerson version. The priest Paao and his older brother Lono Pele have a bitter quarrel. Lono Pele accuses Pao's son of stealing tapu food and Paao insists on cutting open his son's stomach to prove the accusation false. He broods over his son's death and builds a double canoe to leave for other lands. Lono Pele's son drums upon the canoes with his fingers while they are under tapu and Paao has him slain for a sacrifice for the canoes and buried beneath them, where the buzzing of flies reveals to the father the child's dead body. Paao acts as priest for the voyage, Makalawa as navigator and astronomer, Halau as sailing master, Puolio as trumpeter, and there are 40 paddlers, besides stewards and awa-chewers. Namao Malawa, the grasses of Malawa, sister of Paao, accompanies the party. Kanaloa Nui the canoe is called, or Kanaloa Muia, the buzzing of flies. They pass under the Kakahio bluff and the prophet Makwakamana asks to be taken aboard. Paao says all the places are full except the projection of the stern. Makwakamana leaps and gains this position, but this incident probably belongs to the return trip to Tahiti. Lono Pele sends as storm winds Konaku, Konanuianiho, Maui, Konahipuku, Kikiao, Leleula, Lelequilua, followed by a north wind, Ho'olua, and a monster bird, the Iwa, called Kukahaka Iwa Napali. Paao invokes Lono and first a school of aku fish, then one of Opelu come to quiet the waves. These fish have ever since been sacred to the Paao family. Paao lands first in Puna on Hawaii, where he builds the heiau at Pulama, now called Wahaula, Red Mouth, but formerly Ahaula. He goes on to Kohala and erects the famous heiau of Emookini at Puuepa, the stones for which are passed from hand to hand a distance of 9 miles from the seacoast. B. Kamikau version. Upon Pao's prayer to the god of ocean, Kanaka Okai, says Green, the aku and opelu fish leaped up and skipped in the waters and quieted the waves. At the time of the prophet's leap, several other gods attempted the feat and were dashed to death. His success is heralded in a chant. You are like the flying fish, skimming easily through the sky, traversing the dark waters of ocean. O Hauyalu at the foundation house of heaven. Cain, Mekua Kaumana. The prophet who made the circuit of the island, who circled the pillars of Kahiki. Paao brings with him several Moo Kupua from Kahiki, all worshipped as sacred stones on Oahu today. These are Makapuyu, Ihihilauakea, and Male. Mekua Kaumana returns to Kahiki but Paao remains on Hawaii and his bones rest in the cave of Puyuepa in Kohala. An early school composition makes Paao brother to Pele. Paao and Paao legend. Paao makes a return voyage to Tahiti, starting from Kupua in Kona district, says Thrum, in order to secure a relative of pure blood who can compete in rank as ruling chief with the blueblood families of other islands. Hawaiian chiefs having intermarried carelessly with families of petty chiefs. The invitation is preserved in an old chant, Emerson text. E lono. E lono e. E lanakiho. Lano kalani, ali o kaulonana. E ia na wae, kaumai ai. E hoi e noho ia Hawaii kuauli. Hiena loa I ka moana. Ihoea mai loko o ka ale. I ka hail poipu a Kanaloa. He koakia I halelo I ka wai. I lu I ka makau a ka lawaya. A ka lawaya nui o kapuhuaniula. A pe na wae, kau mai. E holo e ia Hawaii, himoku. Himoku Hawaii. Himoku Hawaii no lanakiho e noho. O Lono, Lono Kaicho. Lono descended from the gods, chief of the fertile land of Nana. Here are canoes, come aboard. Return and dwell on green-backed Hawaii. A land discovered in the ocean. Risen up out of the waves. From the very depths of the sea. A piece of white coral left dry in the ocean. Caught by the hook of the fisherman. The great fisherman of Kapahu. The great fisherman of Kapuhuaniu. When the canoes land, come aboard. Sail away and possess Hawaii, a land. A land is Hawaii. A land is Hawaii for Lanakiho to dwell in. Lono Keho declines the invitation but sends in his place Pele Kaia, or Auau, called a grandchild of Lanakawai on the Ulu line, but born and brought up in Kahiki. Pele wins the hearts of the people and from him descend the chiefs of Hawaii on the Ulu line down to the last quarter of the 19th century. The priesthood established by Paao under the Ku ritual descended through an unbroken line of kahunas to Huahua, under whom the tapus were broken and the old Hea worship was abolished after the death of Kamehameha in 1819. The Paao migration legend introduces stock episodes in Polynesian stories of long voyages. Obstacles sent to oppose a voyage are overcome through the interposition of a god, as in the Wahanui legend. Not in this case referred to the god who has made the supernatural leap to gain passage, but the connection is here probably lost. The leap itself as a means of testing divinity is not an imaginary episode. Hawkart says that in the Lau Islands the choice of a ruling chief was determined by challenging the men of rank to jump off a point and catch at a banyan tree. Only the man brave enough to accept the challenge and strong enough to make the leap was worthy to be chief. In Hawaii, leaping down cliffs was practiced as an asset in war. The introductory episode occurs in almost identical form in the Maori, so much so as to lead Stokes to argue for an identity between Paao and Hilo. It is, however, clearly a type episode attached to more than one figure in Maori story. Maori. A. Wairotu Tupua, after quarreling with his older brother Hua about the canoe they are building, strangles Hua's son Taumakadi because he eats the choice bits given to the builders. And hides his body in the chips under the canoe, or kills him as an offering for the canoe launching. The body is revealed by a buzzing blowfly. The two fight and the child's father is defeated, and he and his family are killed and eaten. B. Wairo kills Nganatia Rihia because he snatches the choice bits of food, and hides the body under the canoe Watatiihi. A blowfly reveals the body. Wairo wins in battle with the child's father. C. The body of the son of Manaya, who has been killed by Hocharoa, or Rata, while the canoes are building to sail to New Zealand, is revealed by the god assuming the body of a fly and buzzing about the body. D. Wenaku kills Homachua's child for stumbling on the threshold, and Homachua's relative Turi kills Wenaku's in revenge and subsequently migrates in the Aotea canoe to escape Wenaku's vengeance. Revelation of a murder by a buzzing fly is a common theme in Maori story. In the story of Hatapedu, parents send a spirit in blowfly form to find the body of their child who has been killed by his brothers for eating the birds they have preserved, and the spirit brings the child to life. See also the Moriori story of Tumoana's son who murders his sweetheart for laughing at him and her dead body is revealed by a buzzing fly, and compare the Hawaiian story of Kahalaopuna whose body is revealed by an owl or bird god. The whole incident, like most Maori stories, corresponds closely with actual occurrences in human life. The supernatural element is introduced into the Paao legend only through the attempt to rationalize these occurrences in the light of belief in the part played by spirit forces in such happenings. The buzzing fly attracted by the odor of putrefying flesh is explained as a spirit emissary. Bad weather on a sea voyage is laid not to meteorological disturbances, but to the sorceries of an enemy. The schools of fish which come with clearing weather, to the cause and not the accompaniment of the change. 27. Ruling Chiefs. Traditions relating to the colonizing period in Hawaiian history emphasize the insignia of rank which became the tangible signs by which a man's position was assured in aristocratic society. These were, first, a family genealogy tracing back to the gods through one of the two sons of Kiai, Ulu and Nanaulu, and by as many branches, Lala, as family relationship could be stretched to cover. Second, a name chant, composed at birth or given in afterlife, glorifying the family history not only of persons concerned but also of places made sacred by particular events or association. Third, signs in the heavens by which Aumakua of the day recognize their offspring on earth. Fourth, a special place set aside as sacred to the birth of high-ranking chiefs. Fifth, the sacred cord, aha, stretched at the entrance of a chief's dwelling, under which all of lower rank must pass but which fell, of itself, before the approach of anyone of equal or higher position. Sixth, wealth, especially in lands, labor, and specialized objects such as foods, ornaments, colors belonging to ranking chiefs alone. Seventh, the power of the tapu, which gave the ranking chief immense personal privilege, although the ruling chief might have actually more power over lands and wealth. Before certain captive chiefesses of Maui of incredible sanctity, according to Kamikau, Kamehameha himself had to remove his garment. Eighth, the right to officiate in the heiau as both chief and priest. Ninth, at death, the final deification of the bones and their laying away in a sacred, in later years a secret, place difficult of access, the most important such place in ancient times being the Iao Valley on the island of Maui. Rank therefore depended primarily upon blood. But of equal importance was the conduct of life by which one could, by carelessness in preserving the tapus and in making proper marriages, lose caste and prerogatives under the severe discipline of the Ahaliai or so-called College of Chiefs. Or could, through a royal marriage, raise the rank of one's descendants upon the family line. The period during which political life became thus stabilized through the building up of a ruling chief class under a social system based upon strict religious observances follows or overlaps the mythical migrations and colonization represented in legend by the arrival of the Kamau group and the activities of the Kupua Kamapua. The coming of Pele and her family, the arrival of Kane and Kanaloa and their attention to the water supply, and the introduction of food plants. Following the family of Akalana on the Ulu line appear three Nana names of chiefs who are said, like the Maui brothers, to have ruled the western end of Oahu in Waialua, Wahiawa, and Ava districts. The last of the three, Nana Kaoko, has a wife, Kahaihaokalani, whose name resembles that of the chiefess as servants for whom Kahano son of Newa brought over the Menehune to Oahu. It is this Nana Kaoko and his wife who are the traditional founders on Oahu of the sacred place for the birth of chiefs at Kukani Loko in the uplands of Wahiawa, similar to that already set up at Halahalaku on Kauai. At Ho'olonopahu, sounding the pahu drum, the navel cord was tied and cut while the drum sounded. Afterbirth, cord, and later the navel string, piko, were carefully deposited, often in a heiau for safekeeping. The site chosen is one frequently visited by thunderstorms, whose manifestations were regarded as the voice of ancestral gods of the heavens welcoming an offspring of divine rank. The drums perhaps simulated the voice of deity. It was from the time of Halaipua of Maui, whom some identify with Kapua, that there began to be composed chants for a ruling chief in which were named his birth and burial places, the spots in which afterbirth, umbilical cord, and navel string were deposited, his house site, and other places sacred to his history. The site of the famous pleasure house, Hawaiiloa, in Kipahulu built by Halaipua was still to be seen in Kamakau's day, and the Tapu spring of fresh water, welling up in the sea at Koi from a depth of 20 feet and walled up so firmly that the waves had not loosened the stones, where the chiefs of his day washed off the salt water when coming in from surfing. Another Maui chief, Haho, son of Paumakua and grandson of Huanuikalailai, was the traditional founder of the Aha'alii or ranking body of chiefs who might be distinguished by the use of the sacred cord called aha. They cultivated a metaphorical form of speech in order that their words might be concealed from the uninitiated. The awe attached to rank was accentuated by the dreaded tapu which attended the person of a chief. Those of highest rank never went abroad except at night lest their shadow falling upon the ground render it tapu. They were already gods, and at death their bones were separated from the flesh and placed in a receptacle, kai, woven out of sinnit or i.e. vine, in some cases shaped to imitate a torso, and worshipped as a family deity. While the soft parts of the body were laid away in some sacred place of burial like that back of the needle, in Iao Valley. Kamakau records the names of chiefs down to Kalaniapuyu of Hawaii who were thus honored and enumerates also the names of their sacred cords. Many generations before Halaipua and Haho, on the Ulu line, occur such mythical figures as Kuheleaimoana and his wife Mapuna'iala, springing up in Fragrance, daughter of Haumea, Akalana, Wakalana, and the Maui brothers. The Aikanaka to Laka Grupal, except the first, famous names in southern tradition and all centering about the hill Kawiki in the fertile Hana district on the rain-washed eastern extremity of the island of Maui. Where the sun rises out of the sea and the Kohala coast is to be seen beyond the channel of Aonuihaha, great waves crashing. From the time of Laimaikahiki down to that of Omi, East Maui, comprising Ko'olau, Hana, Kipahulu, and Kaupo districts, was governed separately from the rest of the island and its chiefs were grouped about the fortified hill of Kawiki. Famous in history, song, and story. Myths are told about its origin. Some say that it sprang from the navel of Hamoa. Others that it was born to the parents of Pele, or to the hill Kaihuakala by his wife Kahal. Others relate how Kalalawalu, the eight-branched, brought the hill from Kahiki as an adopted child, but grew tired of its nibbling at her breasts and tried to leave it along the way, first at Kaloa, then at Kaina, then at the Kawaipapa stream. Others tell of the wanderings and death of Puyuhil, little sister of Pele. The bay about Kawiki gives evidence of subsidence following some volcanic outbreak, and men say that formerly Cain and Kanaloa planted a garden below the hill. And they point out two rocks below the hill on the inaccessible sea side which are called the coconuts of Cain and Kanaloa and the rootstock, Kumu, of Kawiki. Mythical names are attached to the dwellers on Kawiki in ancient days. On the summit may be seen the rock placed by Aiai as an outlook for schools of fish entering the bay. Here Maui stood to push the sky higher because it lay so near the earth at Kawiki. Here lived Hina Kamalama, she who worked at tapa making in the moon, and her husband, father of Puna and Hema on the Ulu line of chiefs. All about the bay are crowded the memorials of those old days in the shape of a rock, a basin of water, a wave, a spring, a cave, or a mere name remembered from the time when chiefs and their followers thronged the bay. Whose trifling deeds or misdeeds are still cherished in the memories of their living descendants. If I told you all, it would fill a book, said old Kalanahi, watchman for schools of fish off the bay. Hawaiian verse loves to play with the memory of Kawiki. A hula begins. O Kawiki, Mauna Kiekii. Huki ei la pa I kalani. Hipo hiwi no kai hauyalu. Kawiki, mountain famous in story. Stretching upward to touch the heavens. A shoulder for the buffeting sea. And a modern verse opens with He aloha no Kawiki. O I ku kai mi himanu la. Kawiki is beloved. Afloat on the sea like a bird. Hana is called a land beloved of chiefs because of the fortress of Kawiki and the ease of living in that place. In time of war the hill was reached by a ladder of ohia poles bound together with withes. On the summit was spread a springy plant to serve as bed. Fish ponds below furnished unlimited stores of fish. Heaps of awa root delighted the nostrils of the dear firstborn chiefs. Maui chiefs who settled with their families in later days about Kawiki were Kanaloa and Kalahumoku, sons of Hualani the wife of Kanipahu, and half-brothers to Kalapana who ruled Hawaii, Elio, Kalaihiha, Lei, Kamohohaliai, Kalaihina, Hoole. Much earlier, on the Ulu line, comes the name of Hua son of Pohukaina, said to be a contemporary of the prophet Nala Maihia who came with Laimaikahiki from the south. Two legends are connected with his NSME. One is the tragic story of his grandmother, the beautiful Papoalea, put to death by her jealous husband. The other is the story of Hua's quarrel with his prophet Luahoomo, Buluhoomo, and the terrible drought that befell as a result of his impious conduct in condemning the prophet to death on a trumped-up charge. The story resembles the Kula legend from the same locality, and in fact Kula the fish god is said to be descended from a son of the prophet whose death was attended by such evil results. Kepolino tells us that a struggle for power early arose between the secular and religious heads of the people, finally adjusted by uniting both powers in the person of the ruling chief, who became thus entitled to perform certain sacred offices in company with the priest. Both the Hua and the Kula legend play up the priest's side of the contest. A story like that of the chief Kalaunuiahua, the long leaf of Hua, referring to family descent, on the island of Hawaii shows the disaster that follows when a prophet's warning is disregarded. Legend of Papoalea. Popoalea, ball of red clay, a chiefess of rank in Hana district on Maui during the rule of Kamaholiai, is won as a reward of victory in strength-testing games by the chief Kekia, Makia, and he makes their home close to the crater above Kaupo at a place called Koaikia because there the Koai birds flock, or at the village of Hanokalani. He is jealous, especially of her fondness for her younger brother. People bring malicious tales, and he sharpens his axe to kill her. She flees with an attendant and the two women hide in the cavern at the pool of Wainapanapa. At night they go to the village of Hanokalani for food. The people report seeing ghosts. He watches, and detects her hiding place from the moving shadow of the fly brush, waved by her attendant, cast upon the surface of the water. Searching the cave, he dashes out the brains of the two women upon the rocks. Today, on the night of Ku, god of justice, the water in the pool runs red. At some time each morning prismatic colors, anapa, such as are sacred to divine chiefs play over the waters of this pool as proof of her innocence. The water of the pool makes even a dark skin look white when immersed in it. Legend of Hua and the Prophet. Hua's seer Luahoomo, Buluhoomo, arouses the chief's anger and he seeks an excuse to discredit him and put him to death. He therefore sends his men to the mountains after a certain species of bird found only on the coast. They appeal to the seer, who points out the impossibility of the task to his chief. When the men bring the birds from the sea, Hua pretends that they have been trapped in the mountains and condemns the seer for predicting falsely. The seer has the birds cut open to show that it is seafood, not mountain berries, upon which they have fed. Hua nevertheless orders his death. A drought ensues and fish disappear from the sea. Only for the two sons of the seer, named Ka Kakai and Ka Nahua, is a place provided where rain falls, and thither they retire in secret. Nala Maihia scans the sky from the summit of Ka'ala on Oahu and sees a cloud resting over Pu'uoinaina in Hanaula. He prepares a great offering of swine for the sons of Hua and the drought is broken. Legend of Kalaunuiahua. Kalaunuiahua consults the priestess Wahia as to the result of his war expedition and she consistently predicts disaster. He attempts in vain to put her to death. Finally at her own suggestion he has her body burned in the heiau of Kiku in Kona. She puts a tapu against his coming out of the house during the burning lest her god punish the land. As the smoke rises, it takes the shape of two cocks fighting, then of two mud hens. The chief can no longer resist tearing away the thatch with his hand as he hears the shouts of the multitude at this last portent, and the spirit of Wahia takes possession of his hand through the god Kainuiakea. If he but points with his hand, the land falls before him. Hua conquers the chiefs of Maui, Molokai, Oahu, and proceeds with the captured chiefs to Kauai. Here the spirit leaves his hand and enters that of a man of Kauai. His men are routed and he and the three chiefs, Kamaloahua of Maui, Kahokuohua of Molokai, Huapalelei of Ava and Waianae are taken prisoner by Kokona of Kauai, great-great-grandson of Laemaikahiki, according to the genealogy. Kokona treats his prisoners with great magnanimity. On one occasion he feigns sleep, overhears them grumbling against him and discussing a plot to murder him, a proposal vehemently protested against by Kamaloahua. Then pretends to awaken and repeats to them the whole conversation as if it were a dream. As a tribute to Kamaloahua's good faith, he then dismisses the three chiefs to their own lands with all the honors of war, but keeps Kalaunui for some years a captive. There are in consequence no fresh invasions. The Longleafahua ruled on Hawaii as grandson of Kalapana descended on the Pele line. He was a restless and ambitious chief bent on the consolidation of the group under the rule of Hawaii, and his legend is not without interest for its bearing upon the resistance attempted by stubborn chiefs to the warnings of the priesthood. The incident of the magnanimous conduct of the chief of Kauai had a bearing upon later history, for even down to the time of Kamehameha, when chiefs consulted the memories of their archivists as to the conduct of the forefathers in like situations. The Peace of Kamaloahua was cited as precedent for securing a peaceful ending of hostilities. It was during the time of Kakalanio of Maui that the division of lands is said to have taken place under a kahuna named Kalahahie, hew the bark of the ohia tree, which portioned out the island into districts, sub-districts, and smaller divisions, each ruled over by an agent appointed by the landlord of the next larger division, and the whole under control of the ruling chief over the whole island or whatever part of it was his to govern. Land reforms and other means of strengthening the power of the ruling chief and stabilizing control over a growing population were carried out on Oahu also at about this time by Mele Kakahi, successor on the Moika line of the last ruling chief of the elder Kumohonua line, who was forced to retire because of his unpopularity. The names of Mele Kakahi, his son Kalonaiki, and his granddaughter Kukaniloko are handed down in tradition as wise and just rulers. With Mele Kakahi, Waikiki became the ruling seat of chiefs of Oahu. He carried out strict laws, marked out land boundaries, and took the firstborn son of each family to be educated in his own household. He honored the priests, built heiaus, and discountenanced human sacrifice. A raiding band from Hawaii and Maui he met at Waikikalaua Gulch and pursued and slaughtered at Kipapa Gulch. Punaliu was killed in the battle on the plain of that name. The head of Hilo, son of Lakapu, was stuck up at a place called Pohilo in Honouliuli. Legends gather about the name of the ruling chief of Maui, Kakalanio, Kalanio, who lived in the present Lahaina district on the hill Kekae, owned fish ponds in Hana district on the opposite end of the island. Planted a famous breadfruit grove, and took to wife the Molokai chiefess whom Elio found for him and who brought him the first feather cape seen on Maui, by whom he had the mischievous son Kalolo who killed off the spirits on Lanai. In his day the old name of Lele became attached to Lahaina. In the legend of the red-skinned Kupua of Puna Kapake Liula, Kakalanio is represented as a skillful spearsman who never misses a grass blade, an ant, or a flea. But in a contest for the favors of a lady, drawn direct from a tale from the Arabian Nights, he is worsted by the Kupua and ignominiously slain. This way of aggrandizing one hero at the expense of another's traditional fame is no new thing in Hawaiian storytelling, but the treatment of the episode marks it as a foreign imitation. Tradition places in Kakalanio's time the arrival of a party of strangers, haole, who played an active part in court life and whose names were, according to Kamakau, kept in memory as late as Captain Cook's day. For to the question whether Cook's party were gods or men, the kahunas expressed the opinion that they were men from the land of Kiki, Kakai, and Kukanaloa. After regular voyages between Hawaii and the southern islands had ceased, chance seems to have brought some boats to shore which had drifted from their course. One is said to have arrived off Mokapu Point on Oahu and another in the time of Kamaloaua to have been wrecked off the coast of Maui with 5 persons on board. One of them a woman whom Wakalana took as his wife and descendants of whom are said to be living on Maui and Oahu. A third party of strangers was brought back by Paumakua from one of his voyages. Kiki and Maliu they are called, but a chant names them Akakahinu and Akamia, or, in one version, Kukahalla and Kukalipa. They were priests, and it seems likely that the Kane and Kanaloa of the Haumea tradition have been here confused with Paumakua's people. But all these arrivals are described so much alike and in terms so similar to such incidents recounted in southern groups, where the chance of a drifting boat making land with women on board is much more plausible, that they must be regarded as traditional rather than historical narratives. Kukanaloa and Kiki are the leaders of the party said to have arrived in Kakaleanio's day. And the legend of their arrival and the chant that follows in which their names are played upon in listing names of chiefs will illustrate the type rather than fix the event. The last allusion in the legend is a pun upon the chief Lolali of Oahu who abducted the pretty chiefess of Maui, Kelia, while she was out surfing and carried her away to Oahu in the uplands of Lihu. She deserted him for his cousin Kalamakua in Ava, by whom she became mother of the high chiefess Laelohilo, the drooping pandanus vine, who became in turn the wife of her Maui cousin Pailani. All these names appear in the chant linked with the coming of Kukanaloa, together with the names of a wife and son of Kakaleanio. Legend of Kukanaloa. A. The strangers land first at Kea in South Kona and then come on to Waihi, Maui, and land at a place called Kualai Kahiki, the road to Kahiki. They are exhausted and the natives clothe and feed them. In looks they are light with sparkling eyes. When asked after their homeland and parents they point to the uplands, far, far above where our parents dwell, and show themselves familiar with bananas, breadfruit, mountain apple, and candlenut trees. The 2 leaders become Kakaleanio's property. There is no tapu place closed to them. They marry chiefesses and some of their descendants are living today. Kanikawai and Kanikawa, whistle and flute, they are called, perhaps because their speech was as unintelligible as that of the lail birds that live in the hills. Puka mai o Kanikawi, Kanikawa. O na haolea luna o halakapo. Puka mai nei kukanaloa. Kupuna haole mai kahiki. Puka mai nei kakaleanio. Mi kulio iki o kakae. O kawalua ia, o kaihewalua. O Kelia, o Kalamakua. O Pailani ia, o Laelohilo. Came sharp sound, loud sound. The strangers above Halakapo. Came Kukanaloa. The stranger forefather from Kahiki. Came Kakaleanio. With the soft-voiced Kakae. Kawalua, the wife, Kaihewalua, the son. Kelia, the wife, Kalamakua, the husband. Pailani, the husband, Laelohilo, the wife. 28. Usurping Chiefs. Pailani of Maui had by Laelohilo 2 sons and a daughter named Lono Pailani, Kiha Pailani, and Paiaikea. Lono Pailani succeeded to the rule over his father's lands. Paiaikea made a marriage, considered a misalliance by the blue-blooded chiefs of Maui and Oahu, with Umi, ruling chief on Hawaii. The story of the younger son Kiha Pailani belongs with a series of popular legends recounted in great detail in which usurping chiefs on a younger branch wrest the ruling power from the legitimate heir through superior ability and power to govern. Men. Of these, the stories of Kihapialani on Maui and of Umi on Hawaii contain no fantastic elements and the facts of their rule have substantial historic support. The corresponding legends of Kualii on Oahu and of Kawelo on Kauai bear the marks of handling as fiction to such an extent as to throw doubt upon their actual identity as historic figures. The name of Kiha Pailani is preserved locally about the island of Maui in connection with his feats of leaping from a height into a pool of water, called Lelakawa. And for the famous paved road about the island with the building of which he oppressed the people. Men are said to have stood in line and passed the stones from seashore to upland. Parts of the road are still in place and may be followed where the trail cuts in a straight line up and down the deep gorges which break the windward slope of the island. Legend of Kehapiolani. Kehapiolani is brought up on Oahu, but when his uncle scolds him for wasting food he goes off to Lahaina to find his true father. He is dissatisfied to take the place of a younger son. When his father sets him on the left knee he jumps to the right, and he snatches from his father's right hand the food and drink intended for his older brother Lono. After their father's death Lono takes pains to humiliate him. The brothers come to blows. Kiha is defeated and saves himself only by leaping off a cliff down the hill Paki. He hides himself in Kula district at Kalaniwai in the Makawao region with his wife Kamaka of a Hana family of chiefs, whom he passes off as his sister. The two live with a man named Kawakoli, whose son he is supposed to be. He proves a bad provider and is scolded for idleness. He steals a stick for beating Tapa in order that his highborn wife may follow the custom of the commoners among whom they live, and himself goes off to the potato patch at Kaluama in Haiku after potato slips. Offered, as many as he can carry away, he takes so large a load that an old man who sees him pass recognizes him as a chief and takes up his cause. He consults various kahunas as to the course he should pursue to win the rule from his brother. He goes back to Oahu, learns surfing and, returning to Hana district, surfs with the daughter of Ho'ole. The couple are repudiated by the father, but after a son is born, a reconciliation is effected and Kiha sends his wife to ask of Ho'ole such lands as will give him control of the fortress Kawiki. Ho'ole recognizes at once that this is no common man to whom his daughter Koleamoku has borne a child, but the chief Kehapiolani. He nevertheless loyally refuses to desert his old chief Lono. Kiha therefore retires to Hawaii and succeeds in winning Umi's cooperation through the influence of his sister Paiaikia. After the death of Lono, Umi sends an army to establish Kiha in the succession. Ho'ole defends Kawiki for Lono's son and sets up a wooden image so huge as to frighten off Umi's men, who believe it to be alive. Eventually Paimaiwae discovers the trick. Kiha has Lono's son put to death and asks that the lands may be made over to Paiaikia's sons. The two lads come to Maui, but are despised and done to death and Kiha is established as ruler over his father's lands. It is his famous son Kamalalawalu, son of 8 branches, who gives the name Maui of Kama to the island. Between the periods of Hua and Pailani, that is, between Moika's time and that of Umi on Hawaii, were born at Kahinahini in Moki, Hamoa, the twins, little and big sacred ones of Hana, called Hanalai Nui and Hanalai Iki. From whom respectively the chiefs of Hawaii and Maui count descent. From the great Kaupo families of Ko'o and Kaiuli, descended from Kiha and his wife Koleamoku, came Kahekili's wife Kauawain, mother of Kalanikupule, the last ruling chief of Maui, and of a daughter, Kailakawoha, who became the wife of the Maui chief Ulumihae Hoapili and mother of Liliha, beloved wife of Baki of sandalwood fame. The island of Hawaii lying over against Kawiki, home of the heaven-high chiefs of the Pailani line. Bred meanwhile the offspring of the second of those usurping chiefs whose final example is found in the well-known history of the first Kamehameha. Umi of Liloa wrested the rule over Hamakua from the unpopular Hakau, legitimate heir of Liloa, and eventually brought most of the island under subjection, a conquest completed 6 generations later by Kiwi. Called the first chief over the whole island. Liloa is said to have died in 1575 at his home in Waipio Valley, where stood the most sacred heiau on the island, that of Pakaalana. To Liloa is ascribed by tradition the introduction of homosexual practices. Legend of Umi's son of Liloa. Liloa has a son Hakau by his mother's younger sister, Pinia. Later he begets Umi upon a pretty chiefess of low rank whom he surprises at her bathing pool and with her consent makes his wife. He leaves with her the usual recognition tokens and Umi makes his way to his father's court and becomes a favorite. Liloa at his death leaves the land to Hakau but the god to Umi, and warns this favorite younger son to remain in hiding when his father is no longer living to protect him. Umi withdraws from Waipio with his 3 comrades Omikamo, Paemaiwae, and Koi, whom he has adopted from boyhood, and hides in the country between Hamakua and Hilo, where he takes 2 wives and engages in fishing and husbandry. The kahuna Keolioku observes a rainbow hovering over the boy's head as he repairs to the place where his god is hidden in order to lay before it the first offering of fish. To make certain of his rank, the kahuna lets loose a pig, and when the pig approaches the youth, the priest guesses his identity and takes up his cause against Hakau. The youths train themselves in all the arts of war. For large houses are each filled with warriors from among the disaffected who hate Hakau for his cruelties and for his neglect of the common good. The 2 principal kahunas of Liloa, neglected and insulted by Hakau, secretly take up his cause. Hakau is apprised of Umi's preparations and induced to send his men to the forest to gather feathers with which to adorn his warriors in a raid against Umi. Thus left unprotected, he observes a long file of men approaching with bundles and is told that his people are bringing in tribute. Out of the bundles come hard tribute in the shape of stones with which Hakau is stoned to death. Umi brings the whole land under subjection and distributes its rule to his 3 comrades and the kahuna who has aided his conquest. At the advice of this kahuna he takes wives of high rank in order to overcome the odium of his inferior rank. 2 of these are his half-sister Kapukini, daughter of Liloa, and his aunt Paiaikia, daughter of Pailani of Maui. The subjection of Hilo comes about through a quarrel with the pretty daughter of its chief Kulukulua, whom Umi has won as an unknown lover. He makes fun of and destroys her necklace of wheelie berries, boasting of his own whale-tooth ornament which alone is worthy of chiefs. The girl goes crying to her father and Umi is obliged to make good his boast and give up his own necklace to repair the loss inflicted upon the chiefess. A successful raid follows to regain the heirloom. Kau district is won from the blind chief Maikalani, who, though blind, is famed for his stroke, which never misses. An attendant reveals to Umi that the chief has 2 birds, guards, who give warning when anyone approaches. The guards killed, the blind chief becomes helpless. But the most famous of Umi's battles is that fought with the invisible powers of the spirit world assembled to enforce a promise made by Umi's wife. Paiaikia has promised her first daughter to her mother's family on Oahu to rear, according to custom in families of chiefs, but when her mother's supernatural relatives come to take the child, Umi resists and a war follows during which an invisible enemy strikes down Umi's men without their ever seeing who has dealt the blow. Meanwhile the child is born, and the relatives snatch the child and depart. At Umi's death the body is entrusted to Koi to dispose in some concealed spot. Koi takes with him his sister's husband. The 2 arrange a substitute body to be publicly carried to burial while Umi's own body is borne away to the cliffs of Waimanu. From this adventure the brother-in-law, the only other man besides Koi who knows the place of burial, never returns. Today, as the saying is, only the birds know where Umi son of Liloa lies buried. The legend of Umi is one of the most popular of all Hawaiian prose sagas of heroes, embellished as it is with many stock episodes but still preserving the thread of historical accuracy. Umi is still famed as a farmer and fisherman. He laid out great taro patches in Waipio. Aku fishing was his delight. He organized the people according to occupations. He kept up the worship of the gods and magnified the practice of human sacrifice. He built the heiau of Kukiai overlooking the warm spring at Kapoho in Puna and that of Pohaku Hanalei in Kaiu. On the slope of the mountain just back of the hill Hail Pohaha were to be seen, before the lava flows of 1887 and 1907 covered them, the stone structures of Umi's camp. 75 huts were counted, all facing away from the wind and built of 3 slabs of pahoehoe lava rock, 2 set together at an angle and a third forming the back, each hut large enough to hold 2 men. Larger huts, perhaps designed for chiefs, were supported by slabs within and built up outside with stone walls shaped into a dome. The place on Kawiki is still pointed out where the image stood which was later commemorated by Kamehameha as the god Kaualakiai. Beside these tangible evidences of his fame, a number of popular legends surround the name of Umi. One tells of the revenge he took upon the man who crowded him unfairly in a surfboard contest when he was living in obscurity in the country. Another recalls one of his warriors named Maukuliolio who was so tall he could pick coconuts from trees and wade out into the sea several fathoms without wetting himself above the loins. It was said that a god, perhaps Kanaloa, gave him a fish to eat which caused his growth. No connected story is told of Keawenuiomi. He is said to have subdued the warring chiefs over Hawaii and to have established a popular court in Hilo where storytelling flourished. Of his younger son Lonoikamakahiki, who made a lucky marriage and rose to the position of ruling chief by his own ability, a long legend is recited, some of the incidents of which historians say belong to namesakes. Legend of Lonoikamakahi. Lonoikamakahiki is a younger son of Keawenuiomi by his wife Hakalani. Reared at Napoopoo near Kealakekua in Kona district by his father's two prophets Hina and Loli, he early becomes expert in the arts of war and of wrestling and learns to respect his father's gods. The old soothsayer Kawaimakili at Kanakapa teaches him the art of competitive word play, ho'opapaa, so that he is soon able to outwit all his comrades. At the death of his father, Keikilani Wahinialiio Puna, the little heavenly chiefess of Puna, daughter of Keawenui's older brother, becomes the legitimate heir. Lono's older half-brother Kanaloa Kwana is her husband. He tests Lono's skill by hurling 40 spears at him at once, all of which Lono dodges. He therefore gives Kaikilani to Lono and the two rule the land. Lono and Kaikilani, or Kaikilani Maipanio, another wife of Lono, quarrel. Lono accuses her of infidelity and strikes her down, or kills her. Her relatives on Hawaii rise against him. He retreats to the court of Kakuhihewa at Kamua, Kailua, on Oahu. Here he is treated with some contempt as a nameless wanderer, but in a succession of contests in arts with which he is unfamiliar or at a disadvantage he wins every bet by his skill in word play and his quickness of memory. Thus he learns in a single night a new name chant from a visiting chiefess from Kauai whose favors he has won at a game of kiln, and is able to pass it off as his own. Succeeds in a fishing contest by punning on the names of the fish he is supposed to have caught, visits other islands and excites envy by his great fly brush named Elilolani made of feathers not to be had save on Hawaii. Displays a calabash containing the bones of the warring chiefs of Hawaii subdued and slain by his father and chants their names, wins a wife, and in general displays wit and talent to the credit of the somewhat despised chiefly house of Omi. After the death of Kaikilani, according to one version, he wanders half-crazed through the uplands of Kauai, deserted by all his followers but a single man named Kapaihia Helena, who follows him through all the hardships of his forest life. Cares for his needs, and constantly observes the etiquette demanded toward a tapu chief, never even crossing the chief's shadow. When Lono eats bananas the guardian contents himself with the skins. Upon Lono's restoration to reason this man therefore is raised to the position of favorite, which he enjoys until jealous enemies accuse him to Lono of familiarity with the chiefess, Lono's wife. Banished from the court, he raises a chant in which he describes their wanderings together in such touching terms that Lono's affection reawakens. No reconciliation is however possible until the slanderers are put to death. The invasion from Maui under the ambitious chief Kamalalawalu, son of 8 branches, occurs during Lono's rule. Lono visits Maui with his younger brother and war leader Pupukea and the two carry on a contest of wit with Kamalalawalu and his brother Makaki Kalani, who is as tall and slim as Pupukea is short and stocky. Observing the Maui chief's ambition for conquest, Lono sends pretended deserters to represent falsely the weakness of his own position, and thus lures Kamalalawalu into a raid upon the island in which the Maui chief is completely defeated. His army annihilated, and he himself slain. In spite of the disastrous result of this expedition, undertaken as it was against the advice of his wisest seers, the glory of Kamalalawalu's name remains undimmed. Chants are sung in praise of his glorious death and the island is called Maui of Kama because of his illustrious reign. The last great name of succeeding chiefs on the Ulu line who ruled Hawaii before the historic period of Kalaniʻopiu, ruling chief at the time of Cook's arrival, and the rise of the Kamehameha chiefs. is that of Kiwi, called chief over the whole island, Ike Kahiali Iokamoku. He had many wives and became, as the chroniclers say, ancestor of chiefs and commoners. When he died, his bones were encased in the woven basket in which chiefs of high rank were worshipped. Kiwi returned and rested in the kai, says the chant. Contemporary with or somewhat later than Kiwi of Hawaii was the rise to power of Kualiai, Ku the chief, of Oahu, said to have ultimately subjugated the whole group and been succeeded in historic times by his son, Pele. The Hawaiian chronologist records, this chronology begins with a famous chief and ruler named Kualiai. He was called a god, one of supernatural power, a soldier, a runner, swift of foot. 5 times he ran around Oahu in a single day. He loved Oahu alone, he did not care for any other country. He is said to have lived long, until, he walked with a cane, for times 40 years. And 15 he lived, that is 175 years. The story of the famous genealogical chant of Kualiai has already been related, in which through 610 lines he is glorified as a god, a messenger from heaven, a stranger, haole, from Kahiki. Genealogists give him a place on the Kolonaiki line from Nanulu. History and fiction combine in the account of his conquests. Legend of Kualiai. Kualiai is born at Kalapawai, Kapalawai, in Kailua on the island of Oahu. For the ceremony of the cutting of the navel string at the heiau at Alala, the drums opuku and hawaia are used. He shows his strength when very young and is urged to save the people from the oppression of Lonoikaika, whom he defies by usurping his place at the dedication of the heiau of Kawaluna in Waolani. A great army sent against him is repulsed and most of the chiefs slain, although he has but a single follower to wield the two-edged stone axe named Halanuiakea, called also Manaya Kalani, which is his only weapon. Thus the southern part of the island between Monolua and Mauna Loa is brought under his rule. He lives at Kalanihale in Kailua and becomes proficient in the arts of war. At Kauai, to which island he goes after kaula wood for fashioning spears, he takes on Malanahihi and Kahai as chief warriors and makes for himself the spear named Hulimokualana, victorious overturner of islands. Returning, he meets a great army drawn up on the plains in Lihu and 3 men defeat 12,000. In 3 great battles, at Malamanui, Puli, Papuela, he subdues the whole island. He goes to Hawaii and routs a chief named Halilo, but returns to Oahu to repel a revolt of the Waianae chiefs at Kalina. He wins Molokai when called to help defend the fishing grounds of Keikaha against the chiefs from the northern half of the island, Lanai when called to aid Haloalina in a war with Maui. Kauai, hearing of his conquests, also hastens to make peace with him, and thus the whole group acknowledges Kualiai as lord. For Lono chiefs rule Oahu before the time of Kakuhihewa, Lono Hulilani rules the north side of the island and Waialua, Lono Ikaika the south side, Lono Kokalikoa has Waianae and Ava, Lono Hulimoku has Koalaupoko. It is hence against the Lono domination that Kualiai rebels. His comrade in the first battle is Mahaliana, a name given today to the place at the east point of Hawaii where winds divide, Mahele, and blow east down the Hamakua coast and north down the Puna coast. Later leading warriors are Kahai. Malanai Haihai, called in chant. Offspring of mischief-making Nihu. Who dammed the waters of Kikuna. And Pepe from the fishing grounds of Keikaha in Molokai. Kauhi, son of Kauhiakama of Maui, becomes his battle leader as a result of the affair at Lanai. Haloalina, the amiable ruling chief of Lanai, has a hobby for collecting bird skeletons and will demote any district overseer who allows the bones of trapped birds to be broken. The mischievous son of Kauhiakama is banished to Lanai. There he breaks up the chief's skeletons. Haloalina sends to beg Kualiai to join him in war against Maui. Kualiai questions Kauhi and finds that the boy has twisted his father's innocent words of reproof for his conduct, when banishing him to Lanai, into an order to stir up war. Kualiai is so pleased with the boy's daring that he takes him into his household and makes him leader of his soldiers. Kualiai takes as wife a very high chiefess of Maui born of a brother and sister marriage and hence of Paao rank. Her name is Kalani Kahimekaialiai. During the rule of their son Pele, Oahu is said to have prospered more than at any other time since Maile Kakahi. Certain elements in the Kualiai tradition give the impression that we have here the legend not of a single chief but of a political movement led in the name of a god. Perhaps belonging to the ancient Ku line and directed against the Lono worshippers. The names Kualiai, Kunuiakea, Kuai Ko Kalani, Ku in the stone in Battle of the Heavenly One, and the repeated assertion of divinity suggest that some symbolic object is here impersonated as a god, like the feather god Kaili, who became in Kamehameha's day the war god Kukaili Moku, and was similarly handed down in a family line as a god of victory in battle. The impression is strengthened by the chronological uncertainty of Kualiai's period, the length and character of his chant, the story of his birth, ushered in by the sacred pahu drums, the boast of his speed, and by the fact that his antagonists on Oahu bear Lono names. His early act of rebellion in taking upon himself a ceremony which belonged to the ruling chief to perform was in itself an assumption of superior divinity. Still more curious, if we are hearing the story of a mere rebel chief, is the personal inactivity that accompanies his conquests. In his first fight he is represented as too young to have learned the arts of war. He persuades his father to stay beside him for his own protection, gives his weapon into the hands of his comrade Mahaliana, pulls the covers over his head, and sleeps until completely surrounded by the enemy. It is then Mahele, not Kualiai, who gets up and mows down the hosts until most of Lonoikaika's chiefs are slain. Again at Kalaupapa on Molokai he lies inactive in the bottom of the boat until it is lifted on the shoulders of the enemy to bring it ashore, when he and his companion mow down all the bearers with the famous battle axe. Thus he wins all Molokai. Later, finding that his leading warriors are competent to fight alone, he does not go out with them to battle. Instead he goes secretly and each time brings back a feather cloak from a warrior he has slain. Since he is a swift runner and a fearless leaper, no one can keep up with him to discover his identity. The legend continues. At the Battle of Kalakaua a boy from Kaoio Point sees him passing Kualoa. The boy's grandmother sends the boy out with shrimps to feed him and a fan to do him honor. The boy is careful not to use the fan himself and not to step on the chief's shadow. After the Battle of Kukaniloko, when Ku bears away the cloak, the boy takes a finger and an ear of the dead warrior to whom it belonged. Ku is pleased with his daring and rewards him with his own loincloth, through which Ku is recognized as the slayer. The well-known motive of the disguised champion is here easily to be recognized as by no means an integral part of the Kualiai legend. It occurs in several other Kupua tales in Hawaii in which the hero plays the part of an inactive conqueror. It is as if the hero in such tales acts not in his nature as a human being but as a god to ensure victory to those who are fighting his cause. This is a thoroughly native conception, one with which the romantic and no doubt borrowed motive of the disguised champion, in spite of the pains taken to work up the local color, is quite alien. The episode of the disguised champion occurs in some South Sea groups. Maori. Hatapetu's father sends his sons to slay his enemy Ramadi. The brothers sail without Hatapetu, who follows by diving underwater. The brothers still resist his company and refuse to give him any fighting men. He dresses clumps of grass in feather cloaks taken from the enemy and himself wears so many different costumes that he is believed to represent a host. All his brothers' divisions are broken. Hatapetu rallies them and slays Ramadi. Each of the brothers brings a head to his father as Ramadi's but only Hatapetu can produce the true head. Tonga. A woman bears to Sinaloa 12 sons who are made chiefs over the different island groups, but her first child is born in the form of a fat lizard called Piliopo. A girl comes to marry him but is afraid of his form and runs home. Her sister shows no fear and he takes her home to his mother. When the young men go to match clubs, day by day a handsome stranger comes off victor. She finally sees the red paint of his cheeks under the lizard's skin and recognizes her husband. San Cristobal, Boro. Taramatawa, while in seclusion with the other boys of Boro, is drowned, but two girls find his body and persuade the old kahuna to restore him sound and well. All the men have gone out fishing save one lame boy. Terry makes a tremendous haul of fish, then hides himself, and the lame boy claims the credit until the men watch and discover the true hero. With the semi-mythical legend of Kuali'i concludes the legendary history of Hawaiian chiefs up to the 18th century. And begins the narratives of heroes whose lives are so bound up with fictional elements as to class them with imaginative rather than with legendary storytelling. Although often believed in as true, the facts they record bear all the marks of conscious exaggeration and embellishment useful to the entertainer rather than to the historian. They belong to the field of storytelling as literature equally true to the social background which they represent and much more revealing of the imaginative range of Hawaiian thought, conditioned as it is by tradition and circumstance and colored by fancy, and of the philosophy of life which shapes the moral action of the tale. But avoided by the scholar whose interest is in the purely external facts of Polynesian migration. The scholar will in fact already have discovered such a play of fancy elaborating so-called legendary history as to discount the value of the distinction and to challenge its purpose. Fiction may be used to illustrate the general trend of a period or to emphasize the position of figures who play a part in it. But fiction is also useful as a subject in itself, with the idea of observing how the entertainer works up a traditional story to please his particular audience, what favorite characters occur, what types they present, and what embellishment either of background, incident, or interpretation, enters into the invention. This, in comparison with a similar type of tale told in other related groups and under a different setting, gives an insight into the way in which life looks to the mind of the composer. That words as signs of thought are used rather than tangible material, that the pattern followed is a story pictured to his mind out of his own knowledge of life, rather than an object to be bettered for its particular purpose, makes the completed form no less useful as an example of the culture which it represents. Storytelling is not to be neglected as an element in social life because it cannot be exhibited on the shelves of a museum. Nor is it to be discredited by the historian because it plays havoc with calendar events. The comparison of stories over a related area gives, historically, evidence of apparent form, and an accumulation of such evidence may eventually help in the solution of worldwide problems of distribution. Part 4. Heroes and Lovers in Fiction. 29. Kupua Stories. Hawaiian legends tell of the adventures of heroes who have two natures, part human, part god. The god nature is likely to be derived from some animal ancestor whose spirit enters into the child at birth. Hence the heroic struggles which take place between demigods, often in animal, plant, or stone form. Competitors with more than human power whose character as shape-shifters brings natural forces into play in the conflict and gives a mythical effect to the action. Such supernatural beings are called kupua. They may appear as human beings or in some other material form inherited from their divine ancestry, or their kupua nature may be shown in the power they are able to exercise with a weapon or with the mere grip of the hand. Competitions between rival kupua make up a large number of the episodes belonging to kupua stories. Such heroes belong to a period of conflict between warring chiefs. They perform prodigious feats of physical valor. They are the strong men of their district or island. Ruling chiefs give up their lands and hide from them, but on the whole kupua are more concerned to fight for some weaker chief whose cause they have made their own than to win lands on their own account. They are roving champions, passing from island to island, ridding the country of those who have held it in terror. They are experts in the use of the spear, sling stone, battle axe, war club, as well as in boxing, wrestling, and word play. They are great rat shooters like Moikeha-La, great fishermen like Nihuliki, superhuman warriors like Kapunahu and Kepakaileala, performers of titanic labors like Kalaipuni and Hina of Hawaii. Winners in cockfights like the chicken girl Lepiamoa. Geographical allusions abound. There is much riddling upon place names. Chiefs bear the names of districts they govern, chiefesses of hills or of bodies of water. Elaboration to explain the origin of some physical feature or the derivation of a name is by no means unusual. Kupua heroes leave their mark upon the land they pass through. Thus the titanic movement of supernatural forces is made realizable to the listener. There is humor in the exaggeration, as in our own tall tale telling. Kupua stories are admittedly fiction, although often credited as fact. An old Hawaiian chuckles as he tells how Pikoi could shoot a rat asleep on the far point that lies faint on the distant horizon. The traces of Kalahina's activities are pointed out today in various localities, sometimes with pride as deeds of kindness, sometimes with accusation of malice as a mischief maker, more often with a half-credulous grin as for a wonder worker. Kupua stories tend to follow a regular pattern. The Kupua is born in some non-human form, but detected and saved by his grandparents, generally on the mother's side, who discern his divine nature. He is precocious, becomes speedily a great eater, predatory and mischievous. He is won over to the side of some chief by a present of his daughter or daughters as wives, and sent to do battle with his rival or with some dangerous adversary who is terrorizing the country. The period covered in these legends is roughly that between the mythical figures of Alapana of Oahu, Kukipahu of Kohala, Kakalenio of Maui, down to such semi-historical ruling chiefs as Kiwinuiaumi in his son Lonoai Kamakahiki on Hawaii, Kamalalawalu on Maui, and Kakuhihewa and Kualiai on Oahu. The island of Kauai, Kohala on Hawaii, and Ava on Oahu serve as a sort of breeding ground for these heroic figures. The Kauai legend of Kawelo with its many exaggerated features stands perhaps midway between the semi-historical figures of more or less authentic history and these fictitious heroes, product of the free play of the imagination upon whatever material, traditional or borrowed, comes best to hand. One of the most popular of the Kupua warrior legends, to judge by the number of recorded versions and the fullness of elaboration of the story, is that of Kawelo of Kauai. Called Kawelo Maihuna Liai, son of Maihuna the chief, or Kawelo Lemekua, Kawelo who cherished his parents, because he defended his parents against their persecutors on Kauai. The earliest recorded version is perhaps that by Jules Remy published in 1862. The latest is that dictated to Pukue of Honolulu by an 85-year-old Hawaiian of Kauai named Kalolo shortly before his death, as it had been handed down to him orally, and translated by Miss Laura Green of Honolulu. The similarity in the chants and in the episodes themselves proves the existence of a single traditional form, the changes and embellishments of which betray the hand of an independent composer. Legend of Kawelo. A. Green Pukue version. Mano Kalanipa, ruling chief of Kauai, has by his wife Kawaikini a tiny son of extraordinary rank and beauty called Maihuna Liaiki Okapoko, the little chief Maihuna, who is brought up as a foster child of the high chief Halahalaku. When the boy reaches the age to marry, a wife is sought for him over all Kauai, but since none is found of sufficient beauty, the foster father, directed by a dream, launches his wife's magic canoe transformed out of a hibiscus blossom and is carried by favorable breezes invoked from the wind gourd of his ancestor Nahiukaka to Oahu, where he obtains the hand of Malea Kalani, a high chiefess descended from Paao, daughter of Ihihilauakea and his wife Manana and brought up by her grandmother Olomana in the Ko'olau Mountains, and is borne back with the bride that same day, to find that his wife has already, with the help of the Little Mu and Menehune people, prepared a sumptuous feast for the marriage celebration. 3 sons are born to the two at Wailua, each birth preceded by a pregnancy craving satisfied only by the Little Menehune people, who bring ice from the mountains of Hawaii, awa planted by the birds at Panaiwa, honey from the mingled blossoms of lehua and pandanus to be found only on Hawaii. Kawelo is the eldest born, Kamalama the second, Kalamaki the third. The boys are brought up under tapu and not allowed to play with other boys. One day they run away and join the other children in a spear-throwing contest. Kawelo wins, and eventually he becomes the champion spear-thrower for Kauai. He builds a shelter for himself of pailai grass named Kahiki Hanuka. His god is Kanai Kapualena, cane in the yellow flower. Kawelo longs to travel and persuades his brothers to accompany him to Oahu. Here he joins the expert fisherman Makwakik in the sport of fishing for the giant uhu fish named Umakaikaikai. At night on his return his brothers meet him, each with a company of 40 men, and hurl spears at him, all of which he is able to dodge. An expert in the arts of warfare named Kalanaikahailo gives him his daughter Kainwahiniikiauha, little man-woman, as wife and teaches him all he knows, reserving only the art of stone throwing. When the call comes for him to return to Kauai and avenge his parents, driven from their land by Aikanaka, he sets sail with 24 young warriors, together with his warrior wife, his 2 brothers, and an adopted son named Kalahopuna. As the war party leaves the shore, his father-in-law appears and gives to the wife a snaring stick, pikoi, with which to defend her husband in battle. This is in the shape of a block of wood like a rough dumbbell, to the center of which a long cord is attached, and is used to trip up or entangle an opponent in battle. The party sails for Kauai, lands at Waialua where Aikanaka and his men are, and, after declaring war, Kawelo mows down each antagonist with his famous war club, Kikae. Once they jeer at him, calling him, son of a cock, moa, and, counter of cockroaches, because his grandfather has the name of Nahanemoa, and Kawelo is about to retire in shame when his wife prompts him to retort to the taunt. The cock roosts above the chief. The cock is chief. Kahakaloa fells him, but he recovers and in turn kills the other with a blow. When his old comrade, the giant Koahoa advances, he tries to win the warrior over with a chant, fearing his mighty club, but the warrior wife catches the club with her snaring stick and it falls harmless. In the division of land that follows, the wife gets hanalei for her courage. Kamalama gets homesick and returns to Oahu, taking the family god with him, without which Kawelo is unable to foresee disaster. The adopted son who lives at Maulili takes a wife, to whom he betrays Kawelo's weak point in warfare. His enemies lure him to the plain. 3 times they bury him in stones and 3 times he shakes himself free. The 4th time he seems to be dead and they leave him on a scaffold under guard until morning. He revives, does battle, and slays everybody. His brother, warned by their god, returns in time to insist that the traitor be also executed. Kawelo makes his permanent home at Waialua and dies of a good old age, but no one knows where he is buried. B. Fornander, 1, and Rice version. Maihuna and Malaekealani have 5 children in Hanamaulu on Kauai, Kawelo Mahamahaya, Kawelo Lekeo, Kawelo Lemekua, the subject of the story, and Kawelo Kamalama, all sons, and Kainakuekealani, a daughter. The maternal grandparents bring up Kawelo at Waialua with Aikanaka, man-eater, son of the ruling chief, and Koahoa, battle comrade, all relatives born on the same day. Kawelo eats enormously and angers his fellows by outdoing Kauahoa in managing toy boats and kite flying. The place where he worsted Kauahoa in the latter sport is called to this day Kahoolaina Pea, the kite caused to fall. When the family moved to Oahu, he angers his brothers by outdoing them in wrestling and they leave him and return to Kauai. Kawelo remains, becomes proficient in fishing, and fishes up the Umakaikai by means of a chant. When summoned to Kauai to avenge his family he sends his wife Kainwahiniikiauha to obtain from her father the stroke called Wahialoa to prepare him for fighting. He bathes in the stream Upwakau and gets a good meal of food. He sends Kamalama to spy upon the conversation of his wife's relatives and they believe him to be a god. At Waianae he builds a temple to his god Kainai-Kapualena and to the god Kalanihahu which the messengers have brought him from Kauai. The chief of Oahu furnishes him with a canoe. An adopted son, Kauluiki, gets frightened at the start and returns to Oahu. The story of the subjugation of Aikanaka and his subsequent attack with stones does not vary essentially from Green's version. Aikanaka goes to live in the uplands of Hanapepe and it is this chief's daughter whom Kailha makes his wife and to whom he reveals Kawelo's weak point. Kawelo retires eventually to his parents' old home at Hanamaulu. See, Fornander version, 2. Kawelo is born at Pupulaima, Waimea. Hiulu is his father, Haimo his mother. He is a timid child and Kauahoa, his older brother, is adopted by Halili of Hanalei lest he kill the younger child. Sea bathing is his favorite sport. He longs for the wives of his half-brother Kanaka, and his father says that a man to have wives must be an expert in fishing and farming. These accomplishments fail to attract, but when he becomes proficient in dancing they fall upon him and kiss him. Kanaka resents the loss of his wives and seeks Kawello's life. Kawello retires to Oahu with his brother Kamalama and becomes expert in spear practice. At the hill Puuloa he meets the beautiful Ko. With Makwakik he goes fishing. With his wife Kainwa Hiniikiauha, the girl skilled in surfing, he retires to Wahiawa after learning from her father all the arts of warfare except that of stoning. His parents on Kauai are meanwhile reduced to living on fleas and popolo berries. He is out fishing when messengers arrive to summon him to Kauai, and he first secures his catch, then with 6 strokes is at the landing. With 10 warriors, his wife, and his brother he lands at Wailua. Hoio, Walahikio, Maumauikio, and Kauahoa he meets and overcomes in single encounters. At the close of the war Kanaka takes Kawello's wife, and it is she who betrays his weak point in warfare. The battle with stones follows other versions, but the story is left incomplete at the point where he takes position to meet his enemies after recovering from the last stoning. D. Westervelt version. Kawello has a Kupua rat brother named Kawello Maihuna who helps him build a canoe in which he escapes to Oahu, and who there thatches with bird feathers the house which the chief has set him as a task to build with his own hands. Kawello Kanaka succeeds his grandfather Kawello Mahamahaie, great-uncle of Kawello, as ruling chief over Kauai. When Kawello, warned by the rat people, flees to Oahu, his own parents are already living there. He adopts a strong man named Kalaumik who claims power through the rat family, and another named Kayeliha. The rest of the story describes the catching of the uhu, the marriage with the warrior maid, the call to Kauai and defeat of Kanaka's forces, and the battle with stones, without unusual features. Dickey version. Kawello Lemekua is born in Wailua on the same day as Kawello Kanaka and Kauahoa came ui. He goes away to Oahu with the help of his Kupua brother Kawello Maihuna. Kanaka becomes ruling chief of Kauai and oppresses Kamalamaiki Pokiai, younger brother of Kawello. Kawello comes to the rescue, lands at Wailua, and declares for war. At Wailua he slays all sent against him, including Kahakaloa. That night the brothers get some sleep by setting up images to resemble watchmen. The next day comes Kauahoa and gives Kawello a stunning blow, but Kawello revives and, with the aid of his wife's snaring stick, slays Kauahoa. Kanaka wins the affections of Kawello's wife. The stone battle is fought at Kalaheo and Kawello left for dead. But his spirit warns his parents in Honolulu, and they come and revive him and teach him the art of stone fighting, Nunu, so that in the second battle, fought on the mountain called Nunu, he is victorious over Kanaka. That chief he tears in two but saves his own treacherous wife. In his old age his people rebel and throw him over a cliff. Remy Brigham version. Kawello is a giant of prodigious strength. To please the chiefess Kakahuamalani he becomes a proficient agriculturist and fisherman, but she is untouched until he becomes expert in the hula dance. She then takes him for a husband, and this gives him rank as a chief. 3 older brothers named Kawello Makinoino, Kawello Makahuhu, Kawello Makoluolu, Kawello with bad eyes, angry eyes, kind eyes, pour poi over his head and almost smother him, hence he chants a farewell to his wife and departs for Oahu. He is welcomed by Kakuhihewa and secretly collects an expedition against Kauai. He sets out for that island and encounters evil monsters in the shape of the marine monster Apukahai, against whom he invokes the owl god, and the fish Uhumakaikai, which he traps in a net, whose weaving pattern is described in detail, and which he kills after a fierce struggle. On Kauai his old friends and relations Kahakaloa and Kanaka have joined the enemy. His friends Kalaumaki and Kamalama follow him from Oahu. Kaheleha deserts him for Kanaka. Showers of stones are rained upon him. He prays to the gods and is saved. In the chant he accuses his enemies of putting to death his father Maihuna and his mother Male by casting them over a cliff. He divides the land by giving Puna to Kaheleha, who had deserted him, Kona to Kalaumaki, Ko'olau to Mekuakiki, Kohala to Kamalama, and Hanalei to his wife who has saved him with her snaring stick. He rules Kauai until he is old and feeble, when his people throw him over a cliff. Oahu Temple Story. Kawelo is slain at the Battle of Wahioa and his body placed on the lele, altar, of the heiau of Kukui to decompose. It is struck by lightning and he comes to life again. Historical version. Kawelo's grandfather was Kawelo Mahamahea, an important ruling chief of Kauai whose heiau of the severest ritual class, Hamakawa, was dedicated to the shark god and who was himself worshipped as a shark at death. By his wife Kapahina Kalani he had 5 children, Kawelo Mekualua, Kawelo Ikiaku, Kuakapoko, and 2 daughters, one of whom became the wife of her brother Kawelo Mekualua, who succeeded his father as ruling chief of Kauai, and mother of Kawelo Aikanaka. The other, Malaya Kalani, became the wife of Maihuna and mother of Kawelo Mekua, hero of this legend. Kawelo Mekualua and his sister wife are said to have first set up the practice of the prostrating tapu, kapu mo. Called burning hot tapu of chiefs, kapu wela o naliai, because of the death penalty imposed upon those who failed to observe the tapu. It was carried to Oahu during the rule of Kwakahia Kehoaha, father of Kualiai, whose wife has a Kawelo name, and to Maui in the time of Kekaulike. The legend of Kawelo is recited at great length and is embellished with chants and episodes of a romantic character or such as are typical of Kupua stories. Accounts of his birth contain references to the Menehune and Mu people and associate him with rat men born of the gods. And it seems likely that the Kupua qualities ascribed in the Dickey and Westervelt versions to a rat brother were originally those which belonged to Kawelo himself, or at least to his father. The mysterious birth as a rat or other misformation in the midst of a storm, hence the preservation of this embryonic form in a gourd wrapped in a feather cloak until, when it is taken down, feathers fly about, rain falls, and other wonders occur, and a being emerges who can take the forms of man, rat, fish, or Elepaio bird certainly corresponds with the magical births recorded of Kupua heroes who belong in the same class as Kawelo. Similar feats are told locally of Kawelo. He is said to have wrested the tongue of Hawaii from that island and to have brought it to Maulili Pool on Waikomo Stream in Koloa District, where it projects from the cliff of Koloa on the eastern wall of the pool. The account of the arrangements for Maihuna's marriage closely resembles that given of Pailani's to the Oahu High Chiefess Leelohilo. The legend must therefore be taken rather as an example of fiction in the form of a typical Kupua hero tale than be judged for its historical accuracy. The story has some likeness to the San Cristobal legend of Rapunate the giant, who lived on Marauraro. All the figures are conceived in the titanic mold characteristic of Kupua stories. The warrior of Hanalei, Kawelo's childhood companion, is described as a giant 120 feet tall, as strong as 320 men, and carrying a club in the shape of an unrooted koa tree from Kahihikalo, in whose branches birds perch and sing. Before such an opponent even Kawelo's stout heart quails, and only the prompt action of his wife with the snaring stick averts the club stroke and gives the hero a chance to cleave the giant in two with a stroke of his own famous war club. We are here in a more sophisticated stage of culture than is common in these Kupua stories, where the hero's strength often lies in his hands and victims are rent apart with an exhibition of physical violence. The motive is however curiously un-Hawaiian, since the war club does not seem to have been developed in the group as it was in the islands to the south. Kawelo's skill in dodging the spear is more nearly in line with Hawaiian custom. Such a ritual spear-throwing occurs at the Makahiki festival as the chief who represents the god lands from the canoe sent out to break the tapu. This has sometimes been interpreted as a mythical motive connected with sun worship. But nothing could possibly be more unnecessary than such an interpretation of a natural gesture by the ruling chief to proclaim his skill at arms during a festival especially given over to a display of athletic achievement. Another characteristic motive common to such Kupua hero tales and which occurs episodically in this story is that of the inactive hero. Kawelo sleeps until destruction becomes imminent. As the canoe approaches the land he warns. When Ikanaka's men approach, say no word. Only when they come very close awaken me. And the enemy is allowed to lift the canoe and bear it up to dry land before there comes the warning chant. We have passed the holes of the burrowing crab. We have passed the holes of the sand crab. Here we are at the rat's hole. And he rouses himself to action and easily mows down twice 40 men with his terrible war club. During the first fight Kawelo remains chanting beside his canoes while the rest of the party engage the enemy on the plains. During the assault with stones, he allows himself to be buried in stones before freeing himself of their weight. This motive of the inactivity of the hero, generally followed by some prodigious exhibition of strength, is sometimes rationalized by representing the kupua as smuggled on land wrapped up like a bundle. On the other hand, it is replaced in the stories of Kapunahu, Palila, and Kaliliowaka by the probably borrowed tale type of the disguised warrior. With due allowance for historical inaccuracies and for literary exaggeration, the story of Kawelo presents a true picture of Hawaiian culture. The foster father bears the same name as the land of Halahalaku, which was made sacred to the birth of high chiefs of Kauai. Kawelo's wife, Little Man Woman, is true to the Hawaiian type of warrior maid who used to accompany her husband to war to hearten and assist him in actual warfare, as attested by old informants, in the days before the discovery by Cook. The practice of word play to destroy the morale of an opposing champion or to soften his wrath is also true to old custom. Battles may be ended by means of a laudatory chant, as in the Kana Legend. The incident in which Kawelo loses courage because of a taunt at his ancestry is characteristic of the actual fighting power believed to inspire such exchanges of insult. Riddling allusions, often dependent upon punning with place names, win applause. There are homely folk incidents such as that of the paddlers who forget their message at the sight of a pretty woman and the consequent danger to the canoe. Compare for the forgotten message the messenger sent from Tonga to determine whether men or women ought to be tattooed. Who, in the perils of the passage, inverts the sexes, as in Brewster, or of the champion who, believing he has done his enemy in, by a single blow, indulges in a hearty meal and struts about with the inverted food bowl over his head as a helmet. Though perhaps borrowed from one tale to another, such incidents add to the realistic effect of the action. Two other Kupua hero tales, those of Palila and of Kaliliowaka, follow the special type represented in the Rice version of Kamapua A.S. Adventures, the second part of which also appears as an episode in the Kana Legend. The first in that of Kapunahu. The type is that of a struggle between two chiefs for supremacy decided for the weaker chief by securing the aid of a son-in-law with Kupua powers. Followed by, or including, the episode of a disguised warrior who wins on successive days of battle and is finally identified as the seemingly inactive son-in-law. Legend of Palila. Palila is a great warrior of Kauai, son of Kaluo Palena, the pit of Palena, chief over one half of Kauai, and of Mahinui, daughter of Hina. Ku is his god. He is born at Kaimooloa in the northern part of Kauai in the shape of a cord and is rescued by his grandmother Hina from the rubbish heap and brought up among the spirits at the heiau of Alanapo in Humula. He has two natures, one of a man and one of a spirit. His father is in conflict with the chief Namako Kalani, the eyes of the Heavenly One, over the other half of Kauai. And just as he is at the point of defeat, Palila comes to the rescue with the club Huliamahi with which he fells whole forests of trees at a stroke. The hole called Waihohonu is formed where he sinks this club before his father. All are terrified and Hina has to roll over their prostrate bodies to make him laugh and end the tapu. She stands on the rise of land called Alea, Mauna Kilika, holding his robe called Hakuula and his loincloth Ikoa, and after circumcising him she returns with him to Alanapo. The rule over Kauai being secured to Palila's father, the hero leaves home in search of adventure. Standing on the knoll called Komoaikoanu he throws his club and, clinging to one end, arrives at the cliff Nuololo at Kameo, thence flies on to Kaina Point on Oahu, and from there to Waikele where Ahua Paao, chief of Oahu, is presiding over games. The shark man Kamakawi is terrorizing the country. By slaying this man he wins the chief's daughter's Koalamikioe and Kalahuawai but must first be made human at the heiau of Cain at Kahahuna before he can wed. Ahu yields his litter to the victor, and for the first time sets foot upon the ground. Ahu fears his son-in-law and sends him on the circuit of the island without warning him of the formidable warrior Olomana, 36 feet in height, to whom the land from Makapu'u Point to Kaoio Point is sacred. Palila lights on his shoulder and cuts him through, casting off that portion called Mahinui toward the sea and leaving the peak called Olomana. The whole of Oahu being now won for his father-in-law, Palila first goes fishing with Kahului at Mauna Lua, using his club with equal success as paddle and fishhook. But, finding his companion stingy, he goes across from Hanauma to Kaluakoi on Molokai, where he leaves a part of his body, as the point Kalaiokalaau. Then, taking a dislike to Molokai on account of the name Howaniniu attached to a tree there, he flies across to Lanai, thence to Honuaula on Maui, thence to Kaula between Hamakua and Hilo districts on Hawaii. There he finds Hina's sister Lupea living above Kawaliai in the form of a hau tree. Since she is a kahu of Palila, no hau tree will grow to this day where Palila's loincloth has been spread out to dry. Kulukulua of Hilo district and Wanyua of Hamakua are at war. Palila takes up the cause of the Hilo chief. No one knows who the invisible warrior is who cries each time a man falls, slain by me, Palila, by the offspring of Whale, by the foster child of Lupea, by the Oo bird that sings in the forest, by the mighty god Ku. Until in the last fight he makes himself known. He slays the 3 great warriors of Hamakua each with a single stroke and hangs their jaws on a tree called Kahakawi, the shelf of jawbones, and becomes himself ruling chief of Hilo. Legend of Kaliliowaka. The father of Kalelealuaka is Opil the Sleeper, Kaopil Momo, whose nature is such that he passes into a trance every 6 months and lies for 6 months as if dead. After which there comes a storm with thunder and lightning and he awakens. During this trance his spirit floats away into the upper air with Poliahu and compasses the whole group in a day. Opil is born in Waipio Valley on Hawaii in such a trance and his body is laid away in a cave. He awakens and calls to his parents in a chant, and when they come to the spot they find him sitting in a tree braiding scarlet lehua flowers into a wreath. Cultivating the land is a passion with him and he plants crops at Kula on Maui, at Kapapakolia in Monalua on Oahu, in Lihu on Oahu, but each time his trance seizes him just as he is about to enjoy his crop, and others consume it. In one such sleep his body is floated downstream and is found on the beach of Maiea in Waialua by some men from Kauai looking for a human sacrifice for their temple of Lalamana at Poki, or of Kukui at Kaikehonika. For 6 months he lies on the altar without his flesh decomposing, then there comes thunder and an earthquake and he awakens. The old man at whose house he receives hospitality thinks he will make a fine husband for his daughter Makalani, or Kalakakaloi. He wastes no time in love-making but goes to work at once cultivating a huge tract of land and bringing in a great catch of fish. When his wife is about to have a child he warns her of his habit of trance, but her family, or the wife herself, cannot believe that he is not dead and they bind stones to his feet and throw him into the sea. Where within 6 months he awakens during a thunderstorm and returns to his wife, or goes back to his old plantation on Oahu. The son Kalelealuaka grows up mischievous, in ignorance of his true father, who has left him a spear as recognition token and gone away to Oahu. Opil has given his own power to the child and has no more trances. The boy can jump up and down precipices and run on water like a duck. He is challenged by the ruling chief of Wailua who has heard his boasts, then by the chief of Hanalei, and kills both as a sacrifice for the heiau he and his father have built. With a lad named Kalu as companion he paddles across to Waianae on Oahu and, picking up another lad nicknamed Kino Ho'omanawanui because he is too lazy to clean his food before eating. He goes to cultivating at Kahui in Ava at his father's old plantation, or finds his father at work and gives him the recognition token. The boys live at a mountain house, Lele Paao, and amuse themselves at night by making extravagant wishes, the sloven for all kinds of fat food, Kalele for a house erected for him by the ruling chief and the chief's daughters for wives. Kakuhihewa sees the boy's light burning night after night and, suspecting treason, comes, or sends a spy, to listen at the door. A spear is left at the door as a token that they are under the tapu of the chief. But since the kahuna Napua Ikamau advises the chief that this is a man daring enough to win for him in the struggle then going on between Kakuhihewa and Kualiai, or Pueonui. The chief fulfills the wishes of each and the two boys are housed splendidly at the court and have the chief's daughters as wives. It was the lame Marshal Maliuhaino who was sent to execute the command. He proceeded so slowly with the other two boys that Kalele had time to be transported to Kwaikua to be bathed and circumcised in the midst of a thunderstorm and return to the party without being missed. When he picked them all up, but without their being aware of the miracle, and set them down at the chief's place. In like manner, when all the warriors go forth to fight the rival chief of Oahu's forces and the lame marshal starts out alone because of his slow progress, Kalele pretends to sleep. Then sets for his wives some such fruitless task as filling a water bottle with the snout turned downward or cleaning and baking a fowl without cutting it open, and, disguising himself each day with plant wreaths of different localities. He overtakes the lame man and carries him to Punchbowl Hill to overlook the battle, while he himself performs prodigies with his hands alone, driving back the enemy, killing the chief who is leading them, and carrying home and hiding the booty. On the last day of battle he forces Kualiai, or Pueonui, to yield the rule over the land, but receives first a thrust from his spear by which he is later identified as the true victor. In Fornander, it is a farmer at Halawa who sees him each time returning with the booty and on the last day gives him a spear thrust in order to identify him. In the last battle he kills the sloven because he has each time claimed the conquest for himself, then brings out the feather cloaks and other booty taken from the bodies of the slain chiefs and he and his wives become chiefs over the land. In both these stories occur marvelous weapons and marvelous exhibitions of physical power. Palila fells whole forests with his club and is carried over land or sea clinging to its end. Kaleleoluaka's strength lies in his hands. He is a swift runner and daring leaper. Opposing warriors, as in the Kawelo story, carry prodigious weapons. One spear can kill 200 men at a stroke and is long enough to use as a windbreak or to dam a stream. Names of some of the warriors occur in other legends. Olomana is one of the mountain peaks back of Kailua said to have been named from a band of strangers, Haole, who early reached these shores. Two of the warriors whom Palila meets in Hamakua on Hawaii are among the company of fish Kupua who accompany Kinaini from Kwaihalani when he comes to marry Hinakalo. One of them is said to have been slain by Limaloa, the other to have become a sea deity and to have aided other sea gods in opposing Lohaio's passage from Kauai with Haiyaka to join Pele. Another tendency in Hawaiian legend, in which genealogical interest is strong, finds illustration in the Kaliliowaka story, where the action passes from the great deeds of the father to those of the Kupua son. So in the Moikeha-La legend, the Pakaikwa Pakae, the Luaho'omokola, and the Aikanaka to Laka series. Attention is paid in the Palila legend to the circumcision ceremony by which the wild energies of the Kupua seem to be made human and tractable, and to the tattooing of a warrior. The spot where Palila was tattooed for the fight on Oahu is pointed out on the edge of Kamawalio on Kauai at a place called Kailaialina Akamahu, the digging and scarring by the hermaphrodite. Directly associated with the Kamapua'a legend are two Kupua hero tales, one of which, that of Kapunahu, carries the same pattern as the two legends just discussed, although the theme of the disguised warrior is not developed. The other, that of Nahuliki, suggests the legend of Kaleleoluaka's father, Opil the Sleeper, in that it is the tale of a great fisherman who becomes a re-embodied spirit and friend of Kamapua'a. Kapunahu enters the Kamapua'a story as a brother of two sisters, one of whom, named Koawanui, is represented as the wife of Alapana, the other as the wife of Kakipahu, ruling chief over the larger section of Kohala district. Legend of Kapunahu. Kapunahu is born in Kukuipahu's district. He gains the leading ghost spirit of Hawaii, Kani Kae, for his god. The spirit is one day glancing his spear Kani Kawai along the course when Kapunahu picks it up and runs with it until Kani Kae is obliged to call a truce. With the spear thrower as his god, he finds that he can hurl his spear through 800 wili trees in line at one time. With Kani Kawai as weapon and the ghost god as his ally, Kapunahu avenges an insult from his brother-in-law by winning from him the whole district for his rival and marrying Nyoliai's daughters. At Paao in Ainakea, Kukipahu is killed and 3,200 men with him and their feather cloaks are taken. At the place ever afterwards famous as Lamaki he kills with his spear the warrior Pele, who wields a club named Keolewa so great that it extends over a whole district in length, reaches up to the clouds of heaven, and takes 4,000 men to carry. On Oahu he allies himself with his brother-in-law Alapana against Kakwehiwa and slays that chief. Hungry after his exploit, he is bidden by his sister to help himself to what food he likes and he pulls up 8 patches of taro. He goes on to Kauai, lands at Poki and at Waimea, and settles at Koloa. His greatest feat is winning a throwing contest, sling stone against the spear Kani Kawai, in which he has staked his life against Kemamo, the strong man of Kauai. Kemamo makes a good cast, but Kapunahu's spear clears the coconuts at Niumalu, enters the water at Wailua, hence the name Kawelawai, and, dashing up its spray, hence Waiahu, pierces the cliff at Kalalea and goes on to Hanalei. Legend of Nihuliki. The great fisherman Nihuliki is born at Keauho in Kona, Hawaii, and comes to Oahu and lives at Kukua on Puuokapule in Waianae under the name of Kihikiaholiha. He becomes ruling chief of Waianae and a mighty fisherman because of his famous pearl fish hook named Pahuhu, which attracts aku fish, and a double canoe 10 fathoms in length manned by 20 paddlers in which he always goes out fishing. He travels to Waimea on Kauai, the birthplace of his wife who is high chiefess of that island, and becomes ruling chief. When he dies his body is brought back to Waianae and placed in a small house of poles in the shape of a pyramid, where his parents worship the spirit until it is strong enough to become a live person again. He goes back to his wife on Kauai under the name of Nihuliki and she does not guess that this is her husband's spirit. Reproached for doing nothing but sleep, he sends his wife to his brothers-in-law to secure first his pearl fishhook, which the spirit of his sister in the form of a black noyo bird is guarding where it hangs from the ridgepole. And then his double canoe which has been pushed aside in the canoe shed, and, finally, paddlers to man it. The haul of fish he secures is enough for the whole island, and he gets as a third name at this time that of Puipuiakalawaya, plumpness of the fisherman. He fishes first off Waianae, then comes to Keauho, where he sends paddlers ashore each with a fish for his sisters. On his return to Kauai he carries 2 fish ashore to offer one to the male and the other to the female Aumakua. His friend Kamapua is afflicted with dropsy and in spite of her husband's instructions Nihuliki's wife, when Kamapua is brought in a litter to her door on a visit, turns him rudely away. Nihuliki therefore abandons his wife but gives her, as tokens for their child, a club and a feather cloak, and, as a name, that by which she had known him as her first husband. In this way the chiefess learns that her second husband is the reincarnated spirit of her first husband. Kamapua and Nihuliki go off together, diving under the sea to reach Waianae, where Nihuliki gives his friend recognition tokens by which his parents may know him and bids him marry his sister at Keauho while he himself enters his tomb at Waianae and disappears. Other tall tales in which exaggerated feats of strength are the theme may be even more episodic in character and derive their subject matter from curious natural features of the district within which the kupua's power extends, or from contests with strong men of tradition. Among these are the stories of Kalaipuni and his younger brother Hina, Kalaikini, Kaliakini, Okini, sons of Kalanipa and Kamelekapu, who are born and brought up in the Kona district of Hawaii, at Holualoa. Legend of Kalapuni. Kalaipuni is mischievous and without fear. At the age of 6 he can outdo all his playmates, at 20 he is fully developed. He kills sharks with his hands at Kalahiki and pulls up a ko tree at Honaunau as if it were a blade of grass. The ruling chief Kiwinuiumi hides himself and Kalaipuni becomes ruling chief. At Kili's request the kahuna Mokupane plots his death and has a pit dug at Kuanapo on Kaholawe and sets 2 old people to watch for a very old man with hair like bunches of olona fiber. When such a one floats ashore and asks for water the old people send him to the pit and then throw stones down upon him. The husband runs away but the wife finally hits him with a stone on the head and kills him. Legend of Kalahina, Kalaikini, Kaliakini. Kalahina is so strong that he can throw a canoe into the sea as easily as if it were a spear, tear up trees by the roots, and split wood with his head. When the 6 canoes which his brother is building at Kupua in South Kona get stuck at the place called Nawai Hooki in bringing them down to the sea, he hits on a plan to deliver 5 of them by sea from a different landing while he himself brings the 6th along on his back by the upper road. His brother therefore sends him to kill the chiefs of Maui and seize the rule from Kamalalawalu. At Kawiki in Hana the chief is found holding competitive sports and Kalahina enters the games. When the chief sees how strong the new champion is he runs away and hides at Wainapanapa. Kalahina becomes ruling chief over Maui and gets such a great name for strength that the men who work for him are silent from fear. Kapakahana, who has superseded Ola on Kauai because of his strength, comes to test himself with Kalahina. They wrestle and Kapakahana manages to push his antagonist over the cliff Kaihauilu and drown him in the sea, after which feat he cuts out his jawbone and exhibits it to the people. The Kupua Kalekini comes from Kauai of Manokalanipa in the form of a man to contend with the Kupua of Hawaii. In Puna he strives to overthrow Pohakuo in the form of a standing rock on the hill above Kapoho but is unable because Likia is encouraged by his wife Pohakuo-Hanale, who stands in the form of a round-shaped rock beside the other. At Kapua on the coast beyond Kalapana he stops up with Kaula with the spouting horn called the blowhole of Kalaikini in order to prevent the salt spray from spoiling the potato crop or, some say, for mischievous reasons. In Waipio, Kaliakini tries to uproot a kupua stone called Nahinuhiue and attacks a kawau tree which is a great kupua called Kukumukawau which, if uprooted, would have caused a flood. He is called a native of Paululu in Kohala and can change himself into many forms. Once he wanted his sister to name a child after him but said nothing of his wish. Every child born to her he would throw into a certain pond, where it became a fish, until a kahuna advised the family of his wish. The fish are to be seen there to this day and are called uai because of the squeaking noise they make. In Hana, Kaliakini is described as a wanton mischief maker. He comes from Hawaii to Hana on Maui and tries to stop up the spouting horn near Kawiki called Puhiomokuhano, and he smashes the stone of Cain beside that of Kanaloa, Nyo'o Kainami Kanaloa, because of its fame. Many kupua stories center about the court of Kakipahu in Kohala district on Hawaii, and that chief is a favorite figure in kupua extravaganzas. In the story of Kaipaleoa the Riddler, Kukuipahu's wife is Kalina Iheleuau and it is she who instructs her nephew in riddling. In that of the Riddler Kapunahu, the Kupua's sister becomes Kukuipahu's wife. In the story of Kepakailiila, Kukuipahu marries his daughter to the red-skinned Kupua. Actors in the story have traditional place names. Kukuipahu names a land section in Kohala. Kanaloa names the district on Kauai where Ualekahau and Luyukia plant a coconut grove and where stands the Heiau Lalamana. Keauho and Kahaliu are places on the Kona coast of Hawaii. Makolia is the name of a heiau at Kahaliu presided over by Lono's god Kaili, where Lono Ikamakahiki is said to have celebrated some of his victories. The story is patched up out of episodes drawn from both native and foreign sources and has, like others of these late compositions, no traditional value save as an example of how kupua elements were manipulated for stock entertainment. Legend of Kepakailiila. Kepakailiula, born with red skin, is born in Keau, Puna, on Hawaii, child of Ku and Hina. He is born in the form of an egg and his mother's brothers Kenoho and Ki'ai Ki'ai staying and Ki'ai going, wrap him in a feather cape for 10 days and 10 nights and there emerges a beautiful child. At the end of 40 days, during which he has lain wrapped in a red feather cloak, his skin and eyes have become red. His foster parents rear him in Paliuli, where the prodigious appetite he develops is easily pacified, since here all things grow in abundance without labor. As he approaches maturity, his foster parents travel about the island seeking a wife for their ward, and after rejecting the beauties of Hilo, Puna, and Kaiu, they pronounce Moikeha-La, daughter of the Kona chief Keauho, and his wife Kahaliu, faultless. When Kepakaileala leaves Paliuli to court his wife, the place is shut up and no one has seen it since. Since Moikeha of Kona is promised to Kakaileaneo of Maui, the lovers are obliged to meet secretly and are presently detected by the parents, and the girl is sent away to Maui. Kepakaileala goes away to Kohala and takes to wife Kapuo Konaona, the pretty daughter of Kukui Pahu, ruling chief of Kohala. On 2 successive nights he paddles over to Maui, makes Kakaileaneo drunk with awa and enjoys his bride, finally leaving him head down in a dung heap. Pretending a friendly visit to Maui, he comes with a great following of canoes to meet Kakaileaneo, and in a spear-throwing contest cuts the chief in 2 with his war club named Alalokahi'i, and keeps on slaughtering the people until Kukui Pahu thrusts his young wife before him to stay his wrath. The rule over both Kohala and Maui he gives to Kukui Pahu and goes on to Oahu, where Kakuhihewa is so afraid of him that he makes him his foster son and turns over to him the rule of Oahu. Moikeha, while out surfing, is stolen away by Komiki and Kauka, messengers of Kekipainanea, famous ruling chief of Kauai. Kepakaileala follows, makes friends with a leading chief of the island living near at Waimea, and defeats the ruling chief, first in a wrestling match and then in a riddling match upon which the contestants have staked their bones. Slays the chief and burns him in an oven, and makes the friendly chief Kanaloa ruler over the island. 2 animals besides the dog and hog found native here before the arrival of Europeans were a species of bat, Atalapha samota, said to be found also in Chile, and a species of small rat inhabiting wild rocky places and living on roots and seeds, Ratus hawaiiensis. According to the Kumalipo, in the 6th era of the Po are born the beings that leap in the night and keep the changes of the month. Thus the rat Kupua, who is part human, part spirit, becomes a favorite theme for storytelling. When Kalanimanuia is brought back to life, he has the look of a rat until his human form is completely restored in all its beauty. Namakai Kahai has a rat girl among her attendants. In the Kila story it is a rat man who gnaws the rope and lets down the food which Makalii has hung up in a net. Coelho's brother is said to have rat forms, and there is a folktale of Ohia Tree and his sister Rain who turns her forest family into rats with a slap each and herself into a spring of water. Rat shooting, a favorite betting sport among chiefs on Hawaii and a unique example of the use of bow and arrow in this group, is also reported as a competitive sport of chiefs in Tonga. And in Samoa the son of a woman with a rat's head has rat carpenters build a house for his marriage. The love of exaggeration characteristic of Kupua stories is amply satisfied in the figure of the ratman Pikoia-Kalala, Pikoi's son of Crow, which belongs to the period of Kiwinuiomi of Hawaii and Kakuhihewa of Oahu. He is born at Waialua on Kauai into a Kupua rat family and is skilled in the art of shooting with bow and arrow. The 2 principal episodes of his legend are those of his contest in rat shooting with Mainiel on Oahu and his successful shooting of the Kupua birds who live in the forest of Hawaii and prevent Kiwiomi from selecting a tree for the canoe he is building to go in search of his favorite kapae. A famous riddler, he uses riddling puns as a legitimate way of winning a fantastic bet. But it is the fabulous skill of Pikoi in rat shooting which is the favorite theme for local tall tale telling. He can stand on Kawiki on the island of Maui and shoot a rat lying asleep in Kohala across the channel. Legend of Pikoia-Kalala. A. Fornander version. Pikoia-Kalala is born at Waialua, Kauai, into a Kupua family who have the power of taking human or rat form. His father is Alala, crow, and his mother Kuku. His 2 sisters are Aioli, rat, and Opiapia, bat. When his Kwaie, board wins over the others, the boys are jealous and push it into the rapids. He jumps in after it and is borne down the Wailua River out to sea and cast up on the beach at Ko on Oahu, where he is found by a man named Kwakahi and carried to the home of his sisters, who have married influential men on Oahu. He recites his family names, is recognized, and the husband sent for to prepare a feast of welcome. While the food is preparing, he joins a rat shooting contest and is taken as champion by the chiefess Kekekapua Maluahi against the famous rat shooter Mainil, the champion of her husband Kaulamawaho, ruling chief of the island. Mainil shoots 10 rats with 1 arrow, but Pikoi puts up a prayer to his rat family and strings 10 rats and a bat by the whiskers upon 1 arrow. After a betting contest in which Pikoi wins by riddling upon the word aioli, rat, the newcomer is acclaimed victor and Mainil retires in disgrace. On his return to his sisters he eats up most of the food and the people say to each other, he eats like a god. Kilinuiomi sends for the expert shooter Mainil to get rid of some Ele Paao birds who prevent his canoe builders from felling trees for their craft. Every tree that the men attempt to fell, the birds declare rotten. Pikoi gets his friend Kwakahi to convey him with the party to Hawaii hidden in a basket, under pretense of carrying with him his god. And when Mainil fails to get the birds, Pikoi takes successful aim by watching their reflection in a basin of water. Thus he becomes a wealthy man. B. Westervelt version. Pikoi has 6 rat sisters named after the bow used for rat shooting, Kiko'o. He himself and his sister Kayuio Manoa, the beauty of Manoa, who marries Pawae, chief of Manoa Valley on Oahu, have human form. The rat sisters teach him chants and he is furnished with a bow and arrows by means of which he wins over all competitors on Kauai except the dogman Pupulanalana, whose skill is equal with his own. He accompanies his father to visit his sister, who lives with her husband at Kahaloa. They have also a place called Kahuiwai farther up Manoa Valley. On the way he shoots and kills the great squid Kupua Kahahii who pursues the canoe off Kaina. On the plain below Makiki Valley the champion shooter of the chiefess Kahamaluihai is losing to Mainil, the champion of her husband Kakuhihewa. Pikoi breaks up her bow and arrows, obtains his own from his father, and, employing his family prayer chant to invoke supernatural aid. He spies out rats invisible in the foliage save for their whiskers and strings them upon his single arrow by 40s to the ecstatic cheers of the onlookers. For 5 years he hides until he is a grown man and his rat sisters have gnawed his hair short and colored his face, so that when he appears as a handsome man with a somewhat ragged haircut he is not recognized. The chiefess compromises him by riding in on the same wave with him and he is about to be killed by the chief's men when the former shooting champion is recognized and tested in a riddling match with Mainil in which he is acclaimed victor. His brother-in-law knocks dead 40 of the men who have insulted him. His own, wise arrow, seeks out those who flee. And he becomes known as the fire shooter, Kapanakahuahi, and dwells up Manoa Valley in a great grass house given him by the chief. Cockfighting was a favorite sport of Hawaiian chiefs as of Tahitian, but without the use of artificial spurs such as are reported for the Dayaks of Borneo. High stakes were laid upon the game. A fine passage in the famous chant of Hauikalani commemorating Kamehameha's first victory over Kewalo on Hawaii compares the battle between the chiefs to a cockfight. Hawaii is a cockpit, on the ground the well-fed cocks fight. He, the chief, is a well-fed cock. Warmed in a firehouse until the stiffened feathers rattle. Of varied colors like many-colored paddles, like piles of kaula timbers. The feathers rise and fall when the cock spurs. The cock spurs north and then spurs south. Till one great blow of the spur hits the head, he flees severely wounded. The chief bites like a dog. Scratches the ground like a fowl. The fowl scratches, the soft dust flies upward. Legend of Lepiamoa. Lepiamoa, comb of a cock, the chicken girl of Palama, is the Kupua daughter of a high chief of Kauai named Keahua who has incurred the displeasure of a sea-dwelling Kupua named Akuapehael, god of the swelling billow, and been exiled to a remote place in the mountains called Kawaikini. Where his wife Kauheo, daughter of the chiefess Kapalama of Oahu, bears a child in the form of an egg. Kapalama comes for the child and keeps the egg wrapped in tapa and sweet-smelling plants until it hatches into a many-colored bird and becomes, through the power of a bird ancestress named Koeolewa who lives in the heavens, a kupua with power to take either the form of a bird or that of a beautiful girl. This child Lepiamoa is brought up by her grandparents Kapalama and Honouliuli on Oahu. Meanwhile on Kauai a boy is born named Kaulani. Storm signs proclaim his rank as a chief, and his father's parents, Laukaiii and Kaniula, bathe him in the spring called Waiui and gird him with the malo paihiku. Thus he gains supernatural strength. To destroy his father's enemy he first hems him in by planting stakes, which grow into a thicket. The gods carve images which come to life and fight for him. The malo paihiku gives his spear thrust strength. Thus the demigod is defeated and burned and his father restored to his lands. Kaulani next goes to find his sister, tossing his spear ahead of him and following its lead. Two women hide the spear, when he calls, Koawai. Koawa, it answers. Over the sea he perceives the kupua form of a bird ancestress, Kai Wa Kalamiha, then a rainbow, then sees by the shore his sister catching fish. He hides in her house and sees her change into her bird forms. As she falls asleep he seizes her and holds her fast. She tries to escape in her kupua bodies until the parents tell her in a chant who he is. Kakuhihewa of Oahu is entertaining his sister and her husband Maui Nui and has bet his own lands against those of his brother-in-law upon a cockfight. He now offers his daughter in marriage to the man who can produce a cock to win the bet for him. Kaulani, who is in high favor with the chiefess, promises to do this. The Maui cock is a kupua bird related to Lepiamoa's family and named Kuohelemoa. A kupua in the form of an Paao bird warns Kaulani not to let the cock see his sister before the fight. He wears her concealed in a garland about his neck until the fight begins. The Maui cock tries all its bodies in succession but the hen wins. At first the new wife is jealous of the beautiful sister, but after their girl child Kamamo is born and adopted by the kupua sister, Kaulani goes to live at Kakuhihewa's court. Tuamotu, Anna. Taiva and Gechua have a son born first as an egg. The wife conceals it, fearing her husband's anger. He however guards it as his own when the bird child is discovered. This is Rogotauhia or Rogorupi. See also Ruatoa, the boy covered with feathers, who rescues his father Hiritoa from Puna's filth pit. Tonga. The woman who eats her pigeon god bears a child with a pigeon head who later becomes a beautiful girl and marries the ruling chief of Tonga. Ulukailupe is her name and her child Kaulufanua avenges his father and becomes ruling chief of Tonga. 30. Trickster Stories. Trickster stories are generally in the form of contests with the spirits who peopled the islands before the coming of man to Hawaii, and are only occasionally told of animal figures. In early days the southern islands of the group were all peopled by spirits, each with its chief spirit, Kanikae of Hawaii, Kealoa, or Kuahualiai of Maui, Pahulu of Lanai, Kaunolu of Molokai, Halaliai of Oahu. Lanai and Kahoolawe were long avoided by settlers through fear of the spirits who were their sole inhabitants. The Kaululao of Lahaina who cleared Lanai of spirits has never been connected with the Voyager Kaulu but may be a namesake. The tendency is to be seen on the one hand of centering such exploits about a single figure, on the other hand of a local detachment which gives rise to a distinct hero cycle on each island or even from district to district. Hence a multiplication of trickster figures each with his own cycle of adventures, sometimes borrowed from district to district. Most of the stories on record are of wide distribution and must be referred to late foreign or South Polynesian sources. What original jests they superseded is perhaps not too late to discover. The demigod Maui is arch-trickster throughout Polynesia, but his deeds are rather typical of the kupua than of the trickster hero. Pupuhuina, Ana, Kupuahuluina, Puluana, is said to have been a kahuna who introduced food plants into the Hawaiian group, or, in localized versions, into Kohala district on Hawaii, by tricking the persons or spirits who owned the plants. Story of Pupuhuina. A. Pupuhuluina, tuft of red feathers, lives along the steep cliffs east of Kohala where no food plants grow. The spirits have hidden them at Kalai in Kaiu district. He goes out fishing and follows the shoals of fish until off the Kona coast he sees Iea and Pupulu, fishermen of Makaliai, letting down a large-mouthed fish net from their canoe. He makes friends with them by giving them oily kukui nuts in place of the sea beans, mohihi, they have been using to chew and spread on the water in order to see the fish entering the net. In return they help him get slips of food plants, which can be had only from the spirits ashore, since all their own food is cooked. The spirits must be made to believe that he has supernatural knowledge or they will never give up their food plants. He carves an image of wili wili wood to set up as a god and weaves a basket of ie vine in which he hides one of the fishermen. Brought ashore thus concealed, the native whispers to him the way in which to meet the tests by which those who have the food plants on shore attempt to put off the strangers. He is hence able to come ashore at the proper place and to name all the plants correctly as if revealed by his god. After he has stood some of them on their heads in a competitive game, they are glad to be rid of him. The tubers he planted are still to be seen growing at the foot of the cliffs east of Moikeha-La. B. Kuluukau lives above Kamana on Oahu. At Lelepua lives the grandchild of Wailoa and Haumea named Kapahu. Kuluukau quarrels with his brother Kulakai and, weaving a bird-form disguise out of ie vine covered with feathers, he carries away Kapahu. When Haumea pursues, he throws out a stone which Haumea takes for her grandchild and which thunders when she tries to catch it. Haumea in revenge seizes the food from all the islands and retires to Nuumialani. Oahu, Kauai, Maui, Hawaii are afflicted by drought. Pupuhuluana and Kapula, strong men and swift runners of Kauai, come to Oahu seeking food and at Kailua in the land of Manawili find Haumea's attendants, the men Olomana, Ahiki, Paki, and the women Makawao and Holly. Living on popolo and ti plant left by the angry goddess for the subsistence of her own people. Olomana sends the swift runner Paki with the Kauai men to Alaloamehani, the land of Makalii eastward of Oahu. They carve lifelike images of Iea and Pupulu, fishermen of Makalii, with humped backs like the Uhu fishermen, real hair, eyes made of oyster shell. They bring back potatoes, taro, bananas, sugar cane, ape plant, ti, yams, hoi, arrowroot, pia, breadfruit, mountain apples, ohia, coconuts, and edible ferns. Thus these foods came to the islands. See, there is a famine on the islands because Haumea has taken away the food. Pupuhuluana sails east to the land of Makalii and on his return lands at Kalai in Kaiu district on Hawaii with food plants. His canoe, the net of Miha, and the fishermen of Makalii, Pupulu and Iea, are to be seen there turned into stone. D. It is Aukele Nuiaiku and his brother, Kane, Apua who bring the first coconut to Hawaii. The first time Apua and his brother come from Kahiki they do not bring slips of food plants because they expect to find them growing here. Being almost famished, they return to Kahiki after plantings, and appear off Kaula-U, cause place in Kahiki with a load of pretended food in the shape of coral rock. Their not landing is laid to the rough surf. Of each plant they are shown they declare that it germinates, sprouts, bears leaves and fruits in Hawaii, and hold up a piece of coral resembling the shape of the plant. The owners of the food plants cast all away as worthless and the voyagers gather them into the canoes and carry them back to plant in Hawaii. The first coconuts in Hawaii are planted at Kawalia, where stands the heiau of Wahaula, and at Kalapana in Puna District, Hawaii. Kupua Huluana is a famous kupua who travels to foreign lands, names vegetables introduced at Keauhou, Hawaii, offers them upon the altars of the heiau of Kamauai erected to Kane, and distributes them for planting. Thus vegetable foods are introduced into these islands. The device of a basket in which an accomplice is concealed as a pretended god occurs in the Moikeha-La legend, in which Pikoi is secretly conveyed to Hawaii concealed in such a basket as the god of his friend Kwakahi. In the Kaulu legend, the kupua's presence in the land of the gods is concealed by his hiding in a basket, where he acts as the pretended god of his brother and has to be properly fed to be effective. A bird disguise is woven by Maui when he goes in search of his wife who has been stolen by the eight-eyed bat. A few similar incidents are found in other groups, based on common customs or a common tradition. The use of oil to clear waters is noted in New Zealand. Compare also the incident in Marqueson's stories of emptying a gourd full of oil into the sea in order to look down to the sea bottom, or into Hawaii. The trick of pretending acquaintance with some coveted culture gift in order that its owners may not know how eagerly the stranger desires it occurs in other Polynesian travel stories. In Puka Puka, Wu travels. At Rakahanga he pretends that only children use swings in his country, and thus gets samples of this novelty to take home with him. So with other games which he learns at the different islands he visits. A similar famine story occurs in the legend of Maikaulei. A. Kepalino version. Maikaulei, the famous steersman of Hawaiiloa, is a great farmer who gathers up the food from kahiki, bananas, yam, sugar cane, starch plant, hoi berry, and the gourd vines from which food calabashes and water bottles are made. But he is stingy and keeps all fast in a net, koko, until a rat nibbles the cord and lets them fall out. When the land is troubled by drought, rats, some of them two-legged, scatter his hoard. Hence the saying, but for the rat who spread these things broadcast over the group. E o ka aioli, laha ai no mea kanu ma kia maupeena. B. Fornander version, 1. In the Moikeha-La legend Maikaulei, younger brother of Moika, remains in Kahiki as ruler over the land when his brother sails to Hawaii. He is good-looking, powerful, and brave, has the foreknowledge of a seer, and wields his war club Nauluko with such force that its stroke forms a deep furrow in the earth. Foreseeing Kila's arrival, he has gathered up all the food of the land into a net called Maikaulei and hung it up out of reach. The net of Maikaulei is drawn up above, huhue koko a Maikaulei aluna, is the saying. Kila's grand aunt, or uncle, Kane Pohihai, climbs up in rat form and gnaws the strings of the net so that all the food is scattered over the land. Maikaulei comes down from his home in the clouds to do battle with Kila, but Kila dodges the swing of his club and gives him a stunning blow, after recovery from which he crawls away thankfully to his home in the clouds and never returns to earth. C. Fornander version, 2. Maikaulei is a mythical ruler in Kapakapa'a Kane who in time of plenty stores up food which in time of famine he hangs out of reach in a net. The rats travel over the earth in search of food and find nothing. They look up to heaven and see the net. One climbs thither on clouds and rainbow and nibbles the ropes of the net at the center. The food falls and restocks the earth. D. Emerson version. Maikaulei has hung up the vegetable food in a net attached to a cloud at Kaipaku, Hanalei, on Kauai. Puluana comes from Kohala seeking food and puts the rat into the net. A division of land in Kohala district is called Aioli after this friendly rat. The chant runs. Hiu ai le kaupaku Hanalei. Aina mapuna wai a ka nalu. Hung up on the ridgepole of Hanalei. To the water springs of the rain cloud. References to the famine in the days of Maikaulei are not uncommon. In Green's version of the Anai-like story, the chiefess of the rolling island visits Hawaii at a time when Maikaulei has hung up the food in his net and there is little for man to eat. Later in the story the rat nibbles at the net and there is food. The famine myth is generally placed in a distant land. Only in Emerson's version is Maikaulei said to belong to Kauai and the havoc of his hoard to have taken place on the southern coast of Hawaii. At the southernmost point of that island, at Kalai in Kaiu district, rock formations are locally ascribed to objects in the legend, the stars of Maikaulei, Pleiades, the house of Maikaulei, his net, and the rat. The string figure to which the chant belongs shows the net with its 8 compartments, each of which holds a single kind of vegetable food: taro, sweet potato, plantain, yam, arrowroot, fern root, smilax, and another. The point at which the rat nibbled the cord is one which, if cut, will cause the whole figure to fall apart. One of the ceremonies of the Makahiki festival consisted in shaking a netful of food out upon the ground to foretell what the crop would be like that season. If anything clung to the net it was a sign of scarcity. The ceremony, says a note, commemorated the time when the Kupua Wea let down from heaven a net whose 4 corners pointed to the north, south, east and west, and which was filled with all sorts of food, animal and vegetable, ia and ai. This done, he shook the net and the food was scattered over the land for the benefit of the starving people. In the prayer offered at this time for the net, Ka Pule Koko, Uli is invoked as a god, and Kane and Kanaloa as the life-giver and the wonder-worker. To this net Malo gives the name of Mealoha. It is moreover from Makalii that Kaulu, Kuluka, gets the net of Meoloha in order to snare and kill Haumea. Now Haumea in one version of the Pupuhuluana legend is the one who has caused the famine which has started the quest after food plants. In Emerson's version of the net of Makalii, Puluana is the man who comes seeking food. The names are evidently variants, and the food famine is thus closely connected with the stories of both Kaulu and Pupuhuluana. In the Kaulu legend, Makalii is represented as the seer of the gods Kane and Kanaloa and lives in the heaven above Kwaihalani, where lies the vegetable garden of the gods. Kaulu wrecks this food plot by the trick familiar to folktale of appearing as a puny fellow and then gathering up the entire crop when told to take all he can carry away. The same device of the chewed kukui nut to clarify the water with which Pupuhuluana bribes the fishermen of Makalii to help him secure the food plants from the spirits is employed in the Kaulu story by Makalii himself, under compulsion. In order to clear the ocean surface and find out where the fishes have hidden Kaulu's brother. Kaulu, the breadfruit, is known to Hawaiian legend as son of Kalana and a great voyager in the South Seas. To Hawaiian mythical fiction as a great trickster who wrecks the vegetable garden of Kane and Kanaloa, slays their pet shark whose spirit is accordingly placed in the Milky Way. Terrorizes Makalii into giving up the net Meoloha in order to snare Haumea, and kills Lono Kaeho with the 8 foreheads and his dog Kuilioloa, who rule the north side of Oahu. Story of Kaulu. Kaulu is the youngest son of Kukauhialaka and Hinoluohia, born at Kailua, Ko'olau, on Oahu. Since an older brother Kamano has threatened his death as soon as he is born, he fears to take human form and appears in the shape of a rope, which is put up on a shelf and guarded by a kindly brother Keha, or Kaholiha, until he becomes a human being. Keha is carried away to lands in the sky called Lewanuyu and Lewalani, or Kwaihalani, where Kane and Kanaloa live, and Kaulu voyages thither to find him. Kaulu's strength lies in his hands. Each obstacle he encounters is overcome by means of their strength alone. These obstacles are strong waves, which he breaks up, and hence the surf of today, long and short waves. The dog Kuilioloa, which he breaks in pieces, and hence the small dogs of today, and in another version the tides Komiki and Kauka, and gods and ghosts. Keha hides him in a lolu palm leaf from which he speaks with the voice of a god and demands the awa cup given to his brother. The seer Makalii warns the gods that Kaulu is among them and is all-powerful, but they fail to find him. He plays tricks on the spirits by putting stones into their sleeping places. They retaliate by refusing food to the brother and telling him to get it for himself. Kaulu flies up to the god's provision ground. The guards turn it over and shake him off into space, but he recovers footing and teases the guards into giving him anything he wants. He takes everything they have, even to the rays of the sun, and they have to beg a piece of each to restock the land. The gods endeavor to get rid of Keha by tempting him out surf riding, where he is swallowed by the chief of the sharks Kakamolunuiakea, or Kalaki Nuiakane. Kaulu first drains the sea to find his brother, then spits it out, and hence the sea is salt today, and seeks Makalii. The thunderstone Ikawa which Kolili, or Keona, hurls at him he catches on his forefinger. Makalii chews kukui nut to oil the surface of the sea and points out the chief shark to Kaulu. Kaulu teases the shark until it opens its jaws, then tears the jaws apart with his strong hands, and out comes his brother with hair all worn away. The spirits again try to kill Keha in a swing, but Keha kills them instead by pretending to swing them. Those who survive catch Keha and hide him in a mussel, opihi, shell, but Kaulu urinates upon it and forces it to open its shell, hence that species of mussel is bitter today. Kaulu returns with his brother to Papakolia in Monolua and himself goes on to Kapalama, where he kills Haumea by trapping her in the Meoloha nets obtained from Makalii. Then to Kailua, where he kills Lono Kaeho with the 8 foreheads and his dog Quilioa at Kualoa, and assumes the chiefship over Ko'olau. In this legend of Kaulu's birth and his fabulous adventures when he goes to find his brother in the land of Kane and Kanaloa, the trickster element is uppermost. As a kupua, his own two hands are his god, and, although the voyage and the adventures in the land of the gods contain elements similar to other such travel tales, the emphasis of the story is upon the tricks he plays upon the spirits in contests of power. A. Birth in the form of a rope. B. Voyage in which obstacles are sent by the gods to obstruct the way. C. Tricking of the spirits in the land of the gods. C1. Disguise as a god. C2. Rough handling of the spirits until they are glad to be rid of the visitor. D. Carrying away food plants. D1. All the food there is. E. Avoiding thunderbolts. F. Killing the god's shark, which is thrown up into the Milky Way. Similar stories of contests with spirits in order to win food plants from the gods come from Samoa. Lele Asapai. The flying gods, Atu, in Alil have stolen all the chief of Samata's yam planting. He sends his grandson Lele Asapai to the spirits' land to the westward of Savai'i to bring them back. On the way Lele lands at Pulotu, where the ruling chief Savia Siolio pretends friendship and asks him where they sleep at night, intending to destroy them. His guardian god Sailaveo sets a watch and guards them against the plot. Siolio sends him after Kava, but misdirects him. Again Sailaveo sets him right. The spirits poison the kava they give him to drink, but Sailaveo drinks the poison for him. Now allowed to go on to Alil, he hides at the spring and first kills the bearers who bring the chief of the flying spirits, then forces the chief to give him the yam plantings. Lefanoga. The young son follows his father Tagaloa Ui and his brother Teo Tagaloa to the family gathering in the heavens. The family are shocked and give him the poisonous kava to kill him. He avoids the poison, uproots the whole plant, and brings it down to the Tagaloa people on earth. Losai. Losai sets out, usually with a boatload of godlike companions, after food plants and brings taro, coconuts, breadfruit, and the kava ritual from the Tagaloa in the heavens by outwitting the gods in all the tests they set him and defeating them in battle, teasing and bullying them until they will give him anything he asks in order to be rid of him. The tests consist in kava drinking, eating, sometimes poisonous food, surf riding, diving, catching fruit shaken from a tree, or in more magical feats like setting back the sun or stopping rain. A similar story from Tonga tells of the voyage to Bulotu, the tests undertaken, and the food plants with which the voyagers escape from the spirits of Bulotu. The king shark of Kane and Kanaloa in Lewalani, called Kukamolunuya Kea or Kalaki Inuya Kane, whom Kaulu slays in this legend and whose spirit flies up to the Milky Way, has its prototype in the South Seas. In the Tuamotus the Milky Way is the sacred ocean of Kihotumu, the dark rift in the Milky Way is his sacred ship, called the Longshark. In New Zealand the Milky Way, Te Mangaroa, is called the fish of Maui, Te Aike Maui. In Rarotonga Maui kills Te Mokaroa Iata, the water monster who insulted Maui's father Tangaroa, and Mokaroa becomes the Milky Way. In Tahiti Ire, the handsome blue shark, beloved of Taaroa, frolics with the children until the gods of the sea warn the brothers Tahianuyu and Tahiarai that there is danger of its becoming a man-eater. One breaks his spear between its jaws, the other aims at its heart. They are about to cut it up when Taaroa and two snatch away their pet to the Waiolo Tane and it bathes in the Milky Way. Kaulu and his wife Kikil, a quiet, handsome woman who loves all fragrant plants and who planted the hala groves of Ko'olau and used to wear wreaths of sweet-smelling pandanus about her, are not named upon the genealogical line to which Kaulu's forefathers belong but remain mythical figures. In the story of his adventures his parents are woodland deities. His own name refers to plant growth, especially the breadfruit, and is used in referring to a young person before puberty. The theft of the awa plant from the Garden of the Gods connects Kaulu's exploits as a trickster with those of Maui as recounted in the Kumalipo. The arrangement of the strata of the heavens in which Kane and Kanaloa drink awa and surf with the spirits in the lower heaven, Lewanuyu, while their vegetable garden is tended in the heaven above, Lolani, corresponds with a fishing chiefs. establishment who lives by the sea and has his vegetable food brought from the uplands. The looting of the patch corresponds with Maui's early exploit. Hina the Tapa-beater, wife of the Nanamea who is represented on the Ulu line as son of the trickster Moikeha-La, is called the grandmother of Kaulu the Voyager. Two traditions remain from the legend of Kaulu's voyages, one that he brought to Hawaii, the edible soil of Kawainui, called Alea, used medicinally by old Hawaiians and resorted to in Tahiti in time of famine. The other that he visited the maelstrom called Moana Waikaio'o, or Mimolo'onowe, an adventure, says Emery, often depicted in Tuamachuan tradition where actual whirlpools are common within the group. One within the lagoon of Takaroa, into which canoes are drawn, disappear from sight, and emerge again some distance beyond. Lands visited by Kaulu encircling Kahiki are recited in a name chant. I am Kaulu, offspring of Kalana. He who visited Wawau, Bora Bora. Upolo, Tahae, Little Pukalia. Great Pukalia and Alala. Pelua, Palana, and Holani. The Isthmus, Kuina, of Alunui, Uliuli. Mele Mele, Hayakua, Hailalo, Hakalai. Span the heavens. Span the night, span the day. Made the circuit of Kahiki. Kahiki is completely circled by Kaulu. Story of Kaululo. A. Fornander version. Kaulula'au, the grove of trees, son of Kakalanio and Kanakaniula, is brought up at Lahaina, called Lele, on Maui, where his father lives and rules the whole island of Maui. All the children born on the same day are brought to the chief's place to be the boy's companions. Each day he leads them into mischief, finally pulling up the breadfruit plantings. The boys are sent home and Kaululo exiled to Lanai, which is inhabited by spirits. In vain these man-eating spirits try to discover the place which his god has given him to sleep in. Each night they tire themselves out running to a new place to which he has directed them, while he sleeps pleasantly somewhere else, until all die of exhaustion except Pahulu and a few others, who escape to Kaholawe. The chief sees how his son's fire burns each night on Lanai, is pleased with his courage, and sends a canoe to fetch him home. B. Emerson version. To trick the spirits, Kaulula'au proposes a swimming test to a rock at which he takes his stand, and as they swim up to the rock one at a time, he holds the head of each under water until he is drowned. The remaining spirits he makes drunk in a feast house, gums their eyes while they sleep, and then sets fire to the house. Only 3 or 4 escape. One he ends with a mock club, another by tricking him to dive for his own reflection in the water and then jumping in on top of him and putting an end to him. See, Kalakaua version. Further adventures recounted of Kaulula'au include the possession of a magic spear point with which he is able to sink into the ground a demon Moo called Moo'elio, protect himself from Pele. And kill a giant bird which harries Oahu and is possessed by the spirit of Hilolakapu. Chief of Hawaii who invaded Oahu during the rule of Mailiku Kahi and was slain at Waimano and his head placed on a pole for the birds to feed upon near Anulialai. Of Akua blood, his spirit enters the monster and is driven forth only by pronouncing his name. This spurious version gives Kaululo a half-sister Weo and a half-brother Kaihiwalua, father of Luea. The kahuna Waolani is his friend. His land on Maui is called Koaula. His wife from Oahu is named Laiaeva. The motive of hiding from the spirits occurs in the Banks Islands and in Samoa. A. Cat and his brothers go to the village of Kasavara and to escape death at the hands of the spirits hide each night through Cat's magic in a different crevice of the house, which the fool brother the next day points out. B. In Samoa, Lele Asapai is sent to recover yams stolen by the flying god of Alil. He comes to Bulotu and, helped by his guardian spirit Sailaveo, avoids the plots laid against him, first by giving wrong information as to where he will sleep. Second, by keeping awake all night. Third, by climbing into the heavens and bringing down kava to drink. Fourth, by avoiding drinking the poisoned kava. He then proceeds to Alil and kills the demon, but not the king for whom the demon stole them. Besides these two arch-tricksters of Hawaiian tradition, similar tricks are told of other trickster figures who contend with the early spirit inhabitants of the islands. Story of Lepi. A trickster, of Hilo, Hawaii, fools the spirits by feeding them salt dung, while himself only pretending to eat. When they play hide and seek, Lepi conceals himself by standing on his head, and then plays them a vulgar trick. When they play sand digging, he conceals dung in the sand so that they smear their hands. He goes to their feast painted black to escape recognition. He invites them to visit him in return, but as they approach he rattles gourds and sings, as if to companions, "Wake up. Here come the spirits, our favorite food," and all run away. Story of Punia. The artful son of Hina in Kohala, Hawaii, tricks the sharks who guard the cave of lobsters by throwing in a stone which the sharks all make for, supposing that he has himself leaped in. Then diving in another place after the lobsters and escaping unharmed. Meanwhile the sharks quarrel as to which shark is his accomplice, and kill each other until the king of sharks alone remains. To kill this king shark, Punia prepares a long sharp stick, 2 fire sticks, kindling wood, food, salt, and a mussel shell, and assures the shark that if it bites him and the blood flows it will rise to the surface and he will live again. But if it swallows him whole he will die. The shark accordingly swallows him whole, and for 10 days he lives inside the shark by making a fire and cooking the food he has brought and the meat which he scrapes out of the inside of the shark. When the shark becomes weak and makes for shore, he tricks it into carrying him to the sandy beach, where the fish is stranded and people come and dig out Punia. On his way back to Kohala, Punia escapes the spirits by pretending that this fishing ground is familiar to him and thus enticing the spirits out to sea by ones and twos where they are at his mercy. Thus he kills all but one wary spirit. The first incident occurs in Samoa, where spirits called Alil robbed the yams of the Tue Samata. He sends his grandchild Lalue Sapai to recover them. The boy throws a club into their bathing pool and the spirits fight each other until all are killed. The second motive, that of destroying a monster by being swallowed whole and cutting the way out, is of worldwide distribution. The third occurs in the Emerson version of Kalolo. Story of Hanamo. A. Fornander version. Hanamo, the great flatterer of the spirits of Oahu who devoured men, used to invite travelers from Kauai ashore with a chant warning of the dangers to be met from spirits of other islands and praising the safety of his own island. When the deceived voyagers came ashore, the spirits would give them a great feast, and when they were sound asleep would kill and eat them. None escaped to warn other travelers. Finally the double canoe of Keheo Kamoku, friend of the ruling chief of Kauai, is tempted ashore and the whole party killed and eaten in this manner. One smack and the people disappeared, all eaten up by the spirits. A lame man, however, has suspected danger and kept awake as long as he could in order to answer the guards who came to find if all were sleeping. Finally he goes to sleep in a hole under the doorstep and escapes detection. He returns to Kauai and reports the matter. The chief comes with a party to avenge his friend. Wooden images take their place in the long house while the Kauai men conceal themselves. The spirits find the images tough eating. When all the spirits have fallen asleep, the house is burned over their heads and all consumed except the flatterer, who manages to escape. B. Rice version. Kauai and Niihau fishermen are eaten by the gods who live at one end of Niihau. The fishermen make wooden images with eyes of mussel shell and place them in the long house. While the gods are trying to eat the images, the fishermen close the door and burn all to the ground with the gods inside. Story of Wakaina. A cunning spirit of Waiapuka in North Kohala named Wakaina pleases the people by his singing, then deceives them into dressing him in a feather cloak, helmet, and native garment. And giving him a bamboo flute and other ornaments in which he promises to show them a new dance, and flies away with the whole costume. Wakaina accompanies Punia on one of his sightseeing tours on Maui. The people see them coming and to test whether they are spirits or not spread ape leaves for them to walk upon, since a human foot will tear the leaves but a spirit's will leave them untorn. Punia saves his friend by walking ahead and bidding him follow in the torn footprints. As they cross Lamaomo, a prophet sees them coming and gives chase. The great owl of Kona, Pueonui Kona, fights the prophet and his entrails become spread over the akolea ferns that used to grow in that place. Hence the name of intestines of the prophet for the endemic species of the daughter, called pololo and used for love charms, whose yellow stems form a tangle over bushes in some parts of the islands, Cuscuta sandwichiana. The trick of escaping with valuables while giving an exhibition of skill in dancing occurs in many South Sea groups. In Mangaya, Ngana the crafty persuades Hina to let him try on her ornaments, then flies up in the air with them through a chink in the wall. In Maui, Wakaturia is taken captive and hung up in Wenaku's big house while the captors dance and sing. Tamatii Kupua suggests to him a way of escape by boasting of his own skill until he is released to dance and sing. He makes his escape through the doorway, which is then quickly closed and fire is set to the house. A god caught stealing in the witch woman's sweet potato storehouse is about to be cooked and eaten when he offers to dance and flies away with the witch's grandchild. In the Kufido of the Ellis Islands a captive is released to dance. He leaps as high as the roof and is hence taken outside to show his skill, when he promptly flies away. In the Lau Islands, the tricky gods are tied and left in charge of the children. Freed to teach a new dance, they sing a magic song which sinks the ship and the children all perish while the gods disappear. In Florida the incident is part of an animal story in which the turtle has saved the life of the heron and the heron reciprocates. The turtle is caught and tied in the house of his captors. By dancing for the children while their elders are away the heron distracts their attention from the escaping turtle. He then flies away with the ornaments he has borrowed from them for the dance. Story of Iwa. The clever thief Iwa, son of Kukui, who stole while he was yet in his mother's womb, lives at Ka'alaia, Ko'olau, Oahu. Paao seeks him to recover his lucky cowries used for squid fishing, which Umi has taken from him. Iwa dives under the hook, detaches the cowries, and fastens the hook to a bank of coral while he makes his escape. Afterwards he betrays the trick to Umi and steals back the shells from Paao. To test his skill as a thief Umi sets him two tests: to steal his tapu axe which hangs suspended to the middle of a cord passed about the necks of two old women in the temple of Pakalana in Waipio while a crier makes the circuit 5 times each night of the tapu district. And to contend 6-1 with professional thieves in filling 6 houses with stolen treasure in a single night. Iwa personates the crier and asks the old women to let him touch the axe to make sure of its safety, then makes off with it so swiftly that no one can catch him. For the second test, he waits until the 6 professionals have filled their 6 houses and gone to sleep, then steals everything out of them and fills his own. He even steals the sheets from under Umi as he lies sleeping. Iwa owns a paddle named Kapahi, the scatterer, with 4 strokes of which he can cover the distance between Niihau and Hawaii, the easternmost and the westernmost of the group. Stories of the clever thief Iwa do not strictly belong to this group. The tricks he plays are upon human combatants and resemble those told in Hawaii of such legendary heroes as Kwapakae in the court of Kiwinuiumi rather than of Laka and Kahai in southern cycles. Who may be regarded as the great eastern Polynesian examples of tricksters in spirit land, as Lele Asapai is in western Polynesia. Iwa is the name of a bay below Kapoho in Puna district. Hilo, is god of thieves in Tahiti, Iro in Mangaya and Rarotonga, Wairo among the Maori, not to be confused with the navigator of that name. In Tahiti the dragonfly is his agent. His sky of the prophets is below the water of life of Tain or Milky Way. Among the Maori he is one of the sons of Rengi, lord of darkness, as opposed to Tain, god of light. In Mangaya the will-o'-the-wisp Uti is invoked to light the world against his thefts. 31. Voyage to the Land of the Gods. The Oahu Wahanui, Big Mouth, family is placed by Fornander in the early period of contact with the Southern Pacific, contemporary with Haikapaloa on Hawaii, Kaikipaanea on Kauai, Kamawawa on Molokai. He is said to have been a great voyager, to have so oppressed the Menehune people as to induce their migration to the sunken land of Kane, led by Kanaloa and Kainapua and directed by their god Kain, and to have been himself killed in a sea fight. But the famous fictitious narrative, Paao, recording his voyage to tread on the breasts of Kain and Kanaloa, connects Wahanui with the island not of Oahu but of Hawaii. Story of Wahanui. A. Fornander version. Wahanui sets out from Hawaii with his seer, Kaula, Kalohi to fulfill a vow he has made to sail to Kahiki and trample upon Kahopo Kainami Kanaloa before returning again to Hawaii. Kain, Kanaloa, and Kainapua, 3 gods with human forms, have been living on Lanai, but Kainapua has angered his brothers by urinating in their water spring and they have taken bird form and flown away, leaving Kainapua, who has no bird body, to shift for himself. As Wahanui passes Kaunolu Point on Lanai, Kainapua hails him and asks to be taken aboard. Wahanui points out that the canoe is already overcrowded. Kainapua twice raises a storm which forces the canoe back and is at length given a place in the canoe behind the sailing masters Ho'okilai Hilo and Ho'okilai Kau. As they encounter various dangers of the sea, he proves useful, first, in dispersing their fear of the island Kainhunamoku when it looms up and is taken by the sailing masters for the great dog of Hina, Kuilioloa. Next, in quieting the 2 Kupua hills Paliuli and Palikia, white and black cliffs, which clash together and destroy canoes. Then in riding in safety a storm, sent from the calabash that holds the bones of Laimaomo. By diving down and making the canoe fast with a rope made out of the intestines of his ancestress Hanonui Kwa Eaea, where she lies with her face turned upward to greet her grandchild. Lastly, in quieting his own dog at the landing at Kahiki. He tells Wahanui to go until he comes to 3 men lying with their faces turned upward, who are Kain, Kanaloa, and Maui. Wahanui upon his return worships Kainapua and is given a paliqua, here described as a double-bodied creature, the bodies being joined together by means of the ribs growing into each other. And told not to show this wonder until he reaches Hawaii. Wahanui cannot resist displaying it on Kauai, and the ruling chief Kupakoili, advised by his diviner, Kilo Lolopali, kills the chief and all his followers except 1 man, who dives into the sea and later escapes to Hawaii and carries the news. The death of Wahanui is, however, avenged. His successor sends a plausible invitation to the Kauai people to come to Hawaii, then massacres them all, not one escapes. B. Kamikau version. Kainapua hails Wahanui at the Cape Apua. Kalohi is the pilot, Mopueki the kahuna. The canoe lands at Halolono on Molokai, sails by the cliff of Kaholo, passes the Cape Kaunolu in broad daylight and comes to Apua, where it is hailed by Kainapua. After the storm the canoe lands at Kanolopau and sails by way of Kualai Kahiki on Kaholawe. It is bound for Kahiki Kapakapa'o Kain to tread on Kahopo Kain, and Kainapua warns him to tread upon it all if he would live. On his return Wahanui brings the paliqua, dwarfs, and they become runners on Kauai. One is brought to Punaluu Harbor on the Kaiu coast of Hawaii and lives above Kopu and Mola. Analysis of the Wahanui legend shows that it follows a traditional Polynesian type. A kupua is reluctantly admitted to an overcrowded boat, A1, by means of a forced landing, A2, or upon promise of help in overcoming obstacles, A3, or through a disguise, the floating gourd, A4, or through other proof of supernatural power. B. He wards off the dangers of the way. C. He sends the party home with a culture gift which they lose through disregard of a tapu imposed. All of these elements seldom appear in the legend as preserved. In Samoa, Tangaloa joins 2 youths from Tutuila sailing home from Manua, who take him aboard only because the canoe will not move without him. He carries them to Fiji, saves them from the pointing finger of Fiji, and sends them home with food plants and mullet. But the mullet, or all but the coconut, they lose because they forget the instruction not to bail out the canoe before coming to land. In the Tonga version of the Voyage to Bulotu, 4 gods sailing in a canoe are joined by a 5th, a woman family, Take Care, or Hailfeek, who intercepts them at various places until her mysterious nature is recognized. And it is she who helps them come safely through the tests set in Bulotu. Through her, food plants are brought to Tonga. In a Tuamotu story from Anna, Tararo asks to be taken by Keo, king of Marama, on a courting expedition to Rarotonga and, when he is refused passage, calls up winds and forces the canoe to take him aboard, then himself wins the beauty of Rarotonga. In an Aitutaki version of the Rata story, Rata, bound for Marama, refuses passage to Nganeoa, but when he comes floating overseas in a gourd he is allowed to join the party, after promising to destroy all the monsters of the way. In the Tahitian Rata story it is, the priest, who encourages the expedition and names the opponents. In the Tuamachuan, Tavae, one of the family spirits of the forest, is found, sitting in the bows as a guide for the voyage. In the Maori migration legend of the canoe Tainui, the female fairy Te Peri acts as directing god, seated at the bow of the canoe to guard against dangers. But for the warning spirit Sail of Ao, Lele Asapai would never have succeeded in bringing down the yam planting from the flying gods in Alil. The floating gourd trick in order to be taken into a canoe or to pursue one in which the supernatural being has been refused passage is to be found in Polynesian trickster cycles. In Hawaii it is told of the sorceress Hina Kuka, Hina the Baler. In the Marquesas, Taneoa's brothers have gone off in a canoe and left him deserted. He follows in a coconut gourd and turns them all into porpoises, then himself wins the beautiful Mito with his flute playing. White has a mixed story of Tautaini who floats to land in a bull-sized canoe after his uncle's fishhook. In the Banks Island story of Cat, the trickster follows his brothers when they steal off with his wife and canoe, comes floating beside the canoe in a painted coconut gourd, and makes the landing before them. A common belief in spirit guidance dominates all these stories and may normally play a part in the makeup of any travel story. The incident of the guardian spirit or god through whose advice the hero wins success on a dangerous mission, whatever its objective, is therefore not necessarily borrowed from one story to another. But the particular treatment of the incident in the reluctance of those in the canoe to give passage and the repeated effort of the supernatural being to gain it, together with the fact that it is only through his help that the quest is attained, gives the tale a type form very characteristic of South Sea travel stories and which may derive from a common, perhaps borrowed, source. It is interesting to observe that an incident based upon reverence for a god is often diverted to farcical ends in the makeup of such a story. The helpful spirit is often, like Kainapua in the Wahanui legend, a trickster spirit whose troublesome acts distort the actual moral pattern of the tale. The meaning of Wahanui's vow is rendered obscure by the chant language employed. It must refer to some vengeance to be taken, such as Brewster describes from Fiji as mbuchiraki, which consists in knocking a man down and stamping upon him. When a number of them got a victim down and jumped upon him, he generally bore their marks for the rest of his life. In a Tahiti story Maui in a rage stamps upon the disk of the sun until it is cracked and weakened. In Maori myth Tawaki, angry with his parents because they did not avenge the attempt made against his life, went to heaven and trod on the Tokatamiware, who were his ancestors. Treading upon the prostrate bodies of relatives may be used as a mark of submission, as in the Hawaiian legend of Kamapua where his family submit to this treatment after their son has conquered the land. But the expression may well here refer to a voyage to ancestral lands circling the Pacific as in the Kaulu chant, Kane referring, in Hawaii, to the sun's path north of the equator, Kanaloa to its path to the south. Kainapua's connection with Lanai is well established. Aiaa, when he goes about marking out fishing grounds and setting up altars, finds him fishing off Kanolu Point on Lanai. Fish gods named Kainapua and Reapua were worshipped at Lanai in Ellis's day, and Kalakaua names them as worshipped by Molokai fishermen. Emerson calls Kain-Lau, Apua a healing and beneficent god from Lanai who is joined with his relative Kain-Milohai as an emissary to save men from death. The Akuheku fish is said to be one of this god's forms. He is named as a brother of Pele, who is left as guard on an outlying island of the group. He is named as the fourth son of Hinai-Malama and Konikonia. He is one of the bird brothers named in the legend of Aukele Nuiaiku, and legend says that Aukele and his brother Apua bring the first coconut to Hawaii. His connection with Kane and Kanaloa is that of a younger brother and lesser deity, who nevertheless by trickery gains his ends much like the younger Maui among the sons of Akalana. Wahanui, the explorer of the Pacific and tyrant chief over the early Kane people on Oahu, is possibly represented in the mythical Koaliai Wahilani who looked down from heaven and, beholding the beautiful woman Lailai dwelling on the island of Oahu, came down and made her his wife and thus became the father of one of the ancestors of this race. An often quoted chant associates the name of Wahilani of Oahu with the adventure described in the legend of Wahanui. O Wahilani, O Ku'ali'i o Oahu. I haloa ku I kahiki. I na pemoku o mo'olanuia keau. I kiki hai I ka hopu o Kane ami Kanaloa. Wahilani, chief of Oahu, sailed away to Kahiki, to the islands of Mo'olanuia keau, to tread the sunken land of Kane and Kanaloa. Paragraph continues, the purpose of Wahilani's voyage in this chant is identical with that of Wahanui's. The localization on Oahu is unmistakable and agrees with that of the Wahanui family on Oahu, with the Wakea and Papa stories, and the traditional placing of Luaniu, who is also called Wahilani, on the north coast of Oahu. The name of Wahilani is, however, given to a chief of Kohala district on Hawaii in the time of Keawenuiomi. This chief is named as one of those who accompany Kiwi on his quest for Pakae, and he is jeered at by Pakae's son as, not a chief by birth, but a petty chief, ruling over a land where sweet potato is the food and grasshoppers the fish of the land. He, or his son, joins the rebellion against Kiwi and is slain, and his bones are displayed by Lonoai Kamakahiki together with those of the 5 other chiefs whom Kiwi slew. In both the Wahanui legend and the Pakae appear the Hawaii names of Ho'okilai Hilo and Ho'okilai Puna, or cow, for the sailing masters, and in both legends the same device is used to force a landing by raising a storm. It looks as if the two stories took shape at the same time. When early legends were being relocalized and drawn into the cycle composed about the popular figure of Keawenuiomi at the time when he held court as ruling chief on the island of Hawaii. 32. Riddling Contests. Stock episode of a Kupua story is a riddling contest, called ho'opaa, a term used to express the play of words back and forth in debate. The common situation is that of a famous riddler who has defeated all challengers but is finally outwitted and destroyed by an apparently mean antagonist. The most fully elaborated of these stories relates how a mere boy outmatches the most famous riddling chief of Kauai and avenges the death of his father in a similar contest. The event is commemorated in the name Kauai of Kaikipanania, which means, the expert in riddling, from nane, to riddle. Although the word is also used for other games of skill such as flourished especially in the courts of chiefs of the island of Kauai and were thence carried to other islands. In such a contest high stakes are set, even to life itself. In more homely usage the art consists in betting on a riddle to be guessed, in a brag upon which the opponent has been induced to put up a bet. Or in merely playing with language in a way to entangle the opponent with contradictory and seemingly impossible meanings. Puns were delighted in as a way of matching an opponent or fulfilling a brag. Taunts after the manner of stringing a less sophisticated rival must be met with a jibe more bitter. One series of objects of a kind must be matched with another, or a forgotten item, no matter how trivial, added. One object proposed must be met with another analogous in every detail, or its antithesis. A spider web is thus matched with the dodder vine, a kukui nut with a sea urchin as it is cracked and eaten with the use of thumb and fingers and a pinch of salt added. The contestant being careful in every case to follow exactly the words of his opponent, which he must show to apply equally well to the parallel he has chosen. Real knowledge is necessary for such a contest. The contestant must be prepared to match his antagonist in material ways, and for this purpose he carried a calabash of the type used for traveling, in which were stored objects necessary for such uses. A famous riddler of the court of Keawenuiomi was Kwapakae, who carried the bones of the wind ancestor in his calabash and knew how to summon each by name. Another was Pikoyaka'lala, who brags upon his rat shooting and wins by punning on the word rat, aioli. He hits an old woman and claims to have hit a rat because of the name Haumakaili, eyes like a rat, applied to the aged. He shoots at the topmost batten in the house, called Kwa'aili, back of the rat, and again scores. Folktales are told of Kapunaho the great riddler. Two brothers whom he encounters in the woods get him to put up losing bets against their brags, first by pretending to be just covering, instead of about to open, the oven of birds they are cooking. Then by serving up chicken in an eggshell in answer to the riddle, chicken for the meat and chicken for the dish, lastly, by licking fingers dipped in gravy to fulfill a bet upon eating human flesh. Sometimes court language is put to more serious uses. An uprising against a ruling chief is begun, according to tradition, while the chief and his rival are engaged over a game of checkers, konane. Using the language of the game, the rival's kahu declares that he knows a move by which his master can win the game. When the chief and his master both give permission for him to make the move, he slays the chief who is his master's opponent not only in the game of checkers but in that of politics as well. An example of the full riddling match from the Kana legend shows the child challenger of the chief's riddlers playing upon the word hua, which refers to an offspring or fruiting as the result of the swelling out of inner forces. The rounding of the tuber or rootstock of the food plant is thus matched with the rounded egg of the fish or bird, the fruit of a tree with the rounded shapes of sun, moon, and stars in the heavens. Competitive claims apply in one case to the depth down to the underworld, in the other to the height into the upper world. The riddlers chant. The moon of Kailua. The moon that bore the first breadfruit of Lanai. The fruit of the taro swells down below. The fruit of the sweet potato swells down below. The fruit of the yam swells down below. The fruit of the pea swells down below. The fruit of the ape swells down below. Down, down. Down to Milu and below that. The boy answers. The moon of Kailua. The moon that gave birth to the great turtle and placed it. The fruit of the seaweed swells below. The egg, hua, of the fish swells below. The egg of the turtle swells below. The egg of the chicken swells below. At the foundation of the house of Milu below. The foundation of the house of Milu, laid below, below, away below. The men then name the fruits that ripen above ground, banana, breadfruit, mountain apple, and a half dozen others, and conclude. The coconut, nyo, puts forth fruit above. Up to the flying clouds and above that. The boy answers. Kailua is the moon. The moon gives birth to a great turtle. At Panyolua, punning on the word coconut, on Lanai is my fruit. The fruit is the sun that hangs above. The fruit is the moon that hangs above. The fruit is the stars that hang above. The fruit is the cloud that hangs above. The fruit is the wind that hangs above. The fruit is the lightning that hangs above. Up, up above the flying clouds and above that. The men jeer and say that their fruit still hangs above. The boy continues. There it is, there it is. There hangs the great wind cloud. The south wind is blowing. The wind that goes roughly. Beating the leaves of the trees. Pushing against the trunks of the trees. Making them fall below. The trunk. The branches. The leaves, the fruit. Brushed off till they lie bruised and fallen below. The breadfruit bears fruit above. Struck by the south wind it falls below. And after enumerating all the other plants with fruit above ground which falls below he cries, Eh. The men are defeated for lack of fruit that hangs above. Struck by the south wind it falls below. I have defeated you. The illustration is from the most complete story of a riddling match which has been described in Hawaiian legend, of which we have a number of variants. The competitors are a powerful riddling chief backed by skilled practitioners. And a mere youth who comes to avenge his father's death in a similar match and who turns the old men's jeers back upon themselves and matches their knowledge with a play of words always to his own advantage. Legend of the Riddling Chief of Kauai. A. Naquina version. A famous family of riddlers belonged to Kapalua on Kauai. The parents teach the art to their 4 children. The brothers Hail Paiwi, house fenced with bones, and Hail Paniho, house fenced with teeth, become riddlers for the chief Kalaniʻaliʻailoa at Wailau, and so great is their skill that they are able to outwit all competitors. The sisters marry on Hawaii, the younger sister to Kanepeiki of Kona on Hawaii, to whom she teaches all she knows of riddling. He then insists upon challenging the Kauai champion, and his bones, staked upon the outcome, are left bleaching upon the walls of Kalaniʻaliʻai. His young son Kalapana prepares to avenge his father's death. Since his mother was not able to acquire the whole knowledge of her parents' art before their death, she sends the boy to her older sister Kalaua, who lives at Hilopaliku. There he becomes proficient in riddling in spite of his still childish appearance. At the Kauai court he is jeered by the 9 men inside the riddling house, just as at home he has been laughed at by his playmates for his fat stomach and short legs. Only the chief's younger brother, Keliaiokapae, befriends him and sees that he has fair play. In his riddler's calabash he carries grass to spread out to sleep on, mats of choice weave, a block of wheelie wood for a pillow, certain dried fish with punning names, fire sticks, firestones, kindling wood, bundles of cocked meat, awa root. A wooden dish and an awa dipper and strainer, a water bottle, a feather holder, fish cords, a black beach stone, a smooth pebble, a stone hatchet, and loincloths. All of which he employs to prevent being shamed before the superior luxuries enjoyed by his competitor. At first he is commanded to stay outside the house, but when he counters by demanding that his opponents then remain within, they see that this will be inconvenient and admit him to the house, which is divided into 2 parts. One end finished neatly for the chief and his friends, the other left rough for the contestant. However, by spreading down his grass and mats and taking out fire, food, and drink, he makes himself so comfortable that the chiefs are constrained to begin the contest. At every turn they are outwitted and finally each is hacked to pieces, according to the terms of the bet, except the friendly younger brother, who is made chief in place of the riddler. The boy returns to Hawaii without having once lowered the sail of his canoe from the moment of setting forth to that of his landing again. B. Fornander version. In the days of Pueo Nui o Kona, ruling chief of Kauai, the father of Kaipaleoa called Halepaki is killed in a riddling contest with the Kauai chief Kalaniʻaliʻailoa. Death is the wager, and so expert in the art is the chief that a fence of bones has been almost completed about his house. Kaipaleoa lives at Waiakea in Hilo with his mother Wailea, who is skilled in the art of riddling, but who sends him to her sister Kalinaʻailoa, wife of Kukui Pahu, the ruling chief of Kohala, to complete his education. He then journeys to Wailua, Kauai, and challenges the chief to a riddling contest, invoking his own god Kanepaiki against the god Kainulupa, god who presides over the cock crow, invoked by the Kauai chief's instructors. He is met by ridicule because of his childish years, but outriddles them all and has them all cooked in the oven prepared for himself and the flesh stripped from their bones in revenge for his father's death. In the story of Pele and Haiaka, Kaipaleoa is named as father of Wahiniomau and husband of Punaboa. See, Kepakailiʻala episode. Kaikipanania is famous for his skill in boxing, wrestling on all fours, catch who catch can, and riddling. He abducts Kepakailiʻala's wife, and that famous chief comes to Kauai to recover her and takes the chief Kanaloa of Waimea as his friend. After a successful boxing contest he is challenged to answer the chief's riddles on pain of death if he fails. The chief's public crier, who lives on nothing but the king's excrement, and is hence avoided by all because of his offensive smell, Kepakailiʻala bribes with kind words, fresh garments, and a good meal of pork and vegetables to reveal the answers to the chief's riddles. These are: step all around, step at the bottom. Leaving, reserving a certain place. The men that stand. The men that lie down. The men that are folded. Both refer to house building. For the first the thatch is trodden down to the base all around, leaving an opening at the door, and for the second, the timbers stand, the battens are laid down, the grass is folded. The two chiefs have staked their lives on the result of the match, and the oven has been heated by the Kauai chief in the expectation of securing the bones of his defeated antagonist. Upon his defeat, therefore, Kaikipanania is thrown into the oven, there is a general slaughter of his men, and the chief Kanaloa is made ruler over the island. D. Pukue version. A Puna chief, unnamed, fond of riddling, sends out men to search for fresh riddles and, when they return, poses them with a riddle which must be answered by naming parts of the body containing the syllable ki, joint. As they do not understand what the chief is driving at, one after another suffers death. At last one young man, sent out in search of fresh riddles for the chief, encounters the old court jester who used to invent riddles for the chief's father and grandfather and who knows the chief's riddle. Pitying the young man, he teaches him the answer and how to turn the riddle against the chief himself. Thus the chief is slain and the young man escapes. This ends the practice of riddling in Puna. E. McAllister version. Kamahalolanialii, chief at Monolua on Oahu, jealous of the admiration women show for the handsome Keliaikanako, the chief without followers, challenges him to a riddling match, roasting in the oven to be the steak. Pele, an upland man who has taught the chief the riddle with which he challenges his rival, takes pity on the handsome fellow and teaches him the answer. The riddle contains the description of a child's life from pregnancy to youth, and Kelii acts out realistically the interpretation, then escapes instantly and remains in hiding until the chief's death. Similar riddling matches are described in Scandinavian chants from the Elder Edda, where gods in disguise challenge the old giants for their knowledge, and in such Indian legends as that of Rasalu at the court of the tyrant of the Punjab. In the South Seas, riddling speech was a common accomplishment. In Tahiti, the study of enigmas and similes, called parapiri, was a favorite pastime in the schools, and women might take part as teachers. Artificial language, proverbs, and plays on words belonged to the Alii period of Tahiti, represented by a dominating class similar to that of Samoa, Tonga, and Hawaii. An example of such word contests is the dispute in song between the Raiatians and the Tahitians as to the comparative value of their countries, or the pyri sent by the chief of Tubuai to the priests of Tahiti. To answer which a priest of Taaroa from Tahiti came to Tubuai. In the Marquesas, schools of learning were established in which pupils learned the legends, genealogies, and chants. The Tuhuna Oono was the reciter who taught the sacred lore, the Oho'o the building in which he worked. Contests of wit were held between the masters of learning, and in ancient times the defeated Tuhuna was killed. Among the Maori, separate schools were held for experts in the secular art of agriculture, in the art of astronomy, which belonged to chiefs and priests alone, and in the ancient lore, including medicine and sorcery through incantations. Riddlers must be well informed in the names of plants and stars. Geographical knowledge was important. See, for example, a song telling the place names from Wanganui to Wairarapa. The detecting of a plot of revenge through interpreting the riddling words of a chant, the word sparring with which a man who goes courting worsts his host, and Rada's visit to the house of Poahaukai. So in Niu an invading chief overcomes his elder in a bragging contest. In Tonga a court language is used by the chiefs, which consists in conveying a message in symbolic language. When a Tongan chief asks for cuttings of yam to complete the planting of his little yam patch, he is asking for a girl as wife. And the chief of whom he asks her answers in courtly language that the seed yams are shriveled and old and it is too early to get plantings from the younger, meaning that one daughter is too old for him and the other not yet mature. A third wife is jealous when she gets as her portion the tail of the fish and the rump of the pig, until her father explains to her that these parts are a symbol of lordship for her children. The double canoe is raised on the weather shore of Hakame, observes a man who sees a woman sitting on a hibiscus tree and dangling her feet in the sea. This same word play is employed in Samoa, of which Mead says, a village is proud of the reputation of being faigata, difficult, for the visiting orator, and, in this dexterous, graceful play with social forms the Samoans find their chief artistic expression. 33. The Kana Legend. Kana, the stretching kupua, is the hero of a number of local legends explaining gashes in the contour of an island, or markings like a footprint in the rocks, or displacement of rock ledges as in some convulsion of nature. He travels about the islands destroying evil Kupua, makes a journey to the entrance to the underworld to restore the stolen son to his people, and, in association with his mischievous Kupua brother Nihu, Sand Crab, restores to her home and husband his mother Hina, who has been abducted by a Molokai chief called Kapipi-Kaula, the Jagged Lightning, and carried away to his home on the hill Haupu. Legend of Kana and the Rescue of Hina. A. Fornander versions. The firstborn of Hakalanilio and Hina is born in the form of a rope and brought up by his grandmother Uli in the uplands of Paihonua back of Hilo in a house called Halaualolo. As the child grows, the house has to be lengthened from mountain to sea in order to contain him. The chief Kapipikawila sails over on the hill Haupu to the island of Moikeha-La off Hilo Bay. Hina climbs upon the hill to take a look about and is borne off to Molokai to become the wife of the Molokai chief. Her husband appeals to his son Nihu, who sends him to Kana, at the sight of whose eyes the father flees terrified. Kana joins the war party, but twice the weight of his hand sinks canoes prepared by all the canoe builders of Hawaii. Finally Uli digs up the canoe Kaumailili in the uplands of Paliuli. In vain the prophet Moa, brother of Moikeha, warns the Molokai chief of defeat. Kapipi trusts to his warriors to defend the hill. The messenger birds Kolea, plover, and Ulili, snipe, are sent to reconnoiter and the warrior snoutfish Kolenikahi, or a monster turtle, is dispatched to destroy the canoe. The warrior is slain with the club Wawai Kalani and a huge rock rolled from the cliff is caught by Kana and propped with a pebble to check its progress, or the canoe turned aside to avoid a deceptive reef. Nihu lands, breaks down a barricade of ule and ti leaves, and would have escaped with his mother from the house Haileukai had not the birds laid hold of his sacred hair and Hina run back when he put up his hands to ward them off. Kana now attempts to raise himself above the hill and the two contestants stretch themselves up into the blue sky. Kana's body becomes like a spider web and to prevent starving he lays himself across to Hawaii, and puts his head in at his grandmother's door. As his feet become plump again with her feeding, Nihu cuts at them with his stone axe to remind him of his task. Uli tells him that the hill Haupu is a giant turtle named Kahonunui Malika, or Me'aea, whose stretching power lies in its flippers. He breaks these off, crushes its back to pieces, and brings Hina back to her husband. From the pieces of the hill Haupu come the turtles today in Hawaiian waters. B. Rice version. Hakalani Leo, listener to the heavenly voice, child of Ku and Uli, weds Haka, ruling chief of Hilo district, and has 10 giant sons, then a dwarfish son Nihu with strength and cunning beyond his brothers, and finally Kana. Born in the shape of a rope and flung into the pigpen. Uli comes and carries it away to the uplands where she places it in a calabash of water and in a few days it develops into a child and in 40 days has acquired 40 feet in length and large bright eyes like the moon. Kealoha abducts the beautiful Hakalanilio while she is out surfing and carries her away in his canoe to Haupu. The husband appeals to her sons, but Nihu is the only one able to tell where she is hidden and as his strength is good only for his own island he is unable to avenge his father on the Molokai chief. Kana appears among them in the form of a child and easily catches in his arms a great fish over which they are contesting in strength. His brothers bind him, but Uli appears and at her bidding he breaks the bonds. Nihu is now encouraged by this new supporter to attempt the Molokai expedition. He tries to fell a tree for canoes but each morning the tree is replaced, until Uli teaches him to make an offering to his ancestors and the forest god Kaikupeki is caught and made to promise aid for the building. In 2 days all is complete. Kana in rope form joins Nihu for the launching and allows the canoes to run so swiftly over the shoulders of the giant brothers that all are knocked down and crushed to death. With a single helper called Stone the 2 brothers set out. The chief's bird scouts find the track of a giant on the sand but see no war party. In spite of Moyes warning the Molokai chief trusts to the stretching powers of Haupu and to his warrior swordfish. Stone kills the fish, Nihu fails when 5 hairs are pulled from his head, and Kana tries the stretching contest with the hill Haupu, using each of his 5 bodies in succession: human, rope, convolvulus vine, banana, and spider web. Fed and instructed by Uli, as in the other version, he crushes the backs of the turtles and so breaks their stretching power. See Forbes version. The hairy chief Kapepeikaula desires the beautiful Hina, or Huhuakalani, and when she and her husband Hakalanilio come to live on the east side of Haupu, he takes her for his wife and has all his hairs plucked out to please her. The deserted husband goes to seek a strong man to restore his wife to him, but finds even such Kupua heroes as Kamalalawalu, Noloihiki, Kaulu, and Lanakiho unequal to the task. His Kupua son Nihu fails also in bush pulling and canoe building tests, but his son Kana merely scratches about in the sand, and a double canoe called Kamweli is ready to set sail. The 2 brothers embark, and while Kana sleeps, Nihu with Kana's rod Wakailani crushes down a ledge on which the canoe runs aground, wards off a wall of water, a monster fish, a sharp-toothed shark, and a turtle. All warriors sent against them by the Molokai chief. In the morning they free the canoe from entangling trees. Nihu, however, fails to capture his mother, and the stretching contest follows. One of Kana's legs is named Kinia, the other Kaipania. It is by pruning the kamani trees that Kapipi causes the hill to stretch upward. When these trees are destroyed, the power of Haupu is ended. A comparison of the incidents in this story with similar fiction in the South Seas shows that the legend is not native to Hawaii, however exactly localized and firmly fixed in Hawaiian chronology, but reflects social customs or story themes found also in other parts of the Pacific. The swimming hill Haupu as the means of the abduction has parallels in other groups. In a Tongan story, the chief's rock at his bathing pool hears him wish for Hina from Samoa. It goes away to Samoa, its top covered with sweet-smelling herbs. Hina moves her sleeping mat to the rock and is carried back to the Tongan chief. In Rarotonga it is said of Tinara, if he desired to visit any island, his island would take him there. In Mangaya, Tinara calls his island Motutapu to shore and embarks upon it. In Dobu, Mwakapoki's underwater swift-moving rock is still one of the terrors of the seas to all bold sailors who hug the reef between Dobu and the Trobriands. By means of it he carries off a beauty of Tarawa whom men have courted in vain. The case of Anailike and her swimming island in Hawaiian romance is similar to these instances. The fact that the word moku, meaning cut off, is used for both an island and a ship may have given impulse to this myth of the navigable island. The Maori Nai Tahu tradition is that some of the mountains which we now see were ships in days gone by. The stabilization of the hill Haupu is represented as depending upon either cutting the flippers of the turtle upon which it rests or thinning out the kamani trees that grow at the water's edge. A note in Malo records an enigmatical folk tale about the hill Haupu to the effect that the hill sinks and rises again due to the movements of a giant turtle, and only by killing the turtle can the disturbance be stopped. Moi, the Kupua ruler of Molokai, refuses to do this, and the plovers accordingly tear out his eyes and are banished to the barren hill of Makua. In San Cristobal a turtle holds up a rock at Hononu. When an earthquake occurs it clasps the rock, otherwise the island would go under. The legend of the island of Tahiti is that it was once part of Areaiadia, but a pretty girl named Tarahi went to bathe during a time of tapu at Opoa and the gods were angry. There was a great convulsion of the earth and the land came away in the shape of a great fish which swallowed the girl and became possessed by her spirit, and it swam away and formed the island of Tahiti. In order to make the land stable its sinews must be cut. All the warriors cut at the sinews in vain. Finally the axe of King Marirnui Marutue in the hands of the victorious warrior Tafai cuts of itself and forms the winding gulfs of Tahiti, after which the land becomes stable. The stretching contest of 2 Kupua is told in Tahiti of Hero and his grandfather, who can reach up only to Hero's shoulder blades. The Malay Negritos of North Borneo say that 2 magicians, father and son, contend and the father wins because the son cannot attain the father's height. The story suggests the central Polynesian myth of Taine pursuing his father Vadia. In San Cristobal 2 serpents have a stretching contest. In the Lau Islands the Kupua of Thakondrove carries off a man's ornament while he is bathing. The god Toi Vutu runs after him, wins in a stretching contest, and brings back the ornament. The incident of the desecrated head of Nihu which causes him to lose hold of Hina and permit her to escape to her new lover is not found in other groups. Hawaiians called by the name Nihu, sand crab, a special method of head dressing, skewered on top and plastered with red clay, alea, such as is worn by the impersonator of deity who accompanies the kahuna when he removes the tapu and purifies the land during the ceremonies accompanying the erection of a luakini heiau. The sacredness of the head of a chief, which must never be touched if it can be avoided, even the cutting of the hair being performed by a close relative, is reported also for the Marquesas and the Lau Islands, and is probably true for other groups. But it is not detached incidents alone which correspond with Southern fiction. The whole setup of the legend has parallels, perhaps even variants, in famous Kupua legends from Middle Polynesia. A Kupua champion like Kana is represented with the powers of stretching to the heavens and terrifying by his gaze. Like Kana, he is born in non-human form and preserved by a supernatural relative who recognizes him as a god. He develops human form and, in these South Sea stories, must be at once fed with human food and provided with a loincloth before he is able to live among men, as in similar Hawaiian stories the ceremony of incision is performed in the heiau. He obtains a weapon and a canoe famous in story. He serves as a champion against enemies who have terrorized the country. In many Kupua legends he himself becomes a terror and his death is sought even by those he has protected. The hero legend in the Middle Islands contains some of these traits. In Areaiadia, Hero is born a giant. He lives at Upuru on Tahiti with his maternal grandmother Cave. In the Aitutaki version he is born in Enwakura and sails to avenge the death of his younger brother. The clan inimical to him he crushes to death by sending the canoe along their shoulders at the launching. This Aitutaki version resembles the Kahai legend, and in fact episodes are readily borrowed from one hero tale to another. A closer likeness to the Kupua champion of the Kana legend is Hanoura, Hanakura, Ono, of Rarotonga, the Tuamotus, Areaiadia, the Marquesas, Mangaya, and perhaps Rotuma. In Rarotonga, says Henry, Hanoura is a contemporary of the Nia reputed to have fled to Hawaii. He is poet, warrior, navigator. His name occurs in the genealogies of chiefs. He lives in the mountains of Tahiti and his food consists in edible fern root and freshwater fish. His canoe is named Te Aiviaikoa. He weds Atunui and has a son named the Double-Headed. He follows the chief Taihia, wars with the Marquesans, and weds Ina. He dies at Tubai, but others say at Areaiadia. A. Marquesan version. Ono is born in the form of an egg to Kwaianainei when her husband Tanaoikauhu is slain by her second husband Aio. The egg enters a sacred temanu tree beside the god's house. His grandfathers Ipo and Iao learn this in a dream and rear Ono on air. Two of his brothers in succession are sent with offerings of fish to their grandparents. They eat the fish on the way, and Ono kills them and tears out their eyes, but subsequently restores them to life. In human form Ono makes a great catch of fish. He is girded with a loincloth and engages in wrestling matches, in which he kills Namahiataneoa at Teoa and Namahio Tufiti, brother of his Fijian wife Putona, at Atuana. The Atuana people try to put him to death. They set him tasks such as lifting a rock from a pit and cutting down a giant tree, both of which he easily performs and escapes their designs for putting him to death while so engaged. He bids them cast him into the sea, where he is caught in a net and his head cut off. The body remains as a coral formation off the coast. The head is cherished by his sisters and 12 births follow, each birth providing a portion of Ono's now restored body. He goes again to live with his grandfathers. He sleeps and they plant a tree over him and flee in fear. While he sleeps darkness reigns, when he stands up his head towers above the clouds and it is light. In human proportions once more he contends with two magicians in magic and gets possession of the island of Mohotani, where he dwells thereafter. B. Tuamotu version. The grandson of a chiefess from Bora Bora and the chief of Taaroa, upland on the island of Tahiti, weds a chiefess and a son is born, concealed in a great dormant clod. He is hidden in the cave Pafatu Raa on the side of the mountain Tahuariva where dwells the god Raa, and out of the clod springs Hanoura, a giant with telescopic powers. 3 other shapely brothers are born to his parents. He is discovered in the cave living upon stones, which he alternately swallows and rejects, and his mother hastens to bring him food and a girdle. When he is brought out before the people his head towers above the clouds. He is engaged to join an expedition of vengeance against Tuamachuan warriors who have slain the young chief Tuahae and carried away his body to the royal altar at Tukum. His weapon is the great spear Ruapea. No one can budge the ship air in which they are to sail until he gives a shove. They pursue the enemy to Hiva, Nukuhiva, slay the demon beast Tumatahi who guards Hiva, its chief Tutapu, and the warrior billfish Teuroa who leads the attack on Tahiti and now guards Takum. There they find the bones of the slain chief, beguile and slay the hosts of the Tuareg, and carry back the chiefess Arai, or Maruia, to Tahiti. See, Araiadia version, from text by Williams in 1846. The grandchild of Taihia of Tahiti and child of the warrior chiefess of Punauia is born, a nondescript, placed in a cave, and develops into a man of giant proportions. The well-formed brothers are sent to propitiate him with food and a loincloth in order that he may join an expedition after masts for the chief's canoes. When he shows himself his head towers to the skies. They offer him a royal name, but he calls himself Maui Tua, Maui Arrow, backwoods man in front, behind. In a wrestling match he overcomes his warrior mother. The terrified father attempts to have him killed by throwing stones down upon him, all of which he catches in his hands. On a voyage in the ship air the sailors throw him into the sea in his sleep, but his brothers pull him in and he kills with his spear Ruai Paua the man-devouring beast, Puae, which has been ravaging Araiadia. On a second expedition after Parrot Feathers he attacks the Haivan warriors and finally leads his brothers against the giant billfish of Hiva who has overcome Bora Bora, kills him and the chief Tutapu. And takes back the chiefess Te Punaiarii to the chief Taihia of Tahiti. D. Mangaya version. Ono comes from the land whence came an ironwood tree to the valley of Angaruo which all have tried in vain to cut down to make weapons out of the wood. It is guarded by the demon boar Veatir. With his spade Ruaipaku he kills the boar after uprooting the tree, and carves from the wood the weapons of today. From the chip spring more ironwood trees. In a chant the destruction of Nukuhiva is lamented. E. Rotuma version. Fuuma is a tall boy who can walk across the sea. He is brought up in a house built in the bush and grows a fathom each year up to 8 fathoms. He overthrows the people who have exacted tribute from his relatives and sets up and defends a ruling chief. Still more closely related to the story of Kana at the hill Haupu is the Apakura legend as told in the Marquesas. Apakura is descended from Kay and his wife from the island of women. She has a Kupua brother called Pakahaya Maoe, the long-armed one with fear-compelling eyes, or Hatauniva. Without his help, as in the Kana story, the other brother who takes up her cause is unable to provide a canoe for the journey of vengeance. Although the motive for revenge varies, the abduction of a wife as against the death of a young relative, the action of these stories follows exactly the same pattern, analyzed as follows. A. Search for a champion. A1, one champion after another discarded. A2, a long-armed fierce-eyed champion discovered. B. Building of war canoes. B1, unsuccessful without aid of the champion. B2, or some supernatural helper. C. Prophetic warnings disregarded by the enemy. D. Outguards of the enemy met and destroyed one by one. E. Defeat and death of the enemy. E1, after a stretching contest. Apakura legend. A. Marquesas, handy version from Atuano. Te Hina Tuoke, chief of Taroa, has 8 children, only 2 of whom have natural forms. The 2 human children are Apekwa, called Pekwa, and the youngest son Itiitua. Apekwa's son Pota Ti Mau is affianced to the daughter of the chief Hadiamochua, but when he goes to get his bride he is not recognized and, in spite of the signs he shows and the warnings of Haidiomochua's priest, he is slain by Haidiomochua. Apekwa seeks revenge, but each of her brothers turns a deaf ear to her plea until she comes to Itiaitua, who arouses the allied tribes and sets out to build a great war canoe. The tree Anianitiani resists felling, and Isha is told in a dream to seek under a 7-branched coral in the sea for his brother Hatauniva, who is called later Pakahai-Maoa, the long-armed one with fear-compelling eyes. This brother tells Isha where to find the adze with which to fell the tree. When the canoe is completed, Imaoa stretches out his arm and snatches victims from Haidiomochua's household to serve as the dedicatory sacrifice. In vain Haidia trusts to his 3 defenders who have the bodies of a living vine which drags down canoes, weeds to entangle them, and a giant octopus to engulf them. All 3 are slain, the people flee, and Haidiomochua suffers a cruel death in revenge for his treatment of Apekwa's sacred son. B. Samoa. Sons of Tuaifiti go to make war against the chief Via of Vimaga village, on Upolu. While they sleep, Via comes down and sets their canoes up in the boughs of the trees. To appease Via they offer him their sister Apula. Her child is born on the return voyage. The brothers kill and eat the child. The mother goes back to Via to demand vengeance, but he is dead. His head speaks and tells her to apply to his brother Vieatazili. She meets an uncouth lad who tells her that he is Vieatazili. The lad enters a cave to sleep and his body grows long, straight, and beautiful. He tears up a coconut tree, goes with Apula to Fiji, and kills her brothers. Tuai Savalalo is the name of the child, from the place Savalalo where the father stood, to watch the boat off. See, Moriori, Shand version. Apukura avenges herself upon Moria for the death of her son Tu, who goes with his 9 brothers, concealed, to the house of Moria and, being discovered, is killed and his eyes gouged out and eaten by the sacred woman Moria. Apukura seeks her relative Wakata to avenge her. As she passes along, each person she questions sends her on farther. Wakata is finally found and proves to her his strength by leaping over a mountain. He refuses her request, she leaves him, he follows and is there before her. A canoe is manned and Wakata is concealed among the rowers. Pairs of warriors approach and are slain. Wakata hides in the house of the 2 leaders and, having put them to death, escapes and burns down the house and all within. D. Maori. Apakura bears to Tuhuruhuru, son of Rupi's sister, a son named Tuakararo, next a daughter named Meradia, who marries Paparokiwa of the Atihapai tribe. Her brother comes to visit her and is killed by a young man who is jealous of his sweetheart's attentions to the stranger. The younger brother at home, named Wakatopatiki, determines to avenge his death. He gets up a great war party, comes to the home of Paparokiwa, gets inside in disguise, kills the chief, and burns the house down with all those within. E. Rarotonga. The oldest of Apakura's 8 brothers becomes jealous of her son Turangatawa because the nephew outdoes him in reed casting, and orders him killed and eaten. Apakura goes to seek vengeance, but no one throughout the land is found to avenge her. The sons of Tangaroa Marauka become her champions. Only 2 of her brothers escape and one of these makes the first settlement on Rarotonga. The last encounter is between Vakatauai and the oldest brother who has given the order for her son's death. Her champion would have been slain in the fight had not his brothers noosed the opponent. It may well be argued that such a succession of incidents is an exceedingly natural one for a revenge story which entails a journey overseas, and is to be recognized in the Kahai and Laka legends. Nevertheless, the similarity of incident in connection with the particular powers ascribed to the kupua in each case makes it seem probable that the 2 legends are variants. The stretching contest in the Hawaiian story does not occur in the much grimmer and more realistic Marquesan. It is tempting to connect the curious difference between the habitats of the 2 heroes, one dwelling in Yuli's house, in the uplands which has to be made larger as the kupua grows longer. The other asleep under a 7-branched coral in the sea with the Marquesan Ono story, where Ono's body grows into a coral reef while his head is born again to perform added feats. A cave in the uplands is the normal dwelling place of the wild champion in the Hanoura story, before he is brought into public notice to perform some service for his chief. But the Rarotongan story of the noosing of the enemy in the last extremity makes it clear that the stretching power ascribed to the Hawaiian Kana is derived from his use of the fighting device of the lasso. Possibly also his power to hold the canoe in mid-channel from the use of rope and anchor. An intention of this sort in the mind of the storyteller is consistent with the concealment of the champion in a packet and with his inertia while Nihu engages in action, as in some versions of the story. It agrees also with the rope form in which he was born and in which Kana is worshipped by jugglers with the prayer. O Kana! O Kana! Rough line of hala root or bark of hau tree. Point and declare as to the sleeper. The foster child of Uli. Put on your rope body. Lay off your human form. In this trick of yours and mine, O Kana. A contemporary of Hanakura in Tuamachuan legend may supply the abduction element of the Hawaiian Kana story. A Napuka legend tells how the beautiful Huare, betrothed to the famous voyager Moeva, had not her equal in all the surrounding isles. How she was abducted by Patara, a giant from a distant place called Marama, so tall that he strode from island to island, and how Muva slew Patara in single encounter with a stone from his sling as David killed Goliath. Here again the rope element may have significance in connection with the wielding of the sling. A journey to restore the sun to a darkened world is told of Kana in much the same terms as that told of Kahai's expedition in search of his father, with the Kupua Nihu, whose power is said to extend no farther than his own island. Playing the part of Elihai. Legend of Kana restoring the sun. Nihu treats roughly the messenger of Kaholiai, Liai, ruling chief of Kahiki, and the chief in anger takes away the sun, moon, and stars from Hawaii. Uli sends Kana with Nihu to bring them back. As Kana stretches to the sky to reach the light, Nihu dies of cold and is left behind, but Kana bends over to Kahiki and drops into the spring of two old relatives, who give him fire to guide him ahead and wind to bear him behind until he reaches the border of Kaholiai's land. He finds Yuli's brother Manue guarding the pit down which the food is kept by the people below and handed up to those above. He puts down a plump black hand which his relatives recognize and fill, first with food, then with water, then with the birds called kaiwea, fishhawk, which signal the day, then birds, and the cock that crows for dawn, finally stars, moon, and sun. All of which he places in the sky. The chief himself next emerges and returns with Kana to tour the land, restoring Nihu to life on the way. When Kahole reaches Hawaii he finds that Kana and Nihu have both died and he rules there many years. The legend of the abduction of Hina is laid in the time of Kealoha, son of Kamawawa and ruling chief on Molokai, whose name is in some versions given to the abductor. And since Nihu is said to have as grandmother Hinai Kapaikwa, wife of Nanamawa of Oahu on the Ulu line, in common with Kapua who came from the south and was contemporary with Pele whom Paao brought to rule Hawaii. The chronology harks back to an early period in Hawaiian annals. Moikeha, moreover, wife of Kealoha, was a granddaughter of the Moike family on Oahu, and her brother Moi is named as a famous kahuna in traditional history. Uli, the mother's mother who saves the unformed Kupua from the rubbish heap and cares for him until he takes human form, is Uliaiuka, sister to Uliaikai who taught the art of praying to death, and both are called sisters of Kuhilani. Son of Wanui Kauailai. Kana is thought of, like the gigantic Limaloa, as a being who can step from one island to another, 70 miles distant, or wade through the sea from island to island, but some say this is another Kana from the brother of Nihu. On Kauai is shown his footprint where he stepped over from the island of Niihau to Kui near Kalalau. On the Puna coast of Hawaii is to be seen that of his brother Nihu, made when he was chasing the mischievous Kupua who used to change into a goby fish and nibble sand crab's bait. And the hollow in a rock close by where goby fish hid from his pursuer. The hill Haupu, where lived the abductor, juts out as a steep headland from the precipitous north side of Molokai between Pelakunu and Halawa valleys. The mounds at the foot of Halawa Valley, called Rocks of Kana, are said to have fallen from the heights of Haupu at the time of the fight with Kana. Some say Molokini Island was thus formed. A notch in the summit ridge of Haleakala on Maui is said to show where Kana leaned across the mountain in his rope form from Haupu to be fed at his grandmother's house in Hilo. The Kauai story is that he stood at Kipikai on Kauai and leaned across to Haupu and fed his starving brother through his own body. 34. The Stretching-Tree Kupua. Polynesian-type tale tells of a high chief who weds away from home and departs, leaving tokens with the mother for the child about to be born by which the child's paternity may be recognized. The story falls into an established pattern, but subject to infinite episodic elaborations and varying from romantic to realistic in treatment of details. In Hawaii, a favorite carrier for the firstborn when he goes in search of his father is a stretching tree, sometimes spoken of as an ancestor, who can take either tree or eel form. And this tree kupua in some cases goes by the name of Nyola Hiki or Nyoloa Hiki, variously translated life-giving, Ola, or long or high, Loa, coconut, Nyo, of Kahiki, Hiki, the last word, Hiki. Being also sometimes explained as traveling, and the whole name being interpreted as long-traveling coconut. The tree as a pathway to another world occurs in Rice's version of the Kana-like romance. In the Haiyaka story, where one of Pele's brothers makes a canoe of his body in order to carry Lohiau back to Kauai after he has been for the second time brought back to life. In the story of Maui's uncle Nulo Hiki, who turns himself into a canoe to bring Hina to her lover at Waialua on Kauai and then into a coconut tree up which Maui climbs to visit Makaliai in the heavens. In the romance of Hinakalo, where Nyoloa Hiki is an ancestor god of Konini who, in the shape of a tall coconut tree, shakes down a leaf sheath to form a boat for the youth's journey in search of his father and in the form of an eel accompanies him on his wedding journey. In the story of Niaupoo, who goes to seek his father overseas, an ancestor named Nyola Hiki in the form of a stretching tree serves as carrier of the child. Closely related are the stories of Kalanamanuia and of Namaka Paao. Story of Niaupoo. Kualakai from Kahiki Nui Elialia meets Hina at Maniania in Kaiu district on Hawaii and leaves her with child. He gives her a feather cape and helmet, his loincloth and red canoe, and bids her send their child to seek him. The son Niaupoo asks after his father and desires to visit him, but refuses the sea road. Hina's grandparents give him a bow and an arrow whose flight he is to follow and invoke their ancestor Nyola Hiki to bear their child overseas in the form of a lengthening coconut tree. The boy clings to the tip, the mother utters a chant, and the god drops the boy down in Kahiki Nui Elialia. Here he finds the children playing games, competes, wins, and gains a boy companion named Uhuula, red uhu fish. The arrow sent ahead to guide the way falls inside the house of the chief's granddaughter, and when the boys follow the arrow she takes Niaupoo for her husband. The boys are discovered and killed and their bodies thrown into the sea, but the ancestor restores their spirits to life, Uhuula in the form of the red uhu fish and Niaupoo in his own form. Each night the boy comes out of the sea and uses the stone walk, bathing pool, loincloth, water gourd, drum, and sleeping mats prepared for the reception of the chief's son. The guards report to the chief, a watch is set, nets arranged to trap him, and as soon as he has eaten food he becomes a human being again and is joyfully received by his father. Hina, however, enraged by his former treatment, comes from overseas to avenge him and turns her husband into an alakai fish. The daughter she bears after her return is named Maniania, trembling, from the cold and fear experienced by her son while being carried overseas, and the name is today attached to the place on Kaiu where she lived. Romance of Kalanamanuia. Ku, ruling chief of Lihu on Oahu, surprises the beautiful Kaunoa at her bathing pool and leaves her with his spear and loincloth as tokens for their child, whom he directs to be named, if a boy, Kalanamanuia. The boy is brought up at Kukaniloko in ignorance of his birth until his supposed father scolds him for giving away food too lavishly, when the mother sends him to Ku with the tokens. Ku does not recognize the child and orders him to be thrown into the sea off Kualoa Point. Night after night his spirit comes to the heiau, chants a song, and leaves at cockcrow. The heiau kahunas worship the spirit until it gains strength to take on human form. Ku recognizes his son and nets are placed about the heiau to snare the spirit, which is then worked over until it takes first the body of a rat and then becomes almost human in form. The rat-like boy woos his sister Ihiawawa, and jeers at her 3 suitors Hala, Kumanuiake, and Ahalenoa as unworthy of her, but she will have nothing to do with him because he looks like a rat. The lovers determine upon a test of beauty, the falling of a suspended cord to determine the winner. The night before the contest Kalana hears repeated knockings at his door and there enter the soles of his feet, Puakwakwa, then the knees, Moa, the thighs, Lolelua, the hair, Limuhuna, the eyes, Hohia. The next morning he appears at the contest as a splendid youth. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning hail his coming and the cord tumbles of itself in sign of a high-ranking chief. Story of Namaka Paao. Kulo Kaha, standing breadfruit of Kahai, from Kahiki Papaiawa, a land in the clouds, comes to Oahu and meets Pokai at Hawaii. On his return to Kahiki he leaves a garment, a girdle, and a feather cloak as tokens of their child's parenthood. Namako ka Paao, the eyes of the Paao fish, is born. While a mere baby he pulls up all the potato vines which his supposed father Pualii has planted. When his father attempts to kill him with an axe, the instrument slips, as the child pronounces a chant, and cuts off Pualii's own head and the child picks it up and hurls it a distance of 5 miles. Amau, ruling chief of Oahu, sends men to kill the child, but all are slain and finally the chief himself, and the son sets up his mother as ruler over Oahu. He leaves the tokens from his father in a gourd at the foot of the Kahai breadfruit which is his father's impersonation on Oahu and travels to Hawaii, where he makes friends with some boys with whom he has wagered in a contest with arrows and is adopted as a friend by Namako Ka'ae, whose father Namako Kalani is defending Kona district against Ku, ruling chief of Puna and Kayu districts. Having established his friend's father, he sails to visit his own father, incomplete. Parallel forms of the same general pattern occur in southern Polynesian groups. Maori. A. Tuhuruhuru is son of Tinirau and Hina. Hina flees with her brother Rupi when the child is born, but leaves the child in answer to her husband's supplication. The boys, jealous because he excels in hurling the throwing stick, taunt him as a bastard and the child goes disguised as a slave to his mother's settlement. Obeying his father's instructions, when ordered to bring Rupi water to drink he pours it on his uncle's nose and when his mother dances he sings a charm which loosens her girdle. Both beat him. He escapes and tries to drown himself but is recognized in time, and his mother and her brother return to Tinirau for the baptism ceremony. B. Tuahuri is deserted by his mother's husband, son of the great chief Kahukurati Paku, because she has had an affair with another man and he feels himself insulted. The mother of a boy whom the child has struck calls him a bastard and he inquires for his father and goes to seek him at his home in Waimea. His party is about to be killed and eaten as strangers when he alludes to the red battens of my grandfather Kahukurati Paku's house and repeats the name given to him by his father. Honorable recognition follows, but he still cherishes a grudge and on another visit is believed to have left a deadly plant which takes off many of his father's people. C. Tautinia Wisha is born after his father has gone to live at another place. He excels in sport, and the boys taunt him as fatherless. He goes to seek his father in a canoe made of the Rewerwa pod and his mother chants a charm for his safety on the sea. He arrives safely at his father's home and is adopted as a slave by a little son of his father and sent to live in the bush. 2 pet birds of the same kind as those which his father had brought to relieve his mother's pregnancy craving before he was born are taught to speak and reveal his identity, and he is gladly received with honor. D. Wermatangi is son of Naru by Urute Kakara. Naru leaves his wife because her relatives call him lazy, but gives her a name for the child, a dart, and a chant to guide him to his father's house. He excels in dart throwing but is jeered at by his playmates because his father's family has not avenged an insult from another tribe, and goes to seek his father. The dart leads the way, protected by the chant, and he is recognized by its shape and received gladly. An expedition of vengeance is speedily planned. Marquesas. K's son Te Hina Tuoke, child of Hina Venoi, Venoki, is mocked by the boys because he has no father. Hina sends him on her fish brother to the place where K lives. The boy bathes in the basin which K has prepared for his son. He tears up the bananas and sugar cane. The people, angry, take him to the old Tahuna and he is put in a hole to be strangled the next day. The lad chants his name. K comes, recognizes him, and puts him upon his head, thus consecrating the child, or recognizes him only after having him first thrown into an oven. Tonga. Tongaloa Itumatupua descends from the sky by a casuarina tree and takes to wife a woman of earth. A boy is born and called a hoodoo. Tongaloa gives the woman a mountain of earth and a yam for the child's garden. The boy asks for his father. The mother sends him to the sky by way of the tree. She anoints him with coconut oil and gives him a loincloth. The father is catching pigeons. He takes the boy home and gives him kava and food and sends him to play at throwing stick with his sky brothers. They kill him and eat him but throw away his bones and head. These are gathered up, the brothers are given an emetic, and with Malay apple leaves as covering he is brought to life. The brothers now love him and follow him back to earth, where he displaces the old Tuatanga and rules as far as UEA. Lau Islands, Legend of Virginia. A woman is swallowed by a shark, escapes, and marries the Lord of Notho in a strange land. Her son Vu never grows up but is stronger than other children. When they revile him because of his stranger mother he sails away alone to seek his mother's country. Each of the tales contains special incidents, emphasis upon which suggests the source from which the story is drawn. The tapu bathing basin. Other preparations made to receive the expected visitor in the first two stories certainly belong to the Marquesas, where it is customary to prepare such a bathing basin, plant fruit and paper mulberry trees, and raise pigs in anticipation of a firstborn child, and where the account of the arrival of K's child born to Venoi in the Island of Women almost exactly duplicates the episode in this Hawaiian story. The name Niaupo'o is a class title in Hawaii for chiefs of the highest rank, born from the marriage of close relatives among high chiefs. The singular episode of the restoration of the different parts of Kalanimanuia's body has a parallel also in a Marquesan story where Ono is killed and torn in pieces. But the 12 sisters save his head and each bears a child in the form of one of the missing members. It is a variant of the theme of the ugly man grown handsome, by bathing, cutting up and making over by the gods, and so forth, and in this form is well known in Polynesian as in Oriental and African story. For the slipping knife compare a Tonga version of Hina's flight from Sinaloa, in which the parents do not recognize the children and attempt to kill them, but by pronouncing the family names they cause the knife to slip. The test of beauty in the Kalanimanuia story agrees with the Hawaiian custom of stretching a sacred cord, aha, which is supposed to fall of itself before a ranking chief, and the incident is therefore probably native to Hawaii. A story illustrating this custom is recited by people of Hilo to this day, as follows. Legend of Lonomaikanaka. At the time when Lonomaikanaka was living back of Hilo with some of his chiefs, one of the chiefesses wandered into the back country and lived with the commoners on popolo berries and wild ferns. After a time she longed for fish and proposed an expedition to the coast. At Kanukuokamanu, beak of the bird, they approached Lono's encampment. Her friends were about to retire, but the chiefess ran forward, the cords fell before her, and she went and lay upon the chests of the chiefs and embraced their heads. Thus for the first time her friends of the back country knew that she was a chiefess of high rank, and they feared for their lives, but she dismissed them with honor. The Stretching-Tree Kupua, called Nyolahiki or Nyoloahiki in Hawaiian story, occurs in the Marquesas, Rarotonga, and the Tuamotus, generally as an intermediary between earth and heaven, man and the gods, a child and his divine ancestors. Youth and manhood. Or, in one case, as a symbolic connection between this world and that of the dead. In romance a chief goes by this path to woo a divine chiefess, the canoe in which a hero sails upon adventure is called by this name. In the Marquesas, Taneoa outsails his brothers in a canoe made out of a coconut sheath and named Nyo'oe Fiti, here translated, distant coconut at Fiji. Kumahu climbs up to heaven after his sister and, finding her waiting upon old blind Tapa for whom she is roasting bananas, he restores the blind woman's eyes with coconut water from the Nyo'oe Fiti, translated, long coconut palm in Fiji. In the rite to consecrate a newborn child, two mythical coconuts are referred to, called Nyo'oe Fiti and Nyo'oe Ani, one for furnishing food for the child, the other for the navel cord, but whether invoked as gods is not made clear. In Rarotonga, to say that one climbs the coconut tree Nuarekiti is equivalent to saying that one commits suicide. Ta'aki goes to seek his father by the road between heaven and earth called Nuarekiti. In the Tuamotus, in Fagotau, Tahaki climbs Nyoaroei Haitai and finds himself precipitated into Hina's bathing pool. An Ana chant quoted by Stimson says, "The ship of Maui is the shell of the high coconut of Hawaii." The tree Nyoaroei Hawaii grows from the head of Tunati Vaiora, the demigod whose wife Hina Tuatuakakai comes to Hawaii after a husband and becomes Moadikatiki's wife. In the chant of Rua, a canoe called Nyoaroei Haitai is constructed in Nukatavaki to sail to Wahitahi, which was the original home of the Nukatavaki people. The story proceeds. The chief as high priest performs ceremonies proper for the occasion and dispatches heralds to call the people together to the court before the house of learning. During the ceremony he becomes possessed by the god, who reveals that the demon god Ruatuputupua has taken possession of the ship. Chants are uttered to free the ship from the power of the demon, invoking Tain, Tagaroa, too. Tetahi the captain chants songs. He sends one herald aloft to watch for land birds, then another, who sees birds riding the waves. The land of Wahitahi, lying 20 miles distant from Nukatavaki, is now in sight. The seer at Wahitahi foresees the ship's arrival and knows that it is possessed by a demon. Every effort is now made to exorcise the demon. The ship is hauled upon the reef with erotic songs intended to arouse the men to their highest pitch of energy. The songs describe the safe passage of the reef, the bringing of the ship to shore, its lodging there, and precautions to prevent the demon from escaping on land. All proceed in file to the temple. The demon is exorcised into a pool of fresh water and the ship cleansed with smoke from its influence. Besides these allusions to a stretching tree or a swift canoe with a name obviously a variant of that of the Hawaiian kupua. There are a number of legends told in the South Seas where a lengthening unnamed tree serves as roadway between earth and heaven. In Mangaia, Tain climbs a tree beset by insects whose top seems to reach the sky, from which he shakes down nuts upon his own homeland. A ladder-like tree beset by insects is alluded to in the Samoan Ahuta story. In one Samoan story a lad goes up to the moon on a tree, in another a boy sent to climb a tree at an ogre's house finds that it stretches upward when he attempts to pick a nut. In Tonga, a child born with strength in his hands goes up to visit his father in the sky on a casuarina tree that grows up from his own staff. In the Banks Islands a lengthening casuarina tree saves Cat and his brothers from Kasavara. In Dobu a scabby-skinned man, deserted by his fellows, travels to the sky on a lengthening casuarina tree. In San Cristobal, brothers cause a beetle tree to stretch in order to rid themselves of a younger brother, and it lengthens to the skies and bends over to the boy's home. A lengthening areca tree which a man climbs after nuts for his brother carries a man to the country of the skies. In a tale from North Borneo, a man escapes to the sky by a lengthening tree which pigs, woodpeckers, and porcupines are attempting to fell. In Whitsuntide Island of the New Hebrides, Tagaro comes to earth and begets a son who follows him to the skies on an arrow which turns into an aerial tree root. Again, a grandmother sends a child up a tree after fruit and when he gives her none she causes the tree to lengthen. In the Lau Islands the daughter of Turi climbed a tree and flew like a bird right up to heaven and married the god Mbenga. In Hawaii, according to information given by a worshipper of Kanehunamoku, the Kupua Nyola Hiki in his tree form is the path that leads to the land of the gods, a land of sacred coconuts, where Kane, Lono, and Kanaloa first made man. Here the coconuts are phallic symbols. The chant addressed to Ku and Hina by herb pickers is identical with that by which the mother of Niaupo'o summons the boy's ancestor to bear him safely to the far land of his father. O life-giving coconut! Budded in Kahiki, rooted in Kahiki. Forming a trunk in Kahiki. Bearing leaves in Kahiki. Bearing fruit in Kahiki. Ripened in Kahiki. The myth of the life-giving, or far-traveling, coconut palm of Kahiki or Avaiki may be regarded as the symbolic expression throughout Polynesia of the blood tie which connects a migrating people to their original ancestral line. It is a claim upon paternal recognition. It is a living impersonation of the family line which carries the genealogy of the newborn child back over whatever distance of time or space to his ultimate ancestry and to all the honors and dignities which such ancestry implies. It is the claim made by a migrating people for recognition by others of their line of their divine patrimony. It probably has phallic meaning in connection with the sexual life of the child who becomes himself an element in the preservation of the family line. The Tuamotu references strongly suggest ritual symbolism. So also the eel form in Hawaii, employed, like the coconut palm and the canoe, as a phallic symbol. 35. Romance of the swimmer. In Hawaiian romantic fiction the treatment of kupua figures differs from that employed in the hero story, where exaggerated feats of prowess, often humorously treated, keep the level of the story above that of ordinary life. In romance the atmosphere changes. Love and marriage are always the theme, and chiefs of unexceptionable rank hence of divine ancestry the actors, with family gods as their protectors and animate nature to aid and applaud their moments of apotheosis. The world in which such persons live in actual society, built up as it is out of fictional illusion, is here represented in all the complexity of natural form with which their island world keeps them constantly surrounded. Lands beyond the horizon, dimly remembered as once within the range of voyagers, are here transmuted into dwellings in the air, a more direct reality to an island-isolated people because of the shapes and movements of clouds ever shifting into imitations of earth. Of the flights of birds in the air and the swaying of wind in the treetops, and the indescribable sharpness of cliff lines and mountain slopes which at sunrise and sunset send their shadows across from island to neighboring island. Or the roar of thunder, the patter of hail, and the sheet of lightning from the sky, and the constant sound of the sea broken into so many changing voices. The abundant life of the sea and the myriad forms of the forest are all worked into the living pattern of a society of endowed beings whose emotional reactions and solutions of problems of action are undoubtedly based upon those of the men and women who were their prototypes in actual life. Certain motives which recur, like the transformation forms with which a divinity attempts to frighten a wooer, may be fairy tale embellishments. But they belong to the philosophy of life according to which natural forms are believed to be born into family lines, and hence to belong, as a living impersonation, to their descendants. Some characteristics of kupua hero tales are here also, such as localization, place and family names. Themes are Polynesian in character and incident, and whole tales are found duplicated in South Sea groups. But the Pele cycle certainly dominates these romances, if not that of Papa or Haumea. As in the Pele romances, woman plays a leading role. She is the desired one, set apart from her fellows by supreme rank. The problem ever foremost is to find a suitable parent for her firstborn. Or she may be the helpful sister, virgin and gifted with special powers of sorcery or of foresight. Romantic as is the general tone of the story, the composer often passes into essentially novelistic treatment in passages so close to realism that the divinity is lost in the woman and the god in the human. Always, however, it is necessary to remember that, according to the fiction, if you will, of old Hawaiian life, rank is an actual acknowledgement of divinity and the human is the god. The romantic tale of Akalenwieku is said to have originated in Kahiki and to be one of the most noted of all Hawaiian stories. It tells of the wooing of Namakaokahai, older sister of Pele and related to the family of gods who rule the heavens, by a stranger chief who is aided by a Moo ancestor to cross the seas, escape the jealousy of his brothers and every attack launched upon him by the goddess and her relatives, and finally to become her husband and rule over her desolated land. Later he becomes enamored of her younger sister and eventually leaves the land and arrives ultimately at Hawaii. Romance of Aukelan A. Fornander version. Aukele Nui Iku, far-swimming son of Iku, is the 11th and favorite son of Iku and Kapapaiakia in Kwaihalani. His 10 older brothers, Kukamakahi Nui Aiku, Kuaiku, Noho Aiku, Hele Aiku, Kapu Kapu Aiku, Hiaiku, Lono Ea Aiku, Naaiku, Noiaiku, Ikumailani, are all great boxers, able to overcome at a single blow Kealohi Kekapia, champion boxer of Kauai. The 3 champions of Oahu named Kaikipaenanea, Kupu Kupukahai Kalani, Kupu Kupukahai Yaku, and Kakalanio, champion of Maui, but they are afraid to meet Kepakailiola of Hawaii and return home to boast of their achievements. They hate Aukele because their father has given to him the inheritance of the kingdom instead of to his older brothers. When he approaches the games they break up his arrow, which they recognize as made differently from their own arrows, and attempt to kill him, but he wrestles with and overcomes one brother after another. They throw him into the pit of the ancestress Kaiamo'oanania who eats men, but she spares her young relative, describes to him the vacant land ruled over by Namako Kahai, the eyes of Kahai, whose inhabitants, with the exception of her immediate family, have been devoured by spirits, and gives him a food-providing leaf, an axe, a knife, a bit of her tail which contains her real body, Kino Maoli, her feather skirt, Paao, and Kahili, which have the power to protect him from flames and to reduce his enemies to ashes, and a box containing the god Lonoequalii to warn him of approaching danger. She then lifts him up out of the pit and he returns to his brothers. A second attempt upon his life is made by leaving him in a water hole with a stone rolled over the top, but a kind-hearted brother releases him. The brothers determine to leave the land of Kwaihalani. He insists upon accompanying them and on the voyage the food-providing leaf keeps them from starving. Arrived at Namako Okahai's country the brothers are rash enough to declare war and are all reduced to ashes when she turns her skirt against them, only Aukele is saved by swimming ashore. Taught by his god, he is able to win over the rat and Moo servants Yupoho and Hapwenania whom he first encounters and to persuade the 4 bird brothers Kanemo, Kanipua, Liapua, and Kahomana to promise him their sister in marriage. At the goddess's house he reduces the dog Moila to ashes with his ancestor's skirt, and avoids the poisoned food set before him, eating instead out of the bird brothers' food containers. Finally he prays to them all by name and the goddess calls him to her, but he avoids approaching her until she has first come to him. The goddess shows him all her forms and teaches him her magic powers except the art of flying, and she makes him ruler over all her land. He is however obliged to exert his power to overcome other dangerous relatives. The bird Hauyalu carries him to his nest on the cliff and keeps him there to be devoured, but he cuts off one wing after the other with his magic knife and finally the head, and the bird's mate lets him down on a rainbow to earth. Namaka sends him to the heavens to make acquaintance with her relatives. The bird brothers have taught him to fly, and he outdistances his escort and has a successful tussle with Kuahelo, who hurls lightning and thunder rocks against him. The son of Aukele's oldest brother, Kaumailono Holani Ku, rising above Holani Ku, was a playmate of his. He was a boy so sacred that nothing he asked could be denied and it was through his intercession that Aukele was allowed to join the sailing party. Aukele now mourns his death and his wife sends him after the water of life to restore his dead relatives to life. It is kept by Kamohualii in a deep pit reached by flying eastward to the place where the sun comes up and then descending noiselessly, directed by his granduncles Kainai and Kainaya stationed at the brink of the pit. By Hoyu and Kwemenu farther down, and by an old blind grand-aunt at the bottom, called Old Woman Kaikapu, sister of Kamo'oanania and Lonoequalii, whose eyes he heals with 2 coconut shoots. She blackens his hands to look like Kamaholiis and the people below hand up the gourd Hawaiiloa, water gourd of life, inside the net Pele Kihlanalana. He picks up the stick Ho'olahela Hikii, and returns too swiftly to be overtaken by the angry owner. His own attempt to use the water to restore his brothers and nephew is unsuccessful, but, with the few drops remaining, his wife brings them all to life and he shares the rule with them and even gives them his wife as well. Finally, Aukele's little son Kaulanui Moikeha-La gets a box on the head from his sacred cousin, son of the oldest brother. The angry child curses him, his father, and uncles as food of maggots rotting at the sea bottom. Enraged at the insult, the brothers set sail with their son and are drowned at sea. As time passes, Aukele is attracted by his wife's young cousins Pele and Hiiaka and pretends to go fishing in order to meet them. His wife discovers this and drives them from the country. They migrate first to Kauai, whence they are driven again, and flee from island to island until they finally reach Hawaii. Soon after, Aukele decides to return to his old home. Kamo makes a spirit body to remain with his sister and himself accompanies Aukele. They pass to Kwaihalani and find the place empty. Kamo'oanania informs them that the family have gone to Kauai to live and they go on to the Hawaiian group. At Kauai, Iku first defeated Kukouai and became ruler over the island, but later a battle was fought over Aukele's pretty sister, Kaiomi Aiku, and Kukouai won the contest. B. Westervelt version. Kukali is born at Kalapana on Hawaii, the son of a kahuna. Ku is his god. His father teaches him magic until he becomes a powerful kahuna and gives him a magic banana skin always full of fruit. He sets out on distant travels. He is thrown into a pit with others and kills the bird Hawaiiloa, which sweeps the pit with its wing to devour men. He descends the bottomless pit containing the water of life and is warned by the wizard guardian against eating ripe fruit. He finds Namakaeha, 4 Eyes, the sister of Hawaiiloa, successfully meets tests of strength, and returns to his old home on Hawaii. C. Dibble version. Waikele Nui Aiku is the favorite son of the 10 sons of Waiku. They have one sister. His brothers are jealous and cast him into a pit belonging to Halonio, but the kindly older brother charges her to take care of her relative and he escapes. He flees to the country of Kamohoaliai, where he is thrown into a pit with others but escapes by interpreting their dreams, contamination with the Joseph story. Analysis of the Aukele romance shows it to belong to a type of worldwide distribution known as the Jason type. The familiar story is that of a hero who, having incurred the enmity of his family at home, travels to a far country and, after meeting successfully a number of dangerous tests, secures a sorceress as wife whom he later abandons for another woman. Analysis. A. The hero leaves home, A1, after escaping death at the hands of his brothers. B. He is protected by a family deity, B1, by magic objects, B2, by magic powers. C. In a far land he secures a sorceress as wife. D. He overcomes dangers, such as, D1, guards of the chiefess, D2, dangerous food, D3, a giant bird, D4, gods of the heavens, D5, transformation tests. E. He makes a journey to the underworld after, E1, the water of life, E2, sun, moon, and stars, E3, the spirit of a dead friend. F. He becomes enamored of a younger relative. G. He leaves the land, G1, is driven out, G2, is killed. The names of the characters in this story have very old genealogical associations. The title Aiku in Tahiti is almost equivalent to the Hawaiian Akua, implying divinity or divine rank. In Hawaii 2 classes of chiefs are named, one the Iku Paao, descended from Kane or Kumohonua and classed as high chiefs, the other the Ikanuyu, or ordinary chiefs. Kapapaekia, mother of Aukele, is Kapapaekiel, wife of Laka on the genealogy of Hulihonua. Kolohikikapia, one of the contemporaries named as champion in a wrestling match, appears on the genealogies as a chief of Kauai contemporary with the Kakuhihewa family of Oahu, from whom Kauai is called in chant Island of Kolohikikapia. A number of incidents are common to other Hawaiian romances. The main pattern belongs to a group of similar stories centering about the Pele family and the wooing of a daughter of Kauahelo, the man-eating god in the heavens. The shaken skirt, Paao, which reduces all to ashes, occurs again in the Laikawai romance and connects the actor directly with the Pele family. The Moo ancestress of both parties in a marriage is a feature common to many other Hawaiian romances. The sun lightning flashing in the heavens reappears in an explanatory folktale from Kaʻu district on Hawaii which tells how the wili wili trees on the beach of Paula came to have their shape and why there are mackerel in the sea. Story of Moholani. Moholani, divine Moo, is the firstborn of 4 sisters and the only one to have a husband. The sisters are accordingly jealous. 2 sirens of the sea lure away the husband and the sister goes from one to another begging to know what has become of him, but they turn her away with insulting words. Moholani appeals to the guardian gods of her son and he comes to her rescue in his lightning body. It glances over the sea bottom, cuts in pieces the sirens, from whose bodies spring mackerel, and restores the lost husband. The ungracious sisters are transformed into the crooked, spare-leafed trees that grow upon the beach. The Moo woman in this story would seem to bear close relation to the goddess of the Moo family wooed by Aukele, and the rescue of the husband from the toils of the sirens to be another form of the infidelity theme, in which, as in the Aukele story, vengeance is wrought upon the ladies of whose charms he has been made the victim. Namako Kahai, the heroine of the story, appears in the Pele cycle as an older sister of the fire goddess. She is daughter of Kuahailo and Haumea in Holaniku, to whom also are born Pelehonuamea, the Hayaka sisters, the Kama brothers, and the bird Hauiloa. Akalenwieku becomes her husband in Kahiki, then later the husband of Pele, and it is because of this quarrel that Pele, the Hayaka sisters, Malulani, and Kauhelo migrate to Hawaii. In Thrum's Kanahunamoku myth she is called the chiefess of the Mu and Menehune people when they are summoned to build the watercourse for Kikiaola at Waimea on Kauai, and in that story she disappears on the land of Kanehunamoku. Her brothers in the Aukele legend have bodies of rock and her child by Aukele has 2 bodies, one of rock and one human. She herself has 3 supernatural bodies, a fire, a cliff, Pali, a sea, besides the power of flying, of coming to life again if cut up into bits, and of reducing others to ashes by turning her skirt, Paao, upon them. The land where she lives is called Kalakuinuia Kane, great crooked son of Cain, and is devoid of human life. The name of the stranger is variously written as Aukele, Waikele, Kakali. Wakali, or Aukele, means excellence in swimming and, as his wife knows him by the name of Man of the Sea, Kanaka Okai, as in the related Anai-like story, this seems to be its derivation. Slayer of the great bird Halulu, seems, from its mention in Andrews's early dictionary, to be the feat for which Aukele is most famous. Hauiloa is the name of an ancient heiau situated on the coast of Kaunolu district on the island of Lanai, and the man-devouring nature of the bird Hauiloa may refer to the human sacrifices demanded by the deity of the heiau. On the plateau above the heiau is a place called Namako'okahai. The rock islet on the east side of the Kaholo cliff off the west bank of Kaunolu has the name of Kanipua, one of the bird brothers in the romance, and 2 carved stones worshipped by fishermen of Lanai have the names Ray, Leah, and Kainapua. It is at Kaunolu that Kanipua intercepts Wahanui on his voyage to the land of Kain and Kanaloa. This identity of names between places on Lanai and the figures in the romance suggests that the composer has in mind the Lanai background in working up his romance. Lanai was thought of as a land of spirits ruled by the goddess Pahulu until they were finally driven out and obliged to flee to other islands. If the name of Aukele the swimmer is equivalent to that of Kelikiliaku, grandchild of Kamanuaniho, whose family dominated Molokai, and brother of Kamapua'a. The affair of the Hogman with Pele may have had its prototype in the highly elaborated and ancient tale of Aukele's winning of Namako'okahai. If Lono is the god of the Kamanu family, a connection with that family may be suggested by the name Lonoaiko'aliai given to Aukele's god which he has from his Moo ancestress. It is the same as the god Lonoaiko'aliai said to be brought by La'e from Areaiadia and taken into the heiau at Wailua on Kauai when he landed. And of the god Lonoaiko'aliai, Lono in the period of chiefs, listed by Kalakaua among the gods worshipped in the heiau on Oahu. The name of the goddess herself in connection with temple worship may be translated, the eyes of the sacrificed one, Ka-hai, and hence may have reference to the custom of offering the eyes of man or fish in a cup of kava in honor of Kaholiai. who is probably identical with Kaualiai and Koaliai of the Aukele story. 36. Romance of the Island of Virgins. It will be remembered that the story of Ola's building of the famous watercourse Kikiola concludes with the refusal by Namakaokaha, chiefess of the Mu and Menehune people, of an offer of marriage and her disappearance with her people on the floating land of Kainhunamoku. Kana-like, Ain-like, in the story of the rolling island of Ulukae is the same chiefess under another name. Ulukae and Kainhunamoku are interchangeable names for that garden of delight in which the gods first placed Kumahonua and his wife, ancestors of the Hawaiian people. Kuaha'ilo is the parent of Anai-like as of Namako-Kahai in the heavens. The lover who comes swimming to her over the sea is the man of the sea of Namaka under another name. Even the poisoned food of the Aukele test is here suggested, although with a quite different turn. The sun eyebrows burnt off of Kana-like by her stranger husband is lightning flashing in the heavens whom Namaka bore to Aukele. The concluding infidelity motive connects the story unmistakably with the Pele legend with its outgush of fire which desolates the whole land. Romance of Kana-like. A. Rice version. Ka'anai-like, striving to be alike, the granddaughter of Kuaha'ilo, lives with her parents and 11 sisters on the floating island of the gods named Alukae. Kiwioho, ruling chief of Hawaii at Waipio, is greatly beloved for his good government. However, he shows such favoritism toward his fishermen that his head steward is jealous and withholds the food which the chief invariably portions out to them after a day's fishing. They are angry and on the next fishing expedition persuade him to swim out after a lost oar and abandon him in the sea, where he might have perished had not Kuaha'ilo in the heavens coveted him as a husband for his granddaughter and sent the floating island to his side. The chief finds food plants growing and recovers strength and beauty. He teaches Kana-like and her sisters, who have hitherto subsisted on berries and edible roots, how to make fire with fire sticks and to eat cooked food. Man of the sea, he calls himself, and her parents send her to the heavens on a stretching coconut sprout to ask her grandfather's permission to marry the stranger. Kuaha'ilo is a man-eater. When he approaches, the earth quakes, trees bend, winds blow, first comes his tongue licking up his victims, then his body follows. Before entering his cave house he hangs up his tongue outside. He would have killed the girl whom he finds inside, but her sacred skirt protects her and he recognizes his grandchild. He instructs her to marry the chief and promises on his part to cease eating men. Then he lowers her to earth seated on the crook of his tongue, she weds the stranger, and a feast follows. Meanwhile the bird sisters of the chief have been searching for him and they come to him in a dream and tell him how badly things are going at home since he left them. He grieves and the chiefess orders a canoe to be built for him with red sails, ropes, and clothing for the sailors. She warns him not to look back and follows him on the floating island as he is rowed to shore, but when he looks back the island has disappeared. He re-establishes his rule on Hawaii and puts to death the guilty fisherman and steward. His child is born on the floating island and named Nakwamakapawaikoahi, eyebrows burnt off, because of an accident to himself when he built the first fire for Kana-like. By the time the boy is 6 days old he can play games with the other boys and he goes to seek his father in a red canoe. He gives the waiting sailors outside a sign that if he is received the smoke will blow seaward, if killed it will blow landward. The attendants attempt to stop the boy and inflict injuries but he gets through to his father's house and sits on his lap and the smoke turns and blows seaward. The mother however prepares to avenge the boy's injuries. She comes with her 11 beautiful sisters who resemble herself, and sends each ashore in succession, but the chief, warned by his son, sends each to a house prepared for her and takes none but his wife. There is a reconciliation and the chief and his son return to Alukae, where they live happily until he is attracted by the younger sister, Kuahiwela. One day he pretends to go fishing, another day bird hunting in order to be with her. He is detected and the wife sends a fiery flood which consumes him and all on the land save herself, the son, and the sister, who has turned herself into a heap of rock and finally escapes down the gullet of the dog Kuilioloa, Ku Long Dog, who has been sent to bring her home to her foster parents. But not before Kana cuts off its ears and tail with her sacred skirt, and hence bob-tailed dogs today. The dog goes to live on Kauai, the son leaves his mother, and she lives alone on the still-burning island Aluka'a. B. Green version. To Kane Keokai, Kane who owns the sea, belongs the rolling island of Ualaka'a, or Koa, where he places his 12 pretty daughters. The oldest, Analike, almost alike, swims to Hawaii and takes as her husband the handsome Kanaka Okai, man of the sea, but tires of him and returns swimming to her island. He wanders inconsolable until instructed by an old woman how to regain her by swimming past the island of silence covered with flowering red purslane, past the island of darkness, until he reaches a third island, shaped round like a potato, Uala, where he must land but avoid mistaking any of her pretty sisters for his wife. All goes well and the wife receives him joyfully. Their uncooked food does not please him and there is a great outcry among the girls when he cooks and eats the plants to which he is accustomed at home. Kane Keokai sends his youngest daughter mounted on the back of a huge dog to reassure them and advise them to eat the food which the man of Hawaii offers them. See Lydgate version. The chief Kiwiahu of Kona, Hawaii, rules harshly and is hence abandoned at sea by a ruse. A land teeming with good things floats up beside him and he finds there a wife in the person of a little Menehune girl who lives with her father and mother and whom he teaches to make fire and eat cooked food. Her name is Analike, their child is Namako Koahi, the light of the fireside. He becomes homesick and one day when the island floats near the Kona coast he seizes up the child and swims ashore. In this tale, as in many Hawaiian romances, the story tells of a highborn maiden kept apart in a tapu place, surrounded by maidens, and watched over by careful guardians until a suitable match can be found for their ward. The setting here is that of one of the floating islands of the gods. The journey of the child to seek his unknown father in a distant land, the mother's revenge for indignities to the child, here transferred to jealous wrath for the infidelity of the husband, are both incidents common to this group of romances. The broken tapu against looking back which results in the disappearance of the floating island, common also to the Maui cycle where the broken tapu prevents the successful joining of the fished-up island to the Hawaiian group, may perhaps be meant to symbolize the unsuccessful union between the two families. The recognition test, found also by Stimson in Anna, where Tehororuga comes from Bavo to woo Moho in the Pa and the girl hides while her attendant maidens try vainly to tempt Tehoro by their charms. Occurs in the Pele and Hayaka story where Pahoa comes to Pele, who conceals herself in the guise of an old woman but is recognized by the heat of her hand. The whole story represents a type thoroughly Polynesian in color but well known to European romance and folktale as the fairy mistress type. The taking of a wife who is more than human, the husband's homesickness, characteristically induced in this Hawaiian version by spirit sisters in the forms of bird messengers from home, the broken tapu, the search for the lost lover. The warning by the child of danger from his offended wife, the identification test for the recovery of the wife. All these are familiar incidents of worldwide distribution, perhaps most closely paralleled, although representing a quite different background, in the American Indian tale of the buffalo wife. As a Polynesian story it may be reckoned as a Hawaiian variant of the story of Kay at the Island of Women. Romance of Kay and the Island of Women. Marquesas. Ray, drooler, is abandoned at sea, swallowed by a fish, cuts his way out and reaches an island of women, Venoki, Venoi, where the women seek pandanus roots as husbands. He weds Hina Venoi to whom he teaches natural methods of childbirth without, as was the custom, cutting open the mother. When he finds that he as a mortal has wedded an immortal who can, when her hair grows gray, ride the surf and become young again while he remains as before, he becomes homesick and Hina sends him home on her whale brother Tunuanui. He prepares a house, bathing pool, and garden for his son Hina Tupuoke who is to follow him. When the boy comes on the whale Tunuaiki and treats the house, pool, and garden as his own, the guards are about to have him killed, but he is saved by a chant repeating his name and those of his family. Either he or Kay forgets to send the whale brother home properly but nothing comes of it. Kina comes to a similar land of women in the second Hawaii when he goes to seek his lost wife. Maui. Tura joins Wairo's canoe party, but when it enters a whirlpool he catches the overhanging boughs of a tree and lives among the Nukumaitor, to whom he teaches the use of fire, the art of cooking, and the natural way of childbirth together with the ceremonies attending the birth of a child. When his wife Turakiha, Hina, discovers gray hairs on his head, he goes off and lives alone and becomes covered with sores. He lives upon the meat from a stranded whale until his son by his former wife comes to rescue him. From Tura proceed diseases and the incantations and ceremonies for their cure. The Maori say that in Hawaii live the Nukumaitoro, in the midst of plenty, whose hair never turns gray, who eat raw food, and cut open women at childbirth. Rarotonga. Chief Adi of Rarotonga weds a fairy woman to whom he teaches natural delivery, and she begs him to come to Spirit Land to teach the art there, but he is unable to follow her when she returns thither. The Marquesans say that in Rarotonga the people have no breadfruit, do not cook food, and cut open women to deliver children. The Marquesan legends of Pepeuai represent the sister of Tony sailing to Rarotonga in a double canoe formed of two fishes, hiding in the chief's bathing basin where the chief finds her and takes her to wife, and teaching natural childbirth and the use of cooked food. Niu. A whale swallows a woman named Jeannie Fail and makes off with her to another island. She cuts it open with a shell she had in her hand when swallowed, marries the chief Leipua, and teaches natural childbirth. Tuamotus. Kuru comes from Nukutavake. He is swallowed by a shark, cuts his way out, and comes to the island of Nukumaru, where live warrior women who seek Holothurians as husbands. He has children by one of the women, but when he takes his family home some of the children have wings and fly back. Tangaroa is once swallowed by a whale but cuts his way out with hair gone and finds an island of women who use pandanus roots as husbands. His sister's child Hina comes to seek him, bears a child, and is about to be burned to death by the other women when she prays and rain falls and Rupi appears and bears her away. K is a sacrilegious man, a gourmand, and a giant. He eats a part of the feast reserved for the god, and the spirit of the god enters a shark and swallows K on his way home, but Ray cuts his way out. Rotuma. Tok is taken to the land of spirits and teaches the king's daughter natural delivery. Rapa. Te Kapra visits the island of women. Isabel Island. A fish swallows Kamakajaku. He cuts it open with a piece of obsidian, leaps out, and follows the sun to the sky. There he teaches the use of fire to cook food. He opens up a stone where he has been forbidden to go, looks down to earth, and lets down a cane upon which to descend. The sky people give him a banana to plant and the seed of a dye plant. He comes down on the hill Gaji and lives long thereafter. The K story is not always connected with the teaching of natural childbirth and the use of cooked food. Interest is sometimes centered upon the whale brother carrier whom Ray has cut up and eaten, whereupon avengers are sent who pack Ray into a canoe, or basket, in his sleep and bring him back to be killed, and eaten. The Maori say that with K cannibalism began. K and the whale carriers. Tonga. K escapes shipwreck and gets to Samoa by clinging to the leg of a great bird. Sinaloa sends him back to Tonga with his two whales Tonga and Samoa. K orders the whales slaughtered, but Samoa escapes and Sinaloa has two large baskets prepared and brings K back together with the dung of all those who ate of Tonga, through which Tonga is restored to life while K is killed and eaten. One of the teeth of the whale has been presented to the Tue Tonga, hence there is a vacant place when the whale opens its mouth too wide. Samoa. Tinalaw of Samoa sends Ae of Tonga home with his pet turtles. Ae kills them. He finds himself returned to Tinalaw's house where he is killed. Mozo the god carries a Savai'i man home on his back. He asks for coconuts to take home. The man is ungrateful and Mozo seeks him out and kills him. Maui. Ray comes to the home of Tini Rao at Motutapu, to visit Hina or to perform the proper ceremonies for her child left with Tini Rao when she returned home, and recognized only by a chant when he came to seek his mother. Tinirau sends him home on his pet whale. Kay has it killed and eaten upon reaching home, and Tinirau sends messengers, bidding them recognize Kay by the gap in his teeth where two have been knocked out. The messengers dance to make all laugh and show their teeth, then pack Kay into a basket in his sleep and bring him back to Motutapu, where he is speared to death. Tuamotus. Ray comes from Vavo to Motutapu and takes Ruatamahine to wife. She has two whale brothers, Tutunui and Togamahutu. Kay is sent home on Tutunui. He lands at Vavo and cuts up the whale for food. Its spirit returns to Motutapu and Ruatamahine comes to avenge her brother. As they play a game, she blinds him, then packs him into a basket and takes him home, where he is killed and eaten. The revenge of the mother, motivated in the Hawaiian story of Niaupo'o by the father's non-recognition of the son, in the Aukele romance by Namaka's jealousy of her younger sisters. May be a carryover from this familiar ending of the South Sea Ray story. 37. Romances of Matchmaking. The Romance of Hinakalo tells the story of a marriage arranged between two young people of closely related families, one living at Waipio on Hawaii, the other in a distant land called Kwaihalani. There is friction between the two and the husband leaves the wife for another or an earlier lady love. The wife with her little son goes home, or in pursuit, but her canoe is overturned and she just manages to swim home to shore with the child. There she loses her wits and runs wild in the forest. The child is drawn up in the fish net of the guardian of the chiefess Luyukia, a relative of Hinakalo, who has the little waif reared carefully and takes him for her husband. When she finds him philandering with a younger woman, in a fit of rage she kills the son she has had by him. The father's chant of despair is heard by his mother, who comes upon the scene to help restore the child to life, and the identity of its father becomes known. Romance of Hinakalo. A. Pukue version. The man-eating Kuwa Hawaiiloa comes from Kwaihalani to Waipio Valley. Maggots squirm from his mouth. Thus his face appears reflected in the pool where the beautiful Hina is bathing, but when he reveals himself in the form of a handsome man the terrible apparition is forgotten and she takes him for a husband. He abjures human flesh and provides for his family by fishing and cultivating. After 3 children have been born, Kamaiulunui, a son, Hinaiulunui and Hialeai, daughters, he returns with his son and younger daughter to Kwaihalani, leaving the older daughter with her mother. When the children reach marriageable age, Kama returns according to promise to Waipio to wed Hina. To satisfy her pregnancy craving he ascends the mountain after snow, and because she follows him, Hoa Kolo, and grumbles, Kolo Kolo, the girl who is born is named Hinakalo and an uncertain fate predicted for her. 5 more girls are born, Luyukia, whose foster parents are Kahaloholouka and Kahaloholokai, going upland and going seaward, and the 4 male sisters, whose foster parents are Nakulauka and Nakulakai, land plains and sea plains. Hina's younger sister meanwhile bears to her husband Kaulawena, Red Dawn, in Kwaihalani a son named Konini of the redness of heaven. Her husband's sister, the beauty of Kwaihalani, wishes this boy for a husband, but has promised him to her own sister's daughter, and Kokai and Komiki are sent to Waipio, where they find in Hinakalo a ravishing bride for their ward. A Moo ancestress named Moo Anania who lives at Waolani in Nuuanu Valley on Oahu stretches her body into a bridge across which Hinakalo walks to join her husband in Kwaihalani. A son Limakani is born, but after 7 years Konini falls under the spell of his former sweetheart and Hinakalo sails for home with their child. Kuwa Hawaiiloa is displeased and sends a storm which upsets the canoe and she is obliged to make the rest of the journey by swimming with her child. At Waipio, Hinakalo leaves Limakani on the beach and wanders away crazed to the heights of the valley. He is drawn up in the net of Luyukia's foster parent and brought up in concealment because of his beauty, under the name of Lopaiki Heelwhale, little worthless castaway. Luyukia sends each of her sisters in turn to report upon him, but each, desiring him for herself, declares him to be a monster. Finally she learns the truth and takes him for her husband. When she finds that he has an affair with her youngest sister Mao Lau Liai, in a fit of jealous rage she kills the child she has had by him, named Lono Kaiolohia. The father's chant of grief reveals his identity and brings his mother to the scene with reason restored, and the child is brought back to life by bathing and prayer. 2 pieces at the top and at the back of the head were not quite healed, and that is why babies' heads today are soft in those places. Konini's infatuation for the beauty of Kwaihalani is broken and he returns to live in happiness with Hinakalo in sight of the beautiful falls of Haialii. B. Westervelt version. Kahuli is a chief who, when he turns, shakes the land of Nuumialani. 2 children are born to him by his wife Kahela, named Nakulauka and Nakulakai. They wed and bear a daughter Haialii and the triplets Komiki, Kokai, and the girl Hina. Haialii goes to Honualewa, Cloud Land, to wed Ku-W, a Hawaiiloa. Warned by her mother, she shows no fear when he appears to her in all his terrible forms. He makes her his wife, and when he leaves her he gives her a rainbow as loincloth and the war club Keona for their son Koniniulokalani. The boy grows up in the tapu house at Kwaihalani under the care of his uncles and, discovering who his father is, sails away to Kalewa in a canoe made by his ancestor Nyoloa Hiki. His father, who fails to recognize him, he clubs to death in a contest, but not before he has made the acquaintance in Kalewa of his pretty half-sister. On his return to Kwaihalani, Konini dreams of a beautiful girl, falls ill with longing, and sends his uncles in search of her. They land at Waipio during a tapu period and are about to pay the forfeit with their lives when they are recognized by their sister Hina. She has come to Hawaii, married Ku, and lives at Napoopō. Hinakalo, daughter of Ku and Hina, is the girl of Konini's dream. When the youth comes to Waipio for his bride, the little people Kanamu and Kanawa build him a tapu house, and there is chanting and singing and ceremonies unknown to the simple livers in the valley. Soon the young people neglect the tapu. They quarrel, and Konini returns to woo his pretty half-sister in Lewalani. When Laimakani is born, Hinakalo places him in a coconut gourd and swims out to sea to find her husband, but her rival drives her back with contrary winds and she lands at Waipio, leaves her child, and wanders crazed in the forest. Laimakani grows up as in the other story and is taken by Luyukia, relative of Hinakalo, as a husband. After their son Lonokai is grown, he goes to Kwaihalani to seek his grandfather's spirit, which has gone down to Milu, and restores it to the body, which lies in the Tapu temple at Kwaihalani. The 2 return to Hawaii, Konini is restored to Hinakalo, and Lonokai weds a beautiful chiefess of Molokai. See, from version. Kianiniulokalani is born at Kwaihalani of Haumea the wife and Kuwa, Ilo the husband, and brought up by his adopted parent Macaulay until he comes to marriageable age. His maternal grandparents Komiki and Kauka sail in a coconut tree canoe to the Hawaiian group, visit each island in turn to view the recognized beauty of each, and finally arrive at Waipio on Hawaii during a tapu season. They are seized and bound, but Olopana recognizes them and they find in his sister Hinakalo a suitable bride for their ward. Kinaini comes to Waipio after his bride. The couple return to Kwaihalani, where a son, Laimakani, is born. Kinaini goes to live with a former sweetheart, daughter of Macaulay, and Hinakalo and her son return to Hawaii. The canoe capsizes in mid-ocean. Mother and son swim the ocean, reaching first Niihau, then Nawiliwili on Kauai, where they take canoe and eventually arrive at Waipio. The story proceeds as in the 2 other versions. Luyukia is represented as a chiefess of Hamakua. D. Fornander story outline. Olopana lives at Opololo in Waipio Valley and has 2 daughters, Luyukianui and Luyukiaiki. His sister Hinakalo becomes the wife of Kinaini. The child of the 2, Laimakani, under the name Lopaiki Heelwhale, becomes the husband of Luyukiaiki but is taken away from her by her sister Luyukianui, who bears him a child called Lonokailohia. Luyukia kills the child in a fit of jealous rage, but Hinakalo restores him to life. Kinaini has another wife in Kwaihalani. E. Fornander historical version. Hinakalo is the daughter of Mulialialiai and sister of Kumohonua, Olopana, and Moika. Olopana and Moikeha established themselves in Waipio Valley on Hawaii, where Olopana takes to wife Luyukia, granddaughter of the ruling chief of Kohala district, Haikapaloa, and of his wife male Lau Liai, who comes from a chief family in Kona district. Hinakalo becomes the wife of a southern chief in Kwaihalani but is unhappy and returns to Waipio Valley, where her spirit still haunts the mountain cliffs and valleys about Waipio. From their son Limakani some Hawaiian families count descent. Kamikau version. Komiki and Kauka, brothers of Kianini's mother from Hawaii, come from Kwaihalani by way of Keolewa and Niihau seeking a bride for their ward and at Waipio find Hinakalo. They return by the west side of Niihau. Limakani is born at Kwaihalani and both, mother and son, return to Hawaii and become ancestors of Hawaiian chiefs. The very popular Hinakalo romance is probably based on an old traditional source. Certain elements are common to all versions. Others have been worked in by different composers out of material suggested by similar situations. From Limakani, Wind Wreath, who appears in all versions, Hawaiian families today are said to claim descent, but it would be difficult to say whether the historical connection is derived or basic. The romance belongs to the period of Olopana's legendary sojourn in Waipio Valley. The wooded heights about Waipio are the traditional scene of Hinakalo's madness. Her family in Waipio represent a simpler religion than that imported by the young chief from abroad. He brings the drum and tapu ceremonies unknown before on Hawaii. The priests of Olopana can cause thunder, lightning, and earthquake. Konini's priests blow toward the east and make land. The lightning, the blood-red sky, the dark cloud are his signs in the heavens. The little people, the Kanamu and Kanawa, are his servants. In a single night they fashion a tapu house thatched with feathers, with posts and rafters of polished bone, and all day within there is soft chanting and the sound of a drumming unknown before on Hawaii. While Konini and his party drink awa and eat sugar cane in honor of the gods. The bride's family offer pig and fowl before he emerges to take his bride. His grandson invokes Lono in the underworld, in the sky, Cain in the darkness and hot wind, thunder, whirlwind, and storm, Laka, Pele, and Hayaka. Akalenwieku in the underworld, and offers a pig to his ancestral gods, Aumakua. Konini travels in a coconut tree canoe which is the body of his ancestor Nyoloahiki. In another version this relative accompanies him in eel form. From his man-eating father he inherits a rainbow for his loincloth and the war club Keona. The whole picture suggests the severe ritual introduced with the Cain worship by the Ku class of priests as against the simpler practices of an earlier period. It corresponds with the Hawaiiloa tradition of marriage relations sought between two branches from a common family stock who have been separated by migration. Situations, characters, and incidents reappear in a number of Hawaiian romances which turn upon marriage between children of chiefs. Often of close relatives separated from childhood in foreign lands but brought together by a recognized claim to such an alliance. This claim is based upon the idea of rank for a child born of close inter-family marriage. Family Aumakua aid in effecting the union. As in the two preceding romances, there is often an infidelity episode and a recall of the mother, in this case to cure an abused and unrecognized child. In Thrum's version the incident occurs of a landing made in ignorance at a tapu part of the beach or during a tapu season, and the consequent sacrifice of the stranger to the violated gods. It was thus that Laka's father perished at the hands of old woman Tapusi, Kaikapu. A folktale from Hina district on Maui uses the theme humorously. A man from Hina lands with his family on a Kauai beach during a tapu season. He is shut up in a house for sacrifice the following day. He arranges with his child to get up on the roof of the house and complain of hunger because the food he is accustomed to get from the moon is not forthcoming in this strange country. Meanwhile he is careful to see that the guards hear the talk. They report to the chief and an expedition is arranged to see this wonder. When they reach Hina the whole party is put to death. The terrible bodies with which Hawaiiloa in the Westervelt version attempts to frighten in order that he may have an excuse to devour her find a parallel in the Akalenui legend when the chiefess Naumako Kahai tries to frighten off her wooer. And in the Puneai Koai when the Moo is getting ready to eat up her young husband for spying upon her. Hawaiiloa's forms are whirlwind, thunder, and lightning, a stream of blood, Moo, a caterpillar, a flaming pit, Namakas are a cliff, an ocean, a flame. All these are Aumakua of the Pele family. South Sea groups furnish a similar belief in such transformation bodies. Among the Maori, each god has its aria or forms in which it may appear. For example, the offspring of the family of Tainachua and Pahonui can take the forms of a stream, a dog that barks at night, wind, a little lake, a rock. The Kai of New Guinea tell a story of Tabotang, chief of the dead, who tries to frighten a visitor who comes to fetch fire by appearing first as a boar, then as a snake, and finally takes the form of a man. The story of the marriage of Kianini's mother bears some resemblance to the Tagaloa Ui cycle from Samoa. The sun god Tagaloa is angry because men complain that the sun goes too fast, and he begins to eat men. Lua and Ui wish to prevent this. As he rises in the morning, Ui utters a propitiatory chant and offers herself to him. She receives the sun's rays and becomes pregnant. The sun promises no longer to eat men. She and her brother Lua swim away to Manua where she makes a house out of coconut for the son whom she now bears, and names him Tagaloa Ui. The episode of the child caught in a net and adopted by a chiefess is also reported from Samoa in the story of Whitiomua. A pregnant wife craves taro and eats that dedicated to the chief. She is expelled and swims out to sea with the child. The child is caught in a net of Saumani, a fisherman who is after an offering for the chiefess who rules the land. The parents beg his life and name him Whitiomua. In wars in Samoa he is slain, but a foster brother from his parents' adopted homeland avenges his death. The theme occurs in an Oahu story of Aia, son of the fish god Kola, and in the Kauai story of Ualekahau which follows, in which the waif caught in the fish net is adopted by Luyukia and becomes her lover. But is not recognized as the high-ranking chief that he is and the chosen bridegroom for the highborn chiefess. The name of Kinaini, Konini, has a number of local associations not necessarily belonging to the character in this story. A kupua stone called Kianini Pohaku which stood at the Kakwana Gulch on Oahu is one of two stones said to represent Kinaini and his sister, from Kauai. Off Waikoloa Bay at Hina, Maui, a surfing wave that disperses before coming up to shore is called the Wave of Kinaini, Kanalo o Kinaini. The local story is that Kinaini came surfing from Hawaii and was about to land at Waikoloa when he saw two nude ladies bathing and was too bashful to proceed. The right and left points of the bay are named for these two chiefesses, Papalana and Hoole. In the vicinity of the heiau of Kalahiki toward Mokulea on Oahu it is unsafe to speak of going fishing at night lest the shark god Kinaini, represented by a huge rock, lying awash a few hundred feet from the shore, should bring on phosphorescent lights and spoil the catch. Important for Hawaiian connections are the male sisters, favorite characters in Hawaiian romance, and the appearance again of the infidelity motive, here doubled from father to son. Kianini's former sweetheart, who seems to have no traditional name but is called variously Hapaimimu, Hapaianamu, Mohonana, or Kikinaluke, is to be compared with the similar situation in the Fornander romance of Laukaiamanoi Kahiki which follows, in which the lover leaves his sister wife for a former alliance in Kahiki, and the girl, who has traveled to meet him clinging to the tip of a stretching tree, follows him across the sea on the back of a friendly turtle just as Hinakalo is conveyed on the back of her Moo ancestress. Romance of Lakiamanwikahiki. Makiioeoe, a visiting chief from Kwaihalani to Kauai, leaves Hina with child by him and gives her a whale-tooth necklace, a bracelet, and a feather cape as recognition tokens and bids her name the child Laukiamanuai Kahiki, leave for bird trapping in Kahiki, and send the child to him in a red canoe attended by servants clothed in red. In Kwaihalani he makes a bathing pool and plants a garden for the child's arrival. A beautiful girl is born and brought up on Kauai without knowledge of her origin, until her supposed father scolds her for giving away food too lavishly. Learning the truth, she refuses to go by sea to Kwaihalani and two old grandmothers roasting bananas cause a bamboo to sprout, to the tip of which she clings until she is dropped at the chief's home in Kwaihalani. There she adopts a girl friend and the two string flowers in the garden planted for the chief's daughter and bathe in its sacred pool, where a turtle comes and rubs her back. She is not recognized and an oven is ordered built for the girl's death, but an ant in owl form chants her name and lineage and displays the tokens, and the chief recognizes his daughter. Light radiates from her as she sleeps at night. She becomes the wife of the chief's son Kahikiula when he comes to visit his father. On his return to his first wife at Kahikiku, she is inconsolable and follows him riding upon a friendly turtle. At Kahikiku she takes the form of an old woman and enters the service of the household, recognized only by her former husband. His wife Kahalaokol treats her with ignominy. She does pretended service only and eventually burns down the house and consumes all in it except her half-brother, whom she then deserts and returns to Kwaihalani. Romance of Uilekahau. Uileka is the son of Ku and Hina on Hawaii. Kane and Kanaloa are his gods. He is kept under strict tapu as a high chief. Alapana on Kauai has declared that his daughter Luyukia shall have no other husband than he. One day when Ku and Hina have gone oopu fishing in the Wailuku River, the boy goes to Kalapulapule River to sail his boat and floods wash him out to sea. He is transformed into a fish and swims to Kauai. Fishermen catch him and bring him to Luyukia. He becomes her lover in secret. When this is discovered, Alapana in anger banishes the two to the barren country of Mana where none but spirits dwell. He does not recognize the boy's rank because he has expected him to come in a royal red canoe manned by a company of paddlers. The spirits supply the two with all things needful and Mana becomes a fertile land where the hearts of the people are stolen by kindness so that they follow to share their chiefess's exile. The boy is finally recognized and becomes ruling chief of Kauai. The two plant a famous coconut grove at Kanaloa and build the heiau of Lalamana. Romance of Homakakikula. Ho'omekaikukula, companion in suffering on the plain, is a chiefess of high rank and faultless beauty born in Oioiapeho, Kohala district. Her mother Pele bears first to the high chief Ho'olipaleoa the son Waikwala, then this girl is born in the shape of a taro plant and thrown out upon the rubbish heap. Makapelu, Pele's mother, has a prophetic dream and, guided by a rainbow, finds the child, wraps her in red bark cloth, and in 20 days she has attained perfection of form. She is kept under strict tapu, but one day when she and her companion are stringing blossoms in the woods, the Paao bird comes to them with a song and, turning into a handsome man, hides the girl in mist from her companion and lures her away to a young chief named Kalamaula, Red Torch, living with his sister Kana Legend, thicket on the forest upland, children of the chief of Kauai. His rank does not satisfy her and she dreams of a handsome chief with whom she falls in love. In a fog she runs away and wanders in the uplands of Pahilumoa, accompanied by a rainbow, until she is found by Puyuhu hiding in an olapa tree and taken to his chief Puyonau, ruling chief of Kohala, who turns out to be the lover of her dreams. The union of these two is accompanied by all the signs of high rank and a child is born to them in the form of an image and named Alalokanana, hence the saying, place the image on the sea side of the platform, Ho'oku kukiai kai o kahua. Images were first made for worship in Kohala and it was this image which first gave the idea of carving the forms of gods out of wood. Romance of Kapuekeo Hiloi. Ku and Hina, chiefs of high rank in Hilo, Hawaii, have two children, the boy Ho'okekei Kapaka, rolling in the raindrops, and the girl Kapuo Kauheloei, blossom of the ohelo berry. For 20 years they are brought up apart under strict tapu without knowing of each other's existence. One day at noon when the attendants are away the girl follows a bright light and discovers her brother. They sleep together until time for the guardian's return. This goes on for some days, until the girl grows impatient of the slow-coming dawn and gets the guards off early by waking the chickens and starting their crowing. They are detected and the girl is banished to Kwaihalani, where her mother was reared. At Kauai, they find a messenger just come from Kwaihalani in search of a wife for its young chief. No girl is to be found more beautiful than Kupua. 40 days they sail before they smell the fragrant kiele flower and know that land is near. Warned by her conductors not to betray undue arrogance, she does not seat herself upon the chief's tapa nor ascend his daughter's sacred platform until taken by the hand. Even then she slips in the ascent because of her loss of virginity, and again at the sacred bathing place she slips and the sacred eel bites at her. She would have been killed at once had she not been recognized as daughter of Hina, the chief's older sister, and of higher rank than his own daughter. The two girls become companions. She weeps for her handsome firstborn brother and her friend wishes to see him. For 10 days she brings his spirit to her friend in sleep until the girl is so much in love that she sails to the east to see him, landing first at Kauai, then going on east to Hawaii and the harbor of Punahoa. The brother has been pining for his sister, but a couple of days of feeding and bathing restore his beauty. The chiefess follows a rainbow and finds him under the red tapa. Only after his spirit has first gone to his sister and lain with her does the sister permit him to lie with this new lover. Romance of Hawaiiloa. Holualoa and Hawaiiloa have 10 children, 5 boys named Kalino, Lulukena, Ahuahua, Wawa, Mumu, and 5 girls, the 4 male sisters and Kalana. Male Lau Liai, the eldest girl, becomes the wife of Haikapaloa, chief of Kohala district, and lives upward of Puyuepa. Kaili G. A. La, fragrant skin, is their child. He marries Wekua'ala and the two have 4 children, Luyukia, Kamailoa, Kalihualihililoloa, and Kukui Kupua Haiahoa'oliwali. Luyukia sails to Kahiki and weds Alapana, ruling chief of Kahiki. Alapana's daughter Kaupia hears so much from Luyukia of the beauty of Kamailoa that she sails from Kwaihalani, finds him at Kailua, and takes him for her husband. She becomes pregnant and returns to Kahiki for the child's birth. Kamailoa follows but lands in Kwaihalani on a tapu day when Kaupia is in labor and Luyukia and the chiefs are gathered in the tapu house prepared for the birth of the child. The whole party is seized and imprisoned. Old woman Kaikapu proceeds to have them burnt to death, but through the prayers of Kalana they escape. The child is called Kamako Koahi, Eye of Fire, and from him is descended Kahihiokalani, the branching of the Heavenly One. Romance of Kalanaiki. Kalanaiki Pokiai, dear little Kalana, is the youngest of 5 sisters born to Kaumaluma and Holualoa, chiefs in Kona district. She is the only one endowed with a knowledge of sorcery. Male Lauliai, male Pakaha, male Kaluhea, and male Lauliai are her sisters, her brothers are Mumu, Wawa, Ahuahua, Lolakena, and Kalino. The sisters go sightseeing and in Kohala the oldest, male Lau Liai, takes first as husband the handsome salt-maker Puako, then, dissatisfied with his rank, the ruling chief Haikapaloa at Kokoiki. The chief sends his wife to ask from her family the lucky fish hook for catching aku fish. The hook she brings back proves worthless and Haikapaloa seeks to avenge himself. He invites the brothers to visit him and as they come up from the beach and stoop their heads in at the low entrance to his house he cuts off the head of each and consumes the flesh with fire. The sisters are meanwhile shut up in the women's house composing a chant for the child about to be born to male Lau Liai. Kalana knows all that is happening and succeeds by her magic in bringing about the birth at once, whereupon the father is summoned. Rain and high seas impede his way, his footsteps are entangled in ie and male vines conjured up by the magic of Kalana, and he is put to death. Kalana has by her magic arranged that each brother should be reduced to ashes by a particular kind of wood and she now invokes the spirits of the wood, who are her family Amakua, to tell where the bones lie whose flesh they have consumed. Putting together the bones, she brings her brothers back to life and all depart for Kona and abandon the proud land of Kohala and its favorable wind the Ailoa. 38. Romances of the Dance. The group of romances just considered center about the marriage relations between a chief family resident in the Hawaiian group and a related family but of superior rank localized in Kahiki or on one of the other islands of the group or merely in a neighboring district. Specifically it refers to the Moikeha-La marriage with Luyukia of the Haikapaloa family of chiefs who early settled Kohala district on Hawaii. In the long romance of Kalino from which Fornander summarized from Kamakaua the story of Kamaioliola, Luyukia appears consistently as the granddaughter of Haikapaloa and his wife male Lau Liai. The story provides male Lau Liai, as in the Hinakalo romance, with a band of sisters whose kupua power lies in their fragrance and who are dominated by a younger sister represented as gifted with special powers of sorcery or merely of good sense, courage, and character. This figure is worked up more fully in the romance of Kueomelemele, Golden Cloud, which follows. Here she is represented as remaining unwed as a means to supernatural attainments, and as becoming skilled in medicine and in the hula dance. The Hinakalo theme of a propitious marriage made between two children of Ku and Hina who have been brought up separately, broken by the infidelity of the husband, centers, in this romance, about the girl Palaiola and her brother, who is the firstborn of Ku and Hina, but brought up by the gods Kane and Kanaloa in Waolani. Kueomelemele appears on the genealogical line of chiefs as wife of Kalalili, Kalaupalilai, 10th or 11th in descent from Kumuhonua. Romance of Kiamelamil. The guardian Moo named Emoanania who cares for the gods in Kwaihalani arranges a marriage with Ku for her grandchild Hina, and 3 children are born, a boy and 2 girls. The boy is at once conveyed to Oahu to be brought up at the heiau of Waolani in Nuwana Valley under the care of the gods Kane and Kanaloa and is given the name Kahanai Kuakua, adopted by the gods. The Little Ipa beings called Nanamu and Nanawa act as his servants. The older girl named Palaiola is carried to the uplands between Puna and Hilo districts on Hawaii and placed under the care of Waka. 2 trees, Makale which brings fish and Kalalai Kawai, the branch in the water, or Makuyu cow, supplying endless abundance, which produces vegetable food, are planted in her garden to keep her provided with abundance of food. The third girl is brought up in a revolving house called Kolohilani in Nuumialani where she is waited upon by clouds until she eventually follows her brother and sister to Hawaii. She is named Kueomelemele, Golden Cloud. Ku and Hina travel about other islands of the heavens and take each a new spouse. By the chiefess Ku has a red-skinned son named Kamaioliola and Hina has by Alapana a daughter Kalanaiki Pokiai, beloved little one of the sunset, who is adopted by Ku and while Hina and Alapana take the boy to rear. Kane and Kanaloa finally summon these 2 children also to Waolani. Palaiola has meanwhile become the wife of her brother Kahanai on Hawaii and been deserted by him for the beautiful Kupua Poliahu who lives on the snow-covered summit of Mauna Kea. She travels to Oahu and wanders crazed in the heights of Manoa Valley, then goes to Waianae, where she takes lessons in hula and, becoming an expert, travels on to Kauai and learns the dances of that island. Her sister Kueomelemele in Cloudland hears her chanting the hula and longs to join her sister. With Kapo, sister of the poison gods of Mauna Loa as her teacher, Kueomelemele becomes an expert. When her younger brother and sister arrive, she teaches Kalana the dances until she is equally adept. Kalana is also given instruction in herb medicine. The boy Kahanai has already freed himself from Poliahu, made a visit to his parents, and returned to Waolani, where he becomes an expert kahuna with knowledge of sorcery and sacrifice. Palaiola becomes reconciled with him. Kueomelemele takes Kamaioliola as her husband and the food-providing trees are brought from Hawaii for the marriage feast, but the fish tree is broken and hence fish become dispersed about the islands. Kueomelemele and her husband rule the islands. Kane sends for Ku and Hialeai, Hina and Alapana, and the guardian Moo to come and live on Oahu, and Emoanania shuts up forever the lands where they lived and brings all her Moo family with the chiefs to Hawaii. Kanehunamoku that hidden land is called. Kamaioliola and Kueomelemele long rule over the islands and leave their signs in the heavens to their descendants. Throughout the romance the signs of divinity established for chiefs of divine rank in Hawaii form the machinery of the story. At the birth of the firstborn chief appear clouds and fog, thunder and lightning, red torrents down the cliff sides, strong winds and bending trees, high seas rolling landward. The rainbow, Anuenue, sister of Cain and Kanaloa, acts as their messenger or hovers over the child of godlike rank. The great bird Iwa bears the messengers of the gods overseas. The marriage of the divine firstborn son to his sister by the same father and mother is the highest form of union to which Hawaiian bluebloods can aspire. The issue of such a union is a god, Akua. Other allusions to Kahanai in Hawaiian legend call him chief of Waolani and make him the ward of Kahano and Newa, that Kahano who is said to have brought over the Kanamu and Kanawa on his own arm as on a bridge as servants for his ward Kapua. In traditional history he appears as a chief of high rank who comes from afar and whose family colonized the island. Kueomelemele, golden cloud, is born from the head of Hina and not in the ordinary way. Kukueoloa, Ku long cloud, is her messenger, Kaunohiokala, eyeball of the sun, is her seer, Kueoopualoa, living cloud, is her sorcerer. On nights of full moon one can see the Aliaiwahini Kamalu, chiefess of the shade, against the moon. Her messenger reveals to Ku and Hina all the lore of cloud forms, how they meet, move, or separate, how the stars appear through them and the course of the winds among the clouds. The meaning of each change so intimately connected in Hawaiian thought with the lives of chiefs. It is because Ku sees in the clouds the form of a beautiful woman that he is led to take the journey northward, during which he weds a new wife and Hina a new husband. Closely connected with the knowledge thus gained of the shape and motions of clouds is that which governs the art of the hula or dance. The movements of the dance are definitely related in this nature romance to the motions of leaves and blossoms swaying in various ways according to the particular wind that blows. It is by watching the dancing trees, the shifting clouds, and the shadows which they cast that the girl learns their motions. Haiailani Wai teaches the hula to girls at Waianae, Malueke teaches on Kauai. Kapo, sister of the poison tree gods of Mauna Loa and proficient in the arts of herb medicine and sorcery, teaches Kueomelemele on the dancing field near Waolani in Nuuanu Valley until she can dance in the skies and over the sea. Clearly these are the Pele sisters, Heiaka, Laka, and Kapo, all three goddesses of the woodland and invoked in the hula dance. The Heiaka sisters of Pele are called shadow bearers by Westervelt, and her brothers are gods of sorcery. Hence the story seems to be definitely connected with the Pele family and its guardian Moo and to represent the Cain worship established during the time of the ascendancy of that god, which persisted down to the time of the breakup caused during the Wars of Chiefs, and retained its hold upon the people up to the coming of the white men. Equally interesting with this close relation of forms of nature with the movements of the dance is their employment in the action of a love story. As illustrated in the account of the birth and marriage of Laukaii, leaf of the trailing pandanus, goddess of the wildwood and sister to the wind god of love, Makanikau, and to the Hawaiiloa who was transformed at death. His body into a stone and his spirit into the mist of that waterfall in Waipio Valley which is called after his name, of which Hawaiian poets love to sing. The romance tells of the kupua beings of the forest, associating plants, land shells, winds, streams, rainbows, and the red-feathered birds in a single family line. Romance of Lakai. Hawaiiloa is born to Kakia, the white, and Kahalo, the runner, children of the cliffs, and is wrapped in moss and flung away by the mother. Hinoluohia sees that the bundle contains a child and she recognizes the signs of a chief and takes the child as her own. The father's sister Pakahi, first night, has for husband the bird catcher Kaukini. Hina knows that she has longed for the child, hence she brings her a beautiful girl perfect in form, who is named Laukaiiai. The adopted parents bring her up secretly with birds and flowers and singing shells as playmates. When she reaches marriageable age she dreams of the handsome chief Kawalona, sunset, at Lihu, Kauai, and her brother Makanikau goes to seek him, choosing as his shell carrier Pupukanioi, singing shell, because when all the sisters raise their hands her fingers are the longest. She takes a husband on the way, but the wind chief goes on to the islet of Lehua, where red iwi birds have conveyed Kawalona, and finds him willing to accompany the messenger because he too has dreamed of the girl and is eager to wed her. Many kupua join the marriage party as they proceed, Makani Kau in his shell boat and Kawalona in his cloud boat. These kupua have leaf, flower, bird, plant, shell, cloud, wind, fish, shark, sea moss, stone, or cliff bodies. The feast is celebrated in Waipio near the Heiau Kahukuelowelo with music and dancing. Hina takes the body of a lehua tree, and the girl after her death becomes the Iei vine which wreathes the body of the forest goddess. Another romance in which the art of the hula is used to win back a lover is that of Halemano and Kamalalawalu, the beauty of Puna. Romance of Halemano. Halemano is born at Halemano in Waianae on Oahu. Wahiawa and Kukani Loko are his parents. He has 5 brothers and sisters, but only one, a sorceress sister Leenihai, enters in any way into the story. He is brought up by his grandmother and becomes faultless in beauty. Kamalalawalu is the beauty of Puna at this time. She has been brought up in seclusion with her favorite brother Kumukahi as her only companion and 800 dogs to guard and serve her. Hua and Kulukulua, chiefs of Puna and Hilo respectively, court her in vain. She has seen the face of Halemano in dream and will have none but him. He too has dreamed of her and dies of love for her, but Leenihai restores him to life and teaches him how to lure the beauty of Puna to his canoe. Together they flee to Yukoa in Waialua, Oahu, and a great gift-giving, ho'okupu, is held to celebrate the marriage. Aikanaka who rules Oahu hears of her beauty and the two are obliged to flee. They live as castaways until the daughter of Kakipahu, ruling chief of Kohala, becomes enamored of Halemano's beauty and entertains them royally. Several times the wife leaves Halemano for a new lover. He dies of grief, but again the sister comes to his rescue and proposes that he learn the hula in order to win back his wife's affection. The method succeeds. During a kilu game he chants 8 compositions recalling to his wife their days of wandering together and the love they have enjoyed, and her heart is touched. She returns to him only to find that now he is weary of her love. Her former lovers finally come with a great fleet and carry her back to her home island. The story contains, besides the excellent picture of a kilu contest, a good example of the part played by the supernatural sister in Hawaiian stories in furthering the cause of a favorite brother. One brought up under the tapus of a god and whose wishes are never to be thwarted. Her sexual seclusion would seem to be imposed in order to cultivate her kupua power. Twice she brings Halemano back to life. She goes to Puna in the form of a fish. Her progress is accompanied by signs such as rain, lightning, thunder, earthquake, freshets that carry red earth into the sea. Coupled with these supernatural qualities are those also of practical wisdom. She recognizes the woman of his dream by a description of the wreaths about her neck. The plot for bringing the lovers together and that for winning back an estranged wife are shrewdly conceived and without magical machinery. The love story, told as it is with great detail, concludes on the familiar note of Hawaiian romance, that of a pair of estranged lovers. Stories which end with a happy married life must be suspected as a foreign innovation. 39. Wooing romances. The romance of Laeai Kawai, Lae in the water, is the story of a high tapu chiefess concealed at birth in a cave reached by diving through a pool of water and later reared under tapu in an earthly paradise prepared for her in Paliuli in the uplands of Puna by her Moo guardian Waka, who hopes to gain wealth and position by arranging a marriage for her to some high chief. An impostor steps in on the eve of marriage and she is abandoned by Waka and her twin sister substituted in her place. Through a group of guardian girls, the abandoned sisters of a rejected suitor who has tried to use their kupua powers to win the chiefess and has then attempted to storm her tapu house by force. She wins a very high tapu chief from the heavens as a husband, her foes are punished, and she herself goes to dwell in the heavens with her husband. He proves unfaithful, his parents cast him out, and his wife joins her sister and is worshipped today as a goddess. Romance of Laeikawai. Laie and her twin sister Laielohilo are born at Laie on Oahu of Kahakapaka the father, chief of the northern lands of the island, and Malaikahana the mother. Since the father has vowed to let no daughter born to his wife live until she bears him a son, the mother conceals the birth of the twins and gives them to her own relatives to rear. Laielohilo to Kapukaihawa to bring up at the heiau at Kukaniloko, and Laieikawai to Waka, who first hides her in a cave near Laie which can be reached only by diving into the pool which conceals the entrance. And then takes her to the uplands of Puna. Here she builds a tapu house for her ward thatched with bird feathers, and gives her birds to wait upon her and mists to hide her from the sight of men until such time as a suitable lover shall appear to make her his wife. The first whose suit seems acceptable is Kwakahialiai, ruling chief of Kauai and husband of Kailiokalaukokoa, skin like the leaf of the koa. The reappearance of his wife whom he had mourned for dead prevents the appointed meeting, but on his return to Kauai he relates the adventure and the young chiefs of that island are stirred by the story. Iwohikupua meets her nightly in dream and goes to woo her, but even the presence of his 4 sweet-scented Kupua sisters, named after the 4 varieties of male vine whose scent they inherit, cannot shake her refusal. Enraged by the insult, he abandons the sisters in the forest. His 5th and favorite sister, Kahalaomapuana, the fragrant hala blossom, refuses to abandon them. Through her clever management she attracts the attention of Laieikawai and the 5 are adopted as sisters and made the guardians of Paliuli. They drive off their brother upon his second attempt to win the chiefess, and a guardian Moo named Kihanuilulumoku, great Moo shaking the island, completes his discomfiture. Another and more favored young chief from Kauai named Hawaiilaik is also expelled by the watchful youngest sister. Waka now arranges a match with Kukalukaluokawa, younger brother of Kailiokalaukokoa and successor with her to Kwakahi as ruling chief of Kauai. Just as the formal marriage, Hoa, is about to be consummated, a young rascal from Puna named Halaaniani, aided by his sorceress sister, carries her off on his surfboard in place of the legitimate lover. Waka finds them sleeping together and abandons the girl in a rage, stripping her of mist and bird guardians and of the house thatched with feathers whose protection her loose conduct has forfeited. The 5 sisters and the great Moo, however, refuse to abandon their mistress. Since the Kauai chief has made her twin sister Laielohilo his wife in place of their disgraced mistress, they determine to retrieve her fortunes by providing a more splendid match, and the clever youngest sister is dispatched, with the great Moo as carrier, to fetch their oldest brother who lives as a god in a tapu house in the very center of the sun in the highest heavens. While she is away on this errand the group leave Paliuli and travel about the island and, meeting an old family guardian and seer named Hulumaniani, make their home with him as adopted daughters at Hanapueakua on Kauai. Throughout the course of the story this old seer, Kaula, has been following around the islands after the rainbow sign which hovers over the place where Laieikawai is hidden. Determined to make this new divinity his chief and thus provide for his own old age. Kaunohiokala, eyeball of the sun, looks favorably upon his sister's proposal and, putting off his nature as a god, he descends to earth, strips the enemies of Laieikawai of their lands and power and, leaving Kukalukaluokawa and the twin sister rulers over Kauai, gives to each of the sisters rule over one of the other islands of the group and takes Laieikawai up on a rainbow to live with him in Kahakikia. All goes well until, on one of his visits to Earth to see that all goes well there, he notices the budding beauty of his sister-in-law. He presses his attentions and succeeds in securing her. His wife in the heavens wonders what important affairs keep him so long on Earth. In the temple at Kahakikia stands the gourd Laukapalai which reveals to one who looks within what is going on below. Laieikawai discovers her husband's infidelity and reports him to his parents, who live with her in the heavens. They banish him to become a wandering spirit, the first Lapu, ghost, in Hawaii. Laieikawai returns to Earth and lives like a god with her sister. Today she is worshipped as Kawahinio-Kaliula, Lady of the Twilight, Mist, or Mirage. The story may be analyzed as follows. A girl child is rescued at birth and brought up, A1, by relatives, A2, by divinities. B. She journeys from one place to another, B1, accompanied by signs. C. She is isolated under tapu to await marriage, C1, in a specially prepared house, C2, with kupua guardians, C3, in the midst of a group of maidens. D. She is visited by an unsuccessful suitor, D1, who attempts to win her in battle. E. She breaks her tapu for an unknown suitor, who turns out to be, E1, a high chief, E2, of low birth. F. She secures a high chief for a husband. G. She is deserted for a younger relative. The early publication of this romance has fixed its form as Hawaiiloa printed it, there are no variants. Westervelt's story of Pala'iola's marriage to her highborn brother in the romance of Kueomelemele is obviously composed out of similar material. In both stories the Moo guardian Waha, prepares for her ward a house thatched with feathers and a garden of plenty in the uplands of Puna in which she awaits a suitable husband. In both the girl is deserted for another woman. Poliahu plays a similar seductive role in both stories although of a minor character in the Laieikawai romance. Kahanai's journey to his bride in the form of lightning may be compared to Iwohikupua's use of the lightning stroke at the boxing match in which he engages on the way to woo the beauty of Paliuli. But the treatment of the two stories is entirely different. Hawaiiloa is novelistic in his handling of character. The supernatural character of the youngest sister of the male group becomes rationalized into a quick-witted and charming young person whose resources never fail under the most trying circumstances. Had her brother given her a chance, there is no doubt she would have won over the chiefess. When he proposes to take her home with him, she has spirit enough to refuse to abandon her sisters. She it is who keeps up their morale, devises ingenious methods for winning the attention of the chiefess, and brings it about that she and her sisters become her guardians. She it is who drives away unworthy suitors whom her softer-hearted sisters would have admitted, and when the chiefess whom she serves is won by an impostor and is stripped of her position of rank. It is she who makes the dangerous journey to a distant land to fetch back a bridegroom of sufficient rank to restore her mistress to honor. When the husband proves unfaithful, before daring to indulge his fresh passion it is her watchful eye of which he must rid himself. How human in fact is all this intrigue! How excellent a picture of the perfect chaperone! From a rationalized wooing story the romance suddenly changes to a traditional pattern in recounting the messenger's journey to the heavens. An episode corresponding with that employed in the Kana-like romance where the girl on the island of virgins ascends to consult her parent Kuahailo about her marriage with the stranger. In Hawaiiloa's romance the members of the family dwell at different levels according to their rank as divinities. After voyaging for 4 months and 10 days within the great mouth of the Moo the girl messenger reaches Kolohilani, the shining heaven. Above is the garden of Nuumialani, above this the heaven of Kahakikia to which she climbs by a spider web, although beaten back by hot sun and cold rain sent by her mother. There she finds her father lying face upward and, throwing herself upon his breast, makes herself known by chanting the family names. The cooperation of her mother, who lives above with her son but comes down during her monthly period to occupy her tapu house below. She forces by the artifice of securing the bloody garment which her mother has laid aside for the bath of purification at the end of her tapu period. The context makes it clear that the goddess-wife fears lest the possession of this garment by her husband will in some way work her harm, a motive which suggests, in primitive form, the clothes-stealing incident in the Swan Maiden story. The actors in the story are not invented by the composer but drawn from familiar sources mythical or genealogical. The 4 sweet-scented male sisters, often accompanied by a 5th and favorite younger sister who has special powers of a god and by brothers who play a more or less active part in the story, are said to be even more popular figures in Hawaiian romance than the examples here brought together would argue. In the forests, wherever this fragrant myrtle vine, Elixia myrtillifolia, abounds, is laid the scene of their wanderings. Their names are those given to the 4 varieties of male which Hawaiians distinguish. The kupua power of fragrance which they possess is entirely in accord with old belief. And the association of women with flowers and of goddesses with fragrance in giving romance names to such kupua figures is no doubt ancient and is logically borne out in this instance. Male is associated with worship of the gods. Old Hawaiians declare that the subtle pervasive scent of male still clings to those sites where ancient heiaus stood. Especially is the male noted among the plants used for decorating the altar to the gods of the hula. O laka kuakua puli kaika. Ue ku ka male a laka a imua. Ue lu ka hua o ka male. The prayer to the goddess Laka has power. The male of Laka stands foremost. The goddess inspires her pupil as the male scatters its fragrance. Runs the chant. Hence the male sisters in story may be a modern replacement of an older family of sisters who group about the figure of the volcano goddess and have as pet younger sister the Haiakai Kapalio Pele, who plays so large a part in the Pele legend and acts as patroness of the hula dance. Laiaikawai herself has some qualities of a volcano goddess. The course of her wanderings from Oahu, where she is born, to Hawaii, where she makes her home, corresponds with Pele's, who also establishes herself on the slopes of the same mountain. Her garden paradise of Paliuli resembles the fern house, Hailmaumayu, which Pele makes cool and fresh within the flames of the volcano, in which to receive her lover. The scene in which Lae appears to defend her guardians boast of her power, when her skirt laid upon the altar brings thunder and lightning, corresponds with the use, made by other heroines connected with the Pele family, of the sacred skirt, Payu, to reduce their foes to ashes, with that of Namaka, who overwhelms the brothers of Aukele, and of Hayaka who destroys her Moo enemies. This journey of the young guardian to the heavens to secure a husband for her mistress corresponds with that of Hayaka to seek Lohaio. The story ends in the infidelity of the husband and his affair with another sister, punished by his exile and disgrace, while she herself becomes a goddess and is worshipped as the Lady of the Twilight. So Aukele makes love to the Pele sisters. Kauhelo's lover turns to Hayaka. Kanalike's husband dallies with her young sister and like Lohaio is overwhelmed in a stream of fire. Limakani is unfaithful to Luyukia. Kinaini abandons Hinakalo. It looks as if a story so full of human interest as that of Pele's jealousy of Hayaka had fixed the infidelity motive inexorably as an ending to Hawaiian romantic fiction. Possibly the situation should be referred back still farther to Wakea's infidelity with Papa. The name Lae is probably to be analyzed as la, u-ie, leaf of the ie vine, since the equivalent name of a Maui chiefess Laelohilo refers to the drooping ie vine. This red-spiked climbing pandanus, Frias anisha arnati, which wreathes forest trees of the uplands is sacred to the gods of the wild wood, patrons of the hula dance, of whom Lakai is chief. The epithet Aikawai, in the water, belongs also to the food-producing tree Kalala Aikawai planted in Palaiola's garden. Love affairs of kupua beings often end in Hawaiian folktale in the transformation of lady into pool of water and wooer into a tree at its source, symbol of the act of reproduction. And the food-producing tree Kalala Aikawai is another symbol for the reproductive energy of male and female which fills the land with offspring. This seems a more plausible explanation of the name of this important romantic figure than that generally given as derived from the watery home of the girl hidden in her infancy in a pool at a place on Oahu called Lae, which is still visited as the traditional scene of the incident. Such an analysis would agree well also with the plant names of other women who figure in the story. The clever youngest sister of the male girls bears the name of a plant sacred to the hula dance and one of the most prized for its odor, the fragrant pandanus blossom. In other stories she is called Kawana, equivalent to Kaulawena, the redness in the sky, which is a sacred name today in the Pele family. Kamakau writes that Mapuna springing up of fragrance, called also Kaulawena, red light in the sky, was the daughter of Haumea when she came from over the sea with Cain and Kanaloa and lived on Maui and was taken to wife by Kehilaipa, one of the two men of Maui who saw the party land. Local tradition calls Kahalaomapuana one of a family of gods who lived on Kawiki in old days. An old pandanus, Hala, tree on Kauai which bore red fruit instead of the customary yellow is pointed out today under the name of Kahalamopuana. Kahaula, Ula, is one of the gods invoked by Ha'iaka to bring Lohio back to life. According to Kalaui's chant, Kahaula is the god to whom the male vine is dedicated in the hula dance. The clever little sister of the Laieikawai romance called Kahalomopuana is the same as the youngest sister of the Kueomele story, Kalanaiki Pokiai, she who remains virgin and becomes an expert in medicine, that is, in sorcery which she puts into practice in the Kalana Pokiai and Kamaiolila romances by bringing the dead to life and entangling her enemy in growing vines. She may thus be regarded as representing the deity of the male family of sisters as she would appear in her human form for purposes of romance. Westervelt's translation of the chant to Kalana Pokiai in the Romance of Golden Cloud reads: "A stranger perhaps is outside. A woman whose sign is the fog. A stranger and yet my young sister. The flower of the divine homeland. The wonderful land of the setting sun. Going down into the deep blue sea. You belong to the white ocean of Kane. You are Kalanaiki Pokiai. The daughter of the sunset. The woman coming in the mist. In the thunder and the flash of the lightning. Quivering in the sky above. But this is not the whole story. In an invocation to Laka used in every hula ceremony, Laka is addressed as Kalanala, translatable as Sacred One above. E aloha mai ia maku I kalanaula. Ia no ka ula la. He ula leo, he kanini aloha namaku ia o I ilaka. Ilaka I houlu ia. Grant us love, O kalanaula. Here is the sacred gift. A gift given by the voice, a chant of affection from us to you, O Laka. O Laka, inspire us. The charming figure of the wise woman in the Laieikawai romance and in that of Golden Cloud and of Kamaiolila represents at least a namesake of the goddess of the Elalalehi chant, the woman of Hilihili Laukamel, who is Laka. The fecund goddess of the upland forests worshipped in the hula dance. Many other details of the romance may be matched with Polynesian custom, symbolic value, or traditional theme. It is justly called the masterpiece of Hawaiian romantic fiction. The Garden Paradise, which appears also in the closely corresponding romance of Golden Cloud, represents the life of a favorite child of high-ranking chiefs brought up under tapu, waited upon by relatives of lower station, and allowed to do nothing for himself. The early care for virginity was for the purpose of ensuring for such a child a match of equivalent rank, preferably that of a brother and sister. In order that the offspring might be of the highest possible sacredness or even attain the rank of God, Akua, and thus lift the family to wealth and fame. All the relatives of such a child were concerned in the matter. It was the guardians themselves who were the matchmakers. Although the custom of virginity for life has not been reported for Hawaii, the idea is stressed in the story. Kahalaomapuana is such a virgin figure. Malio, Kupua sister of the Puna rascal, lives in solitude apart from men. The male girls remain virgin, at the command of our parents. Laieikawai loses her value for her royal suitor by her scandalous affair with the wrong husband, and her Kupua attendants fall away from her with the giving up of virginity. In some Polynesian groups a virgin isolation is continued through life with the idea that virginity increases power with the gods and hence brings success in foresight or sorcery. Such an advocate with the supernatural world is prized in a family. Among the Maori a practice called puhi prohibited the firstborn daughter of a chief from marrying or doing any work except to sew, with the idea of making her an important person in the tribe. In Samoa virginity is highly prized in a prospective bride. The leaves of the pandanus vine, ai, were used to make the finely plaited skirt called ie sina, which became a special red garment worn only on the occasion of testing a girl's virginity. Until this time the village maid, called tapu, was isolated with a group of girl friends and kept apart from men until a suitable match could be arranged for her. In Tonga a tapu goddess whom two lovers tried to approach at night is to be seen changed into a mound beside the road with her two lovers similarly transformed on the ridge at the back. In the Lau Islands, girls were carefully kept in retirement before marriage, and the custom of a virginity test is reported. The wooing value of fragrance, like the flower names of the women in the story, marks the love story, especially one which originally took shape, as it is said, in the mind of a composer from the Kauiki end of Maui, where the girl springing up in fragrance was born to Haumea. The virgin period of the chiefess of Paliuli is thus surrounded by fragrance. In Tahiti, an inauguration of the national meri is described, at which first-born young virgins of the royal family of the kingdom represented their respective district, garlanded with fragrant single gardenia blossoms, tear, as a sign of virginity. Brown says that in the Andaman Islands a girl is, at coming of age, given the name of the odoriferous flower in blossom when she reaches puberty. This name she uses until after the birth of her first child. In Tonga, flower names are given as nicknames to lovers. Love songs are called songs of sweet-smelling flowers, just as wooing is represented under the image of hunting the pigeon or fishing. In Hawaii, where the fishing symbol is common, a stick of sweet-smelling wood is used as a lure in actual fishing. Association of fragrance with marriage occurs in the Kaulu story, where the voyager takes a handsome wife named Kikil, a quiet woman whose favorite plants are the fragrant hala and male vine, the iei and other aromatic plants. Marquesans say that fragrant plants were first brought to Nukuhiva enclosed in a gourd to attract a husband for the sweet-scented girl Tahianohoyuyu of Hivaoa. In a Tonga story, a chief's rock crowned with sweet-scented plants is floated away to Hina's sleeping house by her wooer, and there are innumerable references to scented plants in wooing stories throughout Polynesia. The house thatched with bird feathers as an exaggerated symbol of the rank of its owner occurs also in Samoa in the house thatched with red feathers which the rats build for Alo, son of a rat-headed woman, and his wife Mito. The Halaniani episode of The Displaced Suitor has a Tonga parallel in the story of Vainuku, who wins the love of the beauty of Tongatabu, daughter of the Tue Tonga. He follows her to the bathing pool and she sees his golden hair and the dove tattooed on his back and arranges to flee with him. His rival overhears and in the darkness of night takes the place of Vainuku and carries off the lady. At the marriage ceremony, although the trickster is given the lady, to Vainuku is given the virgin mat because it is he who had won her consent. The terms of Iwohikupua's punishment are strictly in accordance with Polynesian custom. Mariner tells of such an occurrence in Tonga. When the case comes up of a chief who has revolted, the king is represented as saying that it was not the custom at Tonga to kill those of whom one has no reason to be afraid, and that he did not think it worth his while to destroy a mere butterfly. He then desired the culprit to consider himself for the future as divested of all power and rank, no longer to be the commander of men, but a single and unprotected individual, that his chiefship from that moment was null. And that consequently, he was never more to take his seat as a chief, at the kava ceremonies. The result of the sentence was that, although his actual rank could not be taken from him, he was thereafter ignored by everyone. The idea that the sex of a child may be determined before birth depends upon the belief that the wish of the child is active within the mother while still unborn. In the Andaman Islands the sex is determined by the side of the mother on which the child is felt, a male on the left because men hold the bow with the left hand, a female on the right because the woman uses her right for the net. The closest parallels to the incident of the rescued twins at the opening of the Laieikawai story come from outside the Polynesian area. The common custom of infanticide, as described by Ellis, often had in a chief's family, especially if the mother was of higher rank than her husband, some bearing upon rank and was not a merely arbitrary matter. Philippines. Long ago the sun had to leave the moon to go to another town. He knew that his wife, the moon, was expecting the birth of a child, and before going away he said to her, "When your baby is born, if it is a boy, keep it, if a girl, kill it." The moon hid the baby girl, but later the sun found it and cut it into pieces and made the stars. Bantu. A father decrees the death of girl babies. A girl hidden away beside a pool changes into a bird. In the romance of Kaililao Kokoa, with skin like the leaf of the koa tree, a betrothed chiefess at the seacoast escapes from her guards to seek a stranger hidden away in a tapu house in the uplands. who woos her with a musical instrument new to her and with a song. Her indignant family sees the lover and would have starved him to death but for a friendly younger brother of the chiefess who feeds him secretly until his high rank is made known. His rival, defended by the owl god and Moo Kupua, attempts to kill him, but his wife saves his life with her throwing stick and Pele with her lightnings routs the foe. Romance of Kailua Kikoa. A. Dicky version. Kaililao Kokoa is the granddaughter of Moika and Ho'opoekamalani, high chiefs of Kauai, and daughter of Lae. At her home by the sea at Kapa'e she rides the curving surf of Makaiwa and develops skill in the game of Konane. Twice she defeats a handsome stranger named Hikoa from Molokai. She is betrothed by her father to Keliaikoa from Kona district. Far up the Wailua River at Pihanakalani in a house woven of flowering lehua branches and bird feathers, with birds as his companions, lives Kwakahialiai, the adopted son of the sorceress Waha, with his sister Kahel Lehua, house of Lehua. He invents the nose flute, Ohe, the sound of whose magic notes attracts the attention of the chiefess by the sea. Stealing out of the house at night with her attendant and a little white dog, she climbs the ridge called Kwamoloa Cane, long lizardback of cane, is beaten back by rain and mist sent by his sister, and presents herself at the home of her wooer. Here she finds a garden of plenty in a well-stocked fish pond, is hospitably received, and becomes his wife. Twice a band of fighting men attempt to storm her retreat but are driven back by rain and mist. Finally the parents accept the match and send gifts and an invitation to visit them at the seacoast, whereupon the two appear splendidly dressed in feather mantles and attended by birds. Keliaikoa, however, plots to kill his rival. He lures him to a lonely place and would have made an end of him had not his wife followed, hit his enemy with a stone, and carried home her wounded husband. The angry rival engages as his ally Pai Kalalo, the Moo Kupua who lives on the summit of an inaccessible cliff and can take the form of a Moo or of a gigantic man with hog-like tusks. Again the wife rescues her husband by entangling the Kupua with her throwing stick. Pele comes to the aid of Kwakahi with her lightnings, the owl to that of Paao. There is a great battle of Aumakua which ends with the defeat of Paao, who escapes up the perpendicular cliff in Moo form. Kwakahi next goes to visit all the other islands in order to see whether there is another girl who can match his wife in beauty. None pleases him until he comes to Hawaii, where he makes an appointment with Laikowai. The island of Kanahunamoku appears off Wailua and he embarks upon it and does not return. Keliaikoa makes another effort against Lae, but is again defeated by means of the throwing stick. At Lae's death Kaililao Kokoa becomes ruler over Kauai and Niihau. In the Thrum, Rice, and Green versions the episode of the rival suitor does not appear and the story follows that of the Dicky version up to the reception at Kwakahi's house. From here on some variations occur. B. Thrum version. At Kwakahi's house an identification test is presented in the form of a handsome stranger whom the girl successfully avoids for the true lover whose song she has followed. The girl's family carry the chiefess home and take her lover prisoner and shut him up without food or drink, where he would have starved had not a young brother of the chiefess named Kekulukaluokawa cared for him secretly. Until his rank is established and the kahunas give consent to the marriage. The couple rule over Puna district of Kauai. The brother becomes the young chief's favorite. At the point of death, he bequeaths to him the wooing flute and advises him to seek Laikowai as his wife. C. Green version. When the girl comes to seek her wooer, Kwakahi's sister, a sorceress who can take the form of a lehua tree or of a woman, conceals him for 3 months in the boughs of her tree form. At the marriage, signs in the heavens appear such as belong to the marriage of high chiefs. After a few months Kaililao Kokoa falls into a magic sleep and is believed dead. Kauakahialii has 2 magic pipes called Kanakawi and Kanakawa. The latter he leaves with the body of his wife and with the other travels about the islands to find a girl similar in beauty. A meeting is arranged with Laikowai, but just as she enters the chief's house the restored chiefess appears and pipes the magic song with which he has once lured her to him. D. Westervelt version. Many years after Pele's exile from Kauai, two high chiefs of that island quarrel. Koa is filled with hatred for Kao and engages the Moo Kupua Paai Kalalo dwelling on the precipice Lalo to seize Kao. Paai in his human form is 12 feet in height with eyes as big as a man's fist and great tusks. Kao is lured far from home and attacked by this giant. His warriors flee but his wife throws her decoy snare and Kao escapes, wounded. Pele now joins the fight in Kao's behalf and Paao, owl, in Paai's defense. Paai is defeated and, changing into Moo form, he escapes up the precipice. Koa is later slain in battle. Hale version, in Laieikawai. Kwakahi's wife Kailiokalao Kokoa falls into a magic sleep and he believes her dead. He travels about the islands to find another wife equally beautiful. Laieikawai of Paliuli, who dwells among the birds, at last measures up to the pattern and he has arranged a meeting with her, to be heralded by the notes of forest birds. When his wife awakes and appears in the house just as Laie stands on the threshold. The story concludes as in Thrum's version. Malo and Dickey, 2 versions. Kwakahi lives at Pihanakalani near the source of the North Fork of the Waialua River in a beautiful house filled with birds arranged in 4 tiers, one above the other. One day he sees a water deity in the form of a woman combing her hair on a rock by the ocean and falls in love with her. He carves her likeness from memory and hides behind it, making gestures and speaking in so lifelike a way that the goddess comes out of the water and approaches the image, when he presents himself and persuades her to come to the mountains with him. And to be his wife. Her name is Ulipoaokamoku, the image he carves he names Onoalili. Arrived at his home at Pihana he transforms himself into an image like many others and obliges his bride to pick him out correctly, Kahihikalo, an old female relative, having shown her the room where he is to be found. Warned by his friend, the god Kilio at Hina, never to part from this image of himself lest his wife drag him after her into the water and he be drowned. He manages to substitute the image for himself when she plunges with him into the Waialua River, and his bird guardians carry him back to Pihana. The story is composed of 3 parts. First, the wooing of the girl by a high tapu chief. Second, the fight with a rival suitor. Third, the infidelity of the husband, in some versions softened by the belief that the wife is dead. All 3 motives occur in the closely related story of Laieikawai. There is a male counterpart of the ladylove isolated in a tapu house and dwelling among birds. The anger of the parents until the wooer's rank is proved is worked out in the Laieikawai in the form of an actual affair with an unworthy suitor, atoned for by marriage with a high tapu chief from the heavens. The chief Koa takes the place of the militant Iwohikupua in the Laie romance. The episode of the Konane match occurs in both romances without motivating influence upon the central love story. Both composers evidently had in mind some common traditional source in representing the Kauai chief Kwakahi as one of the wooers of the beauty of Puna, an episode which occurs as a mere in-thrust in the case of both romances. The popular songs connected with each romance that which describes Laieikawai seated on the wings of birds in Paliuli, with its characteristic closing jibe for the scandal connected with her name. And the charming wooing song in the Kaili romance with its refrain, "O Kaili, Kaili." With skin like the leaf of the koa tree, to words improvised by each reciter were still to be heard some 30 years ago sung by old men who had belonged to the group about the king's court in the days when such song-making was practiced. Kwakahi's pipe song resembles the wooing song with which, in Marqueson's story, Tana Oe, disguised as a little scab-covered fellow, woos the beauty of Fatuoku who has resisted all other suitors. O Mito, O Mito. Like a crimson ray, O Mito. Shining like a whale's tooth, O Mito. A famous Maori story uses the unfamiliar music of the pipe to gain a sweetheart in a somewhat similar fashion to that employed by Kwakahi. Tukane Kai lives on the island of Moikoa. He builds a platform on the slope of the hill and at night he and his friend Tiki go up there and play instruments, he the horn, Tiki the pipe. The sounds are borne to Rotorua and across the lake to the beautiful Hainmoa. She swims across the lake and hides in his bathing pool. A prominent rock on the southwest end of the Horohoro mountain at Rotorua is called by her name. Such a traditional wooing story seems to be the core of the romance of Kailua. Different reciters wove into it incidents, out of a traditional stock of story material, which compare more closely with related romances. The departure of Kwakahi on the floating land of Kainhunamoku and the identification test in the mermaid version resemble the Anai-like romance. The manner of the lure in this mermaid version corresponds with the device used by Konikonia to lure the undersea woman to his home. The skill of the wife with the throwing stick suggests another Kauai hero, Kawelo, and his warrior wife. In the Pikoia-Kalala story, Kwakahi is the friend who smuggled Pikoi over to Hawaii, and Pikoi is, in the fullest version of the bird-shooting adventure, a native of Kauai. Hikoa, whom the chiefess defeats in a konane match, is the name of the lover of Lonoike Makahiki's wife Kaikilani. And it is his song from the hills while the husband and wife are playing konane that brings about the quarrel between the two and subsequent war between Lono and the chiefs of Kaiki's family on Hawaii. It is the sound of the hula pipe also which lures Pele to her lover Lohaio on Kauai. A jealous sister in some versions impedes Hayaka's search. On the other hand, relatives place difficulties in the way of the goddess taking a mere mortal as husband. Here the Pele figure is seen once more drawn into relation with popular romance. It is now possible to affirm that a dominating theme which runs through all Hawaiian romantic fiction and is used to motivate much of its action is the power of music to attract and of chanted song to awaken love. Equally dominant is sweet scent, so strongly associated with a former loved one or stirring the senses with its novelty. Both these elements attained formalized expression in the development of the hula dance, heightened emotionally by the religious setting which surrounded it. Nor are the movements of the dance in their old form to be interpreted as purely erotic imitations of the orgasms of love. Their appeal was often, as represented in these romances, to the imagination of the wanderer from home or of one estranged from friend or lover in recalling scenes of natural beauty which belonged to the old association and arousing in him love and longing. In the swaying movements of the dancers, their gestures of hand or fingertip, the onlooker saw, through the conventionalized symbol, the waving motion of leaves, the rise of a cliff side, the fall of water, the patter of rain, the movement of clouds across the sky. His senses were meanwhile filled with scent and sound, urging him to reawakened love for the scene itself or for the beloved friend or lover with whom it had been shared. Romantic storytelling makes use of similar devices. Its great motivating force, like that of the related hula dance, is the background furnished by actual contact with the conflict between the fertility of the damp wild forest which furnished food to the early peoples and the fiery destruction wrought by volcanic outbursts. Both forces were apotheosized in the conception of a single goddess in her productive and in her wrathful manifestation as Laka or as Peleaikoahi. The loves and adventures of the Pele family, wrought as they were into religious rites and offerings, danced to with song and woven into wreaths of sweet-smelling plants, played an important part in shaping the treatment of love themes already traditional in memory or learned during the years of intercourse with southern groups. The more modern treatment of the story does not conceal the figures of those nature deities from whom the composer, through long convention, drew his pattern. The type remains, although the gods reveal themselves in the lives and loves of mortals. References. An asterisk indicates Hawaiian material. A dagger indicates both Hawaiian and South Sea material. A. American anthropologist. AAAS, Australasian Society for the Advancement of Science. On, E. Legends Tahitiennes, Bulletin de la Société des Études Océaniennes, 1931–1934, numbers 40, 44, 46, 49, 51, 52. Aiken, Robert T., Ethnology of Tubuai, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 70, Honolulu, 1930. Andrews, Lauren, A Dictionary of the Hawaiian Language, Honolulu, 1865, revision by Henry H. Parker, prepared under the direction of the Board of Commissioners of Public Archives of the Territory of Hawaii, Honolulu, 1922. Audrin, Pierre Hervé, Legends from the Tuamotus, Bulletin de la Société des Études Océaniennes, Numbers 2, 5, 7, 14, 32, 33, translated by Percy Smith, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Volumes 27, 28, Wellington, 1918, 1919. Basler, Arthur, Tahitisch Legenden, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, Volume 37, pages 920 to 924, Berlin, 1905. Bastian, Adolf, Die Heilige Sage der Polynesier, Leipzig, 1881. Die Samoanische Schöpfungssage und Anschließendes Aus der Sudsee, Berlin, 1894. BBAE, Bulletin of the Bureau of American Ethnology. Beaglehole, Ernest and Pearl, Ethnology of Puka Puka, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 150, Honolulu, 1938. Beaglehole, Pearl, Puka Puka Legends, collected 1934 to 1935, Bishop Museum Manuscript Collection. Beckwith, Martha, The Hawaiian Romance of Laieikawai by S. N. Hale, text, Honolulu, 1863, Bureau of American Ethnology, Report 33, pages 285 to 666, Washington, 1919. Kepolino's Traditions of Hawaii, translated, text ca. 1860, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 95, Honolulu, 1932. Best, Elston, The Maori, Memoirs of the Polynesian Society, Volume 5, 2 volumes, Wellington, 1924. Maori Religion and Mythology, Monographs of the Dominion Museum, No. 10, Wellington, 1924. BPBM, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum. Brewster, A.B., The Hill Tribes of Fiji, London, 1922. Brigham, William T. C. Remy. Brown, R. The Andaman Islanders, Cambridge, England, 1922. Buck, Peter, Te Rengi Hiroa, Samoan Material Culture, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 75, Honolulu, 1930. Ethnology of Tongareva, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 92, Honolulu, 1932. Ethnology of Manihiki in Rakahenga, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 99, Honolulu, 1932. Ethnology of Mangariva, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 157, Honolulu, 1938. Bull, Bulletin of the Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum. Burroughs, Edwin G., Ethnology of Futuna, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 138, Honolulu, 1936. Ethnology of Uvia, Wallis Island, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 145, Honolulu, 1937. Burroughs, William, Some Notes and Legends of a South Sea Island, Whakafo of the Tokelau or Union Group, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Volume 32, pages 143 to 173, New Plymouth, 1923. Byron, George Anson, Voyage of HMS Blonde to the Sandwich Islands, in the years 1824 to 1825, London, 1826. Caylett, A.C. Eugene, Myths, Legends, E.T. Traditions to Polynesians, Paris, 1914. Cartwright, Bruce, Some Alii of the Migratory Period, Bernice Pauahi Bishop, Occasional Papers, Volume 10, No. 7, Honolulu, 1933. Chamberlain, B. H., Kojiki, or Records of Ancient Matters, 712 A.D. Asiatic Society of Japan, Transactions, Supplementary Volume 10, Yokohama, 1882. Christian, F. W., Eastern Pacific Lands, Tahiti in the Marquesas Islands, London, 1910. Churchill, William, Sasano, Movements of Migration Within and Through Melanesia, Carnegie Institution of Washington, Washington, 1916. Manuscript from Samoa, Helpful God Accompanying a Dangerous Expedition, Bishop Museum Manuscript Collection. Codrington, R. H., The Melanesians, Studies in Their Anthropology and Folklore, Oxford, 1891. Caldecott, E.E.V. Tales and Poems of Tonga, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 46, Honolulu, 1928. Page 547. Notes on Tongan Religion, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Volume 30, 1921, pages 152 to 163, 227 to 240. Dibble, Sheldon, A History of the Sandwich Islands, 1843, reprint, Honolulu, 1909. Dickey, Lyle, String Figures from Hawaii, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 54, Honolulu, 1928. Dixon, Roland B., The Mythology of All Races, Volume 9, Oceanic, Boston, 1916. Ellis, William, A Narrative of a Tour Through Hawaii with Remarks on the History, Traditions, Manners, Customs, and Language of the Inhabitants. Cited as Tour, London, 1827, reprint, Honolulu, 1917. Polynesian Researches during a residence of nearly 8 years in the Society in Sandwich Islands, cited as Researches, 2D edition, 4 volumes, London, 1831 to 1839. Emerson, Joseph S. Hawaiian String Games, Folklore Publications of Vassar College, cited as VCFL, No. 5, Poughkeepsie, 1924. Selections from a Kahuna's Book of Prayers, Hawaiian Historical Society, Report 26, pages 17 to 37, Honolulu, 1917. Some Hawaiian Beliefs Regarding Spirits, Hawaiian Historical Society, Report 9, pages 10 to 17, Honolulu, 1902. Emerson, Nathaniel B., Pele and Hiaka, A Myth from Hawaii, Honolulu, 1915. The Long Voyages of the Ancient Hawaiians, Hawaiian Historical Society, Papers No. 5, Honolulu, 1893. Unwritten Literature of Hawaii. Sacred Songs of the Hula, cited as Hula, Bureau of American Ethnology, Bulletin 38, Washington, 1909. Emerson, Oliver P., The Bad Boy of Lahaina, Hawaiian Historical Society, Report 29, pages 16 to 19, Honolulu, 1921. Emery, Kenneth, The Archaeology of Nihoa and Necker Islands, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 53, Honolulu, 1928. The Island of Lanai, A Survey of Native Culture, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 12, Honolulu, 1924. Evans, I. H. N., Studies in Religion, Folklore, and Custom in British North Borneo and the Malay Peninsula, Cambridge, England, 1923. Fison, Lorimer, Tales from Old Fiji, Tongan, London, 1907. F.L., Folklore, British. Fleming, Martha Ross, Old Trails of Maui, pamphlet, William and Mary Alexander Chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, Maui, 1933. 4. Colonel, C. Fornander, Collection. 4. Paul Race, C. Fornander, An Account. Fornander, Abraham, An Account of the Polynesian Race, Its Origin and Migrations and the Ancient History of the Hawaiian People to the Time of Kamehameha I, cited as 4. Paul Race, 3 volumes, London, 1878 to 1885. Collection of Hawaiian Antiquities and Folklore, cited as 4. Colonel, edited by Thomas G. Thrum, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Memoir 4, 5, 6, Honolulu, 1916 to 1919. Fortune, Rio F. Sorcerers of Dobu, The Social Anthropology of the Dobu Islanders of the Western Pacific, London, 1932. Fox, C. E., The Threshold of the Pacific, London, 1924. Fraser, John, Folk Songs and Myths from Samoa, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Volume 5, 1896, pages 171 to 183, Volume 6, 1897, pages 19 to 36, 67 to 76, 107 to 122, Volume 7, 1898, pages 15 to 29, Volume 9, 1900, pages 125 to 134, Wellington, 1896 to 1900. C. Powell. Garcia, M. Lettres sur les Isles Marquises, ou Mémoires pour servir à l'étude religieuse, morale, politique et statistique des Isles Marquises et de l'Oceanie orientale, Paris, 1843. Gifford, Edward W. Tongan Myths and Tales, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 8, Honolulu, 1924. Tongan Society, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 61, Honolulu, 1929. Gill, William Wyatt, Myths and Songs from the South Pacific, London, 1876. Gomez, Edwin H., 17 Years Among the Sea Dyaks of Borneo, Philadelphia and London, 1911. Green, Laura, Folktales from Hawaii, cited as Tales, Text and Translation, Honolulu, 1928. Green, Laura, and Pukue, Mary Kawena, Legend of Kawelo and Other Hawaiian Folktales, Text and Translation, Honolulu, 1936. Gray, Sir George, Polynesian Mythology and Ancient Traditional History of the New Zealand Race, as furnished by their chiefs and priests, 2D edition, Auckland, 1885. HAA, Hawaiian Almanac and Annual. Haleo, S.N. Ka Mo'olelo Ilaiaikawai, Honolulu, 1863, Quokoa, 1865–1866, reprint by Solomon Mihula and James Bolster, pamphlet, Honolulu, 1888. C. Beckwith. Handy, Edward S. C. Polynesian Religion, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 34, Honolulu, 1927. Marquesan Legends, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 69, Honolulu, 1930. History and Culture in the Society Islands, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 79, Honolulu, 1931. The Problem of Polynesian Origins, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Occasional Papers, Volume 9, No. 8, Honolulu, 1930. Hawaiian Almanac and Annual. CTHRUM. Hawaiian Historical Society, Annual Reports, 1893, Papers, 1892. Henry, Tuira, Ancient Tahiti, based on material recorded by J. M. Orsmond, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 48, Honolulu, 1928. Henshaw, H. W., Birds of the Hawaiian Islands, being a complete list of the birds of the Hawaiian possessions with notes on their habits, pamphlet, Honolulu, 1902. HHS, Hawaiian Historical Society. Hokart, A. M., The Lau Islands, Fiji, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 62, Honolulu, 1929. Izet, James, Maori Lore, The Traditions of the Maori People with the More Important of Their Legends, Wellington, 1904. JFL, Journal of American Folklore. Jens, D., and Ballantyne, A. Language, Mythology, and Songs of Bwedoga, Goodenough Island, S. E., Papua, Memoirs of the Polynesian Society, Volume 8, Wellington, 1928. The Northern Dentricastros, Oxford, 1920. JPS, Journal of the Polynesian Society. JRAI, Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute. Judd, Henry P., Hawaiian Proverbs and Riddles, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 77, Honolulu, 1930. Ka Mo'olelo Hawaii, Hawaiian History, written by scholars at the high school, and corrected by one of the instructors, adding dates and occasionally sentences and paragraphs, Lahainaluna, 1838. Kalakaua, David, The Legends and Myths of Hawaii, The Fables and Folklore of a Strange People, edited by R. N. Daggett, New York, 1888. Hikumalipo no ka iamamau a ia alapai wahine, Honolulu, 1889. C. Liliuokalani. Kamakau, Samuel M. Mo'olelo o Kamehameha, Life of Kamehameha, Kanapipa Quokoa, cited as Quokoa, Honolulu, October page 55020, 1866 January 9, 1869, manuscript translation held at Bishop Museum. Mo'olelo Hawaii, Hawaiian Traditions, Ku'o'oko'a, Honolulu, 1869–1871, manuscript translation held at Bishop Museum. Kennedy, Donald Gilbert, Field Notes on the Culture of Vaitupu, Ellis Islands, Memoirs of the Polynesian Society, Vol. 9, New Plymouth, New Zealand, 1931. Kepolino. C. Beckwith. Krummer, Dr. Augustine, Die Samoan Seln, Volume 1, Stuttgart, 1902. Liliuokalani, An Account of the Creation of the World According to Hawaiian Tradition, composed by Kealomoku in 1700, translation of the Kumalipo, C. Kalakaua, Boston, 1897. Loeb, Edwin M. History and Traditions of Niue, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 32, Honolulu, 1926. McGregor, Gordon, Ethnology of Tokelau Island, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 146, Honolulu, 1936. Malo, David, Hawaiian Antiquities, Mo'olelo Hawaii, translated from the Hawaiian by Drive N. B. Emerson, edited by W. D. Alexander, Honolulu, 1903. Marcuse, Adolf, Die Hawaiischen Inseln, Berlin, 1894. Mariner, William, An Account of the Natives of the Tonga Islands in the South Pacific. Compiled and arranged, by John Martin, 2 volumes, 3D edition, Edinburgh, 1827. McAllister, J. Gilbert, Archaeology of Oahu, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 104, Honolulu, 1933. McKern, W. C., Archaeology of Tonga, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 60, Honolulu, 1929. Meyer, P. J. Mythen and Sagen der Admiralitatsinseliner, Anthropos, Volumes 2–4, Vienna, 1907–1909. Meinig, Carl E., Der Archipel Hawaii, Der Inseln des Stillen Oceans, Ein Geographische Monographie, Teal 2, Actor Abskit, pages 271–315, Leipzig, 1888. MEM, Memoirs of the Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum. Mtro, Alfred, Easter Island Texts. Morenhout, J. A., Voyages aux Isles du Grand Ocean, 2 volumes, Paris, 1837. Monteton, Father Albert, Les Pomotis, Les Mission Catholiques, Bulletin, Vol. 6, Lyon, 1874. MPS, Memoirs of the Polynesian Society. Malman, Wilhelmi, Die Geheime Gesellschaft der Arioi, ein Studie über Polynesisch Geheimbund mit besonderer Berücksichtigung der Seibungs and Ausliesevorgange in Alt-Tahiti, p. 551 Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, Volume 32, Supplement, Leiden, 1932. Murray, J. H. P., Papua or British New Guinea, pages 119–127, London, 1912. Neuhaus, Richard, Deutsch New Guinea, Band 3, Beiträge der Missionar. Berlin, 1911. Parker, Henry H. C. Andrews. Pogue, Pokia, J. F., Ka Mo'olelo Hawaii, after the version published at Lahainaluna in 1838, Honolulu, 1858. Powell, T. Pratt, George, and Fraser, John, Some Folk Songs and Myths from Samoa, Royal Society of New South Wales, Journal, Volumes 24–26, Volume 29, pages 366–393, Sydney, 1890–1892, 1895. Pratt, Rev. George, The Genealogy of the Sun, A Samoan Legend, Australasian Association for the Advancement of Science, Sydney, Report of the First Meeting, pages 447–454, Sydney, 1887. C. Powell. Pukue, Mary Kawena. C. Green. Raffles, Thomas S. The History of Java, 2 volumes, London, 1817. RASSB, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. RBAE, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology. Writer, P. Traditions Tonguiennes, Anthropos, Volume 2, pp. 230-241, 438-443, 743-750, Vienna, 1907. Remy, Jules M., translated from the French by Brigham, William T., Contributions of a Venerable Savage to the Ancient History of the Hawaiian Islands, cited as Contributions, Boston, 1868. Ka Mo'olelo Hawaii, Histoire de l'Archipel Hawaiian, Paris, 1862. Rice, William Hyde, Hawaiian Legends, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 3, Honolulu, 1923. Roberts, Helen, Ancient Hawaiian Music, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 29, Honolulu, 1926. Romilly, Hugh H., From My Veranda in New Guinea, Sketches and Traditions, London, 1889. Letters from the Western Pacific and Mashonaland, cited as Letters, 1878-1891, edited by Samuel H. Romilly, London, 1893. RSNSW, Royal Society of New South Wales. Shuren, C., Die Wandersagen der Newzealänder and der Maui Mythos, Riga, 1856. Seurat, L. G., Legends de Pomotu, Revue de Traditions Populaires, Volume 20, Numbers 11, 12, Volume 21, Number 2, 1905, 1906. Shand, Alexander, The Moriori People of the Chatham Islands, p. 552. Their History and Traditions, Memoirs of the Polynesian Society, Volume 2, Wellington, 1911. Skinner, H. D., The Morioris of Chatham Island, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Memoir 9, pages 1-140, Honolulu, 1923. Skinner, H. D. and Bach, William, The Morioris, Ibid, pages 339-384, Honolulu, 1928. Smith, S. Percy, The Lore of the Werwananga, Teachings of the Maori College on Religion, Cosmogony, and History, cited as Lore, Memoirs of the Polynesian Society, Volumes 3 and 4, New Plymouth, 1913, 1915. Stair, Reverend John B., Old Samoa, London, 1897. Stimson, J. Frank, Tuamachuan Religion, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 103, Honolulu, 1933. The Cult of Kihotumu, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 111, Honolulu, 1933. The Legends of Maui and Tahaki, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 127, Honolulu, 1934. Tuamachuan Legends, Island of Anna, Part 1, The Demigods, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Bulletin 148, Honolulu, 1937. Stokes, John, Notes on Hawaiian Petroglyphs, Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum, Occasional Papers, Volume 4, No. 4, Honolulu, 1910. An Evaluation of Early Genealogies Used for Polynesian History, Journal of the Polynesian Society, Volume 39, pages 1-42, Wellington, 1930. Honolulu and Some Speculative Phases of Hawaiian History, Hawaiian Historical Society, Report 42, pages 40-102, Honolulu, 1934. Whence Paao. Hawaiian Historical Society, Papers 15, pages 40-45, Honolulu, 1928. Legends from Rapa, Bishop Museum Manuscript Collection. Stubble, O., Samoanish Text, Verifentlichen Aus dem Königlichen Museum für Völkerkunde, for BD, 59-246 S, Berlin, 1896. Taylor, Rev. Richard, Te Ika a Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2D edition, London, 1870. Thomson, Basil, The Fijians, A Study in the Decay of Custom, London, 1908. From, Thomas G. Editor, Hawaiian Almanac and Annual, A Handbook of Information on Matters Relating to the Hawaiian Islands, Index compiled by Margaret Titcomb and Anita Ames, 1875–1932, Honolulu, 1875. p. 553. Hawaiian Folk Tales, a collection of native legends, cited as Tales, Chicago, 1907. More Hawaiian Folk Tales, cited as More Tales, Chicago, 1923. TNZI, Transactions of the New Zealand Institute. Tregear, Edward, The Maori Polynesian Comparative Dictionary, Wellington, New Zealand, 1891. Turner, Rev. George, Samoa, 100 years ago and long before, together with notes on the cults and customs of 23 other islands in the Pacific, London, 1884. Vancouver, George, A Voyage of Discovery to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World. Performed in the years 1790, 1791, 1792, 1793, 1794, and 1795, 6 volumes, London, 1801. VCFL, Publications of the Folklore Foundation, Vassar College. Vaughan Blow, Wilhelm, Samoanish Sagan, Globus, Volumes 69–75, 1896–1899. Internationals Archiv für Ethnographie, Volumes 11, 12, Braunschweig, 1898, 1899. Von den Steinen, Karl, Die Marquesener und ihr Kunst, Studien über die Entwicklung primitiver Soziornamentik, cited as Marquesener, 3 volumes, Berlin, 1925–1928. Marxenisch Mythen, Zeitschrift für Ethnology, Volume 65, pages 1–44, 326–373, Berlin, 1933. Westervelt, William D., Legends of Maui, a Demigod of Polynesia, and his mother Hina, cited as Maui, Honolulu, 1910. Legends of Gods and Ghosts. Collected and translated from the Hawaiian, cited as Gods and Ghosts, Boston and London, 1915. Legends of Old Honolulu, cited as Honolulu, Boston and London, 1915. Hawaiian Legends of Volcanoes, collected and translated from the Hawaiian, cited as Volcanoes, Boston and London, 1916. Hawaiian Historical Legends, cited as History Leg, Illustrated, New York, 1923. White, John, The Ancient History of the Maori, His Mythology and Traditions, Volumes 1–3, Wellington, 1887. Williams, Thomas, Fiji and the Fijians, edited by George Stringer Rowe, Volume 1, London, 1858. Wallers, J. F. H. The Mythology and Traditions of the Maori in New Zealand, Transactions of the New Zealand Institute, Volume 7, pages 3–53, Wellington, 1874. YUPA, Yale University Publications in Anthropology. ZE, Zeitschrift für Ethnology.